Knights. Welcome back to the final day of San Diego Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I am Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, and you guys, it's just me. I'm holding down the fort. Ryan Penagos, aka Agent M, is over at the Marvel Unlimited Plus panel, which is a super cool thing that is just for people who subscribe to Marvel Unlimited Plus. You can actually go check out how to join that at marvel.com/penny. I believe there's a special promotion going on just for San Diego Comic-Con, so go check that out. But if you are a Plus member, not only do you get cool swag and access to over 15,000 comics, you get to go to cons and you get special exclusive content that you only get there. They usually show some cool footage, they give some sneak peeks at stuff that nobody else gets to see. So if you're a super fan, Marvel Unlimited Plus is totally the thing that you should be doing. We have a huge day going on. That's not the only panel. You don't get to see that panel though. You gotta be a member to go to that panel and to see that stuff because it's super duper exclusive. But we do have some cool panels coming up today. Later, I'm gonna go over to the Women of Marvel panel. That's gonna be live blog at marvel.com/SDCC 2015. You can check that out there. We're gonna be probably announcing some things. We're gonna be talking about cool stuff going on in comics, not just for ladies, but comics at large. And we're gonna have a lot of awesome people on that panel. Sana Amanat, who was on the show a couple days ago, is gonna be there, awesome editor. Judy Stevens, our cosplay girl, is gonna be there. I'll be there. We're gonna have some artists and creators. It's gonna be crazy awesome, so you're gonna have to check that out. And that is happening at 11:15 a.m. And then starting at 12:15, there's gonna be a panel for Spider-Man and his amazing friends. That's also gonna be live blogged on marvel.com/SDCC 2015. That starts at 12:15. And there are going to be some cool announcements out of that. I know Joe Kelly's going to be there, who was also on the show earlier. He's one of the animation guys for Man of Action. And then we have just a bunch of guests coming by to join us here on the live stream today. We are going to have creators coming by like Jeff Lemire from All New Hawkeye. We're going to have Ann Foley, who's an amazing costumer. She works on Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. She also was one of the people who created that really awesome new Deathlock costume that J. August Richards wears. So cool. Can't wait to talk to her. We're going to have Chris Burnham coming by, who writes E for Extinction. We're going to have, like I said, Jeff Lemire here for All New Hawkeye. We have Sanford Green, artist on Runaways. We have Josh Williamson, who is going to be here talking about some stuff. We have Josh Shipley, who is an Imagineer. We have Sibu Cebulski, who is the best foodie of Marvel. He's such a busy man. He does so much. He's had a very influential part in choosing a lot of the talent here at Marvel. He does a ton of stuff with overseas. He's an awesome guy, and he knows so much about food. If you follow him on Instagram, you'll learn all about that. And of course, we have one of our favorite writers, the very New York Frank Thierry. I wonder how the California sun is actually treating that poor guy. You guys, you can interact with me right here live on the show on Good Morning Comic-Con. Just hashtag Marvel SDCC, and I'll do my best to read them here on the show live. Let me see what you guys are saying right now. Wesley Harris says, good morning, Comic-Con. Though I'm sad it's the last day, I'm excited to see what's in store. So much, you guys, right here. So much is going to happen. Thank you, Wesley. I see Josh says, can Marvel bring back the events app so attendees at Marvel SDCC know the signing schedule at writers, artists? You guys can check that out at marvel.com/SDCC 2015, or if you're here, you just pick up a little paper at the signing booth. Super simple. We have, Josh is saying, oh no, we have Captain Marvel News says, morning, Lo. Oh, morning to you. I like it when people call me Lo. That's cute. Keep up the energy. Women of Marvel panel will be awesome. Hope we'll see more of Captain Marvel. Me too. I'm so excited. Tara Butters is here with Michelle Fazekas, showrunners on Marvel's Agent Carter. They're going to be writing the new iteration in the all-new, all-different Marvel universe of Captain Marvel with Chris Anka, who's an amazing artist. And actually, one of my favorite things, this poster, if I can actually get it out, was actually drawn by Chris Anka before he knew that he was going to be on Captain Marvel with them. So it was just sort of auspicious that they ended up doing this poster by Chris Anka for Tara Butters, Michelle Fazekas, and now they're doing a comic book together. So I'm very excited to see what they put together. I think it's going to be really awesome. And Chris is doing a really awesome redesign, some like gentle retouching on Carol's costume. We already saw a cosplayer who, as soon as the drawing came out, she only had a few days and she adjusted her entire costume to embrace some of the changes that he'd made. And she has a cool utility pouch now, so she can actually carry her cell phone and lipstick, which we all know is super important for superheroes. Okay, more questions are coming in. Michael WS says, hey Lorraine, good morning. Out of the guests today, who am I most excited to talk to? That's a great question. I'm really excited to talk to Ann Foley. I talked with her a little bit backstage yesterday, but she's a really interesting lady, and she does such a different thing than what we normally get to talk to people about. I love talking about comics, and I love talking about movies, but I'm really excited to talk a little bit about the behind the scenes of the television shows. I think it's gonna be really fun. We have Kaja Warsami, did I say that really wrong? You're asking about movies. I don't know. We have a slate announced for movies. That's all I know for now. We have Art for Stranger said, did you get any goodies at the con? Anything you wish you did? Great question. I went out and I bought the Peggy Carter shirt. I think we have one hidden here. If I can find it. It's hidden under there somewhere, but I got an awesome Peggy Carter shirt. It's bright blue. It's got red red lettering. I think I just knocked over a box. You guys don't tell anybody. But yeah, I mean, there's a ton of stuff. Over at Sideshow Collectibles and Hot Toys, there are these incredible statues. I actually went over there and I periscoped a little bit of it. They're so cool. There are some that are in 6 scale, there are some that are in quarter scale that are enormous, and they're fine art statues, so everything is hand painted, handcrafted. The fabric is real fabric. They look so real to life. It's this incredible photorealism, so I really want to go over there and buy them. I might, if I get to leave this desk, that might happen. Let's see what else is going on. Wimsad Mojo said, good morning, Comic-Con. How are you this morning, and how are the crew? You guys, I'm awesome. I'm stoked to be here. Like the last day of Comic-Con is so fun because we're like, we did it. We're there. We're at the finish line. We just got to do the final sprint. So it's always really fun. I think the crew's in good spirits. We're having a blast. You know, what's not to love? We're here at Comic-Con. We get to talk to you guys, and that's the best thing of all. And if you want to be interacting with me and you don't know how, head over to Twitter and hashtag MarvelSDCC, and I'll answer you live right here on the show. And where are you guys watching from this morning? That's one of my favorite things about this show. I love seeing that we have people from Indonesia, we have people from the Philippines, we have people from France, we have people from Spain. Tell me where you're at. I would love to know. Let's see here. Eric Wilder, will you guys be airing the Women of Marvel panel on the live stream? I'm not sure that we'll be able to put it on the live stream today, but I do believe we'll shoot it. And if it's not shot, it'll definitely be podcasted. Go over and check out the Women of Marvel podcast. You can download it on iTunes. A lot of times when we do panels, we record them there, and then you can hear the whole thing, even if you don't get to watch it here on the live stream. We have a little backlog with the panels, excuse me. So we have to, you know, give them a little time to get into the live stream, and we'll be gone by then because we got to head back to New York where we're located. So you will get the panel in either a podcast or maybe clipped later on YouTube. We'll see. Ben says, hey, Lorraine Sink, and William Josh is writing the Rad Red Skull, and we'll be working on Illuminati for all new, all different. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for being my human notes. Jess says, what's the best prank that someone has pulled on set? Here, I don't even know. That's a really great question. I feel like there aren't any pranks. It's just bold-faced messing with each other. I think Ryan just likes to say farticles, and it's the worst. That's the main thing, which are photo articles, if you don't know. But you know, not too many terrible pranks.
Agent M's mustache.
Agent M's mustache, yeah, that is the prank that has been pulled on everyone. Actually, you know what? I take that back. I think the best is that on the press line, I was doing for Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I was interviewing Ian DeKestecker and Elizabeth Henstridge, who play Fitz and Simmons. We were having a little interview, and Chloe Bennett and Clark Gregg just came over and pounced on them, started kissing their faces, squeezing their cheeks like a grandma. It was just, and then they were like, how do we keep doing an interview? Because you're pinching our faces. So very sweet. Let's see, Crystal says, I keep hearing Good Morning Comic-Con to the tune of Good Morning Baltimore from Hairspray. New musical idea? We did write a whole musical yesterday, you guys. So, I mean, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, You guys, we're going to wrap up here. Good Morning Comic-Con, but we're going to have so much more coming up. Soon we're going to be showing the Lexus Shield operation video recruitment. Check that out. It's super funny. And stay with us. We're going to have also that booth tour you guys have been asking for. You've been asking and asking. Finally got up, went around. I'm going to show you what's happening right here at the Marvel booth. So stick around. You guys, we of course are brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble with this cute little guy, Kiku. He's my favorite. You guys, keep sending us your questions, hashtag Marvel SDCC, and we'll be back with even more from Marvel Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2015. This is Marvel, your universe. Hi, it's so nice to see you. Of course, I'm here with Chloe Bennett, Clark Gregg, Sky/Daisy, director Coulson.
Right, doesn't get old.
It still feels good. You guys have been through so much last
So
season.
much last season.
And you found your real father with quotes, real father with quotes. But how is this dynamic going?
I mean, I think
We sorted it out.
Yeah. I mean, this season I feel like we went through some stuff, but we came out on top, and I think we're pretty, like he said earlier, we're closer than ever, and I'd like to think that no matter what we go through, that we'll kind of just have that bond to kind of get us through anything, because who knows what's going to happen in the third season.
Well, I heard in the third season there is going to be some secret warrior type people.
Really?
Yeah. So I was wondering what you can tell us about those secrety warriors.
Literally nothing. We don't know any information.
I
Seriously.
know that my friend Daisy Johnson is the anchor of that team, and she'll be Quaken. She'll be in the position of Quaken, and Coulson and she and the rest of the members of the team will be putting together a team of secret warriors, which is a very, very secret. Not even people in S.H.I.E.L.D. know about that, and that's about all they've told us so far. Other than there's a pretty good chance I'm going to get some kind of new hand, and I heard it's off a mannequin at Macy's.
Oh, I was hoping for full Luke Skywalker maybe.
I'm hoping for more.
Oh, ooh, even
I'm hoping
better.
Dr. Cho will give me something left over from the Vision bin.
Ooh, the Vision
I'm
bit.
ready for Director Coulson to get a girlfriend. Don't you think? Like, he's so loving and caring, and he deserves someone just as sweet. Don't you
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be nice if there was a
he
cellist?
Was on Shield Tinder.
think? Shield. They should have a Tinder within Shield.
Secret Tinder.
Super
I'd
Tinder.
swipe right. Wait,
Oh,
what is
man.
it? Swipe left or
And
right?
you could set me up with one of your Inhuman friends.
Oh my God.
Well, you guys, the entire season 3 has been spoiled. Thank you guys so much for joining us
Thank
at
you.
Marvel.com.
Good afternoon, ladies. Are either of you Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fans? Yes. Do you think you have what it takes for Operation Recruitment? We'll see about that. All right, hop in. No sign of any Hydra agents in the area. All right. Here's how this is going to happen. There are 5 questions. You answer 3 of them correct, you pass, and you get to go on to be eligible for S.H.I.E.L.D. recruitment training. 3 wrong, you fail the test, and we're going to drop you off as far as humanly possible for the convention center. Are you ready for question number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What object did Nick Fury give to Coulson to help rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D.?
His toolbox, right?
That is correct. Even though you doubted yourself, that was absolutely correct.
Yes.
Next time, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents need to have more confidence in the field.
Well, yes, it is the toolbox.
Okay. In the second season finale, what is the code name that appears on the folder that Director Coulson gives to Sky? What is the code name on the folder that Director Coulson gives to Sky?
Is her code name, what is it?
You have 7 seconds, or
Oh my
else
God.
this will literally explode in my hands.
Oh
and
God.
I like my hands, so please hurry. 7, 6,
Oh, I got nothing.
5,
I got nothing.
I have no
4,
idea.
3,
Too busy crying.
Yeah.
2, 8. I apologize, you are incorrect. It was caterpillars. That was the code name that appears on the
we
folder.
went through
Where does Gordon take Sky to learn about her powers?
Afterlife.
Afterlife.
Oh, now I gotta change it up again. You're getting too good at this.
Too easy.
Agent Cliff, are you impressed?
That's impressive.
Agent Cliff does not impress very easily. So this next question could be the question that helps you pass. Director Coulson was secretly working on a project known as the Theta Protocol. which helped save the world in Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron. What did this initiative work to restore?
The helicarrier. Yeah, it was the helicarrier that helped them at the end.
Believe you.
It's to repair the
Well,
the
you should be a
helicarrier.
believer because she's correct. That's 3 correct answers.
Really?
That means that both of you get an official SHIELD lanyard. Gets you into all sorts of access points in the SHIELD base. There you are, another official SHIELD lanyard for you. You have to be quicker. That's part of the SHIELD training. And you're both going to have mailed to you a limited edition San Diego exclusive Comic-Con poster of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. signed by the cast. So, you should be very excited about that.
I'm super excited.
Congratulations, you both passed phase 1 of Operation Recruitment. You have your official lanyards and your limited edition S.H.I.E.L.D. poster. Please exit the vehicle and enjoy the rest of your San Diego Comic-Con, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've made S.H.I.E.L.D. proud.
I'll try.
Director Coulson would be very... And they left.
You guys, I'm here with Elizabeth Henstridge and Ian DeKestecker, who of course play Fitz and Simmons. You guys, why is everyone conspiring to keep you apart? They drop you in boxes in the ocean. They swallow you up in mysterious things. Are we ever hoping to see you guys together? Maybe?
I'm still hoping. I'm sad about the whole situation. Very sad. I'm kind of mad.
As you rightfully should be.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. But you guys have been through so much this past season. Poor Fitz has been sort of withdrawn. And Gemma, I mean, you have been pushed to this really, like, sort of scared place. Do you think you're going to start to see some healing in season 3?
Hope so. I think the trouble is the more that we discover, the more, like, mountains there are to climb. Uh-oh.
I have a feeling you guys haven't seen each other in a while.
Sorry. We haven't.
What proud parents.
That was the best moment of my life.
No.
Sorry I headbutted you.
You guys,
Anytime you want. It was like an earbud.
it's too bad you guys don't like each other. That's kind of the worst part.
It works really hard sometimes, yeah.
Elizabeth's the worst.
The
as well.
worst. Oh,
We like Jeff, though.
We love Jeff.
Of course, Jeff Lowe, head of Marvel TV, here joining us.
Sorry, get into
Yes.
the serious one.
So,
Sorry about those.
you know what? You're very popular. It's just bound to happen.
Hey, what can you do?
But what, if anything, can you tell us about the future for you guys, if anything?
God, we just don't know.
Well, they won't. The thing is, we honestly, people ask us like what they think is going to happen. Like, we honestly have no idea. And as we know just now, I have no idea where Elizabeth is or where Simmons is. So,
I'm right here.
no, but come on.
Come on.
Don't be like. No, yes, I've neither do you. No idea what's happened to you or where you are. So, I think that's kind of the first thing to find out is try and find out where Simmons is and if she's okay.
And let's hope Fitz really tries hard at doing
Yeah.
that. We
And
need
then-
Fitz to work that out.
But if we did go out,
On a date.
yeah,
Yeah.
we'd take her for Spag Ball, wouldn't I? That's what I said.
Oh yeah, he's got this whole thing planned for it.
Spag Ball.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it sounds very romantic. I hope you guys get your chance.
Thank you. Thanks for the support.
Thanks.
Yeah, and congratulations, you guys. Thank you so much for joining us on Marvel.com.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So, preview night hit the floor.
I don't know what I drank last night, but the whole evening was an 084. Oh, look, it's Fitzsimmons. Huh. Let's pull over.
Holy crap.
You guys want to ride? Huh.
Hi. Hi.
Hey, guys, hop in. Fitzsimmons.
Okay.
Amazing
Yes,
to see you
sir.
on the road here.
Good to see you, Mr.
Agent, sir.
Agents.
Hey, wow, Agent. Let's not be too hasty. You could just call me Brett. You're Fitz and Simmons.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you're just kind of hanging out here in Comic-Con?
Well, there's lots of science to be had here, so we're here for the science
And some
really?
of the science fiction.
and possibly the science fiction.
Interesting. I'm not sure you guys are Fitzsimmons. I'm going to give you guys a little test to certify that you're worthy of being a S.H.I.E.L.D. recruit.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you 5 questions.
Okay.
If you get 3 of them right, then I know that you're Fitz and Simmons. We'll also lavish you with prizes.
That sounds amazing.
Cool.
If you get 3 of them wrong, however, I'm first going to be hurt that you guys would pull such a ruse on us. get our hopes way up only to cut them down. And sadly have to pull over and let you walk the rest of the way.
Okay. I guess we'll deserve it.
All right, let's get to it. Question 1. What animal does Fitz really want to have in the lab?
It might be a monkey.
You have a monkey on you. Okay.
You don't know what it's like.
Is there any other animals that you want to have with you?
A dog.
A dog, that is true. We would have accepted monkey, also dog. You gave both of them. Very impressed. No one yet that we've asked or interviewed to be a recruit has had props of that magnitude. Let alone props that are the answer. Number 2. Agent Antoine Triplet's grandfather was a member of which elite team?
The Howling Commandos.
You guys need to make this more dramatic instead of giving me the right answers immediately. Correct. Good job. So far, it has been so easy for you.
Oh no.
Now I would like to change that.
Okay.
I'm reading over the questions because I feel like you're going to know all of them. Whoa, headquarters is telling me something.
Uh-oh.
Despite all of the rules we've done earlier, wow. Headquarters says they don't care how many questions you've gotten right so far. They said if you don't get this question right, you do not pass the test.
Oh no.
No pressure.
Agents Fitz and Simmons
Yes.
are specialists in science. What are their specific areas of expertise within SHIELD?
I'm engineering.
I'm biochem.
I quit. Congratulations, you two. Absolutely certified. You will get these 2 lanyards, which will go to you. Not only that, but you will also receive a special edition poster signed by the whole cast.
Oh no! Oh my gosh!
Which means you guys signed it, is
Of
what
course,
it seems
yes,
like.
of course. That means we signed it.
Sounds like you wouldn't be that impressed if it's
Yes.
just your signature.
Do you know how hard it is to get Coulson's signature nowadays?
true.
It's
He's the
impossible
boss.
to track down.
Congratulations to the 2 of you. I wish you the most success in all of your endeavors and recovery
Yes, thank you.
and escape from a monolith. So I
Thank
hope
you very
which-
much, and I hope you don't get shot at by Hydra.
Thank you.
This is so cool. Thank you so much. Oh my God. So, you guys have been through so much, the 2 of you. Your relationship has been put through the ringer. Are you guys going to emerge okay on the other side? I'm worried about you guys, and I'm particularly worried about your health.
Well, it's definitely going to be an interesting season of recovery, and I think that that's one of the things that's going to be explored is, you know, whether or not these 2 are going to stay together or not.
I think while she's in hospital, Hunter's just going to like play the field one last time, you know, sow his wild oats.
Going to try to get
and
Agent
then,
May, you know.
And then
it's gonna be-
once she's
Spoilers, so many spoilers.
back up and running, then you know, then they can have
None
that
of them
discussion.
true.
And have you considered any therapy sessions, say, with May's ex?
Well, it'd be a lot better than May is although it's just about listening, isn't it? So maybe May would make a good therapist because she just wouldn't say anything. So, you know,
Well,
either of them.
I think after the torture, Bobby's going to definitely need a therapist, a really good therapist.
Yeah, wow, yeah. And what was it like working with torture?
It was interesting because I had to walk around like this all day with these things coming out. But it was really intense, and I can't imagine that it's an actual form of torture, but it is in many places. I know.
Well, I'm hoping for you guys to be okay. I'm hoping for your health to be okay. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well, ladies, I am so happy to have 2 of you here.
Really?
How did we let this happen? There's someone in the car with a Hail Hydra shirt. Let me give you a spy tip. One would think a spy should conceal one's identity.
Not a very good spy, apparently.
How's the
So
climate
many.
back there? Is it hot, cold?
It's fine.
It's fine? All right, let's change that.
Oh.
What are your names in the back?
Therese.
Therese, don't care, and?
Sam.
Sam, Therese, and we can say your name. What is it?
Lily.
Lily. Oh, it's such a nice name for someone who's so evil.
I'm sorry.
You want to know something that's interesting? Lilies are a symbol of death sometimes in literature.
What are they a
You would
symbol
know
of
that.
another
'cause
time?
Other times, I don't know, frogs. Right now, I'm going to ask you guys a series of questions to determine whether you are a good, promising recruit. If you get 3 of them right, you pass. If you get 3 wrong, I will put you on the side of the road. And I probably will just do that anyway with Lily. All right, let's get to it. Let's get serious. Are you ready?
Yes. Are you ready?
I don't know, actually. Yeah, now I'm ready. Question 1. In the end of the 2nd season finale, what happens to Agent Simmons?
She gets eaten by a rock.
Did that Inhuman rock?
Yeah.
She got swallowed up.
So is that your final answer, that she gets absorbed by a rock? You are correct. She was absorbed by a monolith. Though as excuses go for not going on a date, that is pretty outlandish. All right, in season 2, Skye is sent to a S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house built strong enough to hold anyone with abilities. What 2 Avengers does she learn have also been there at one point?
Captain America and Hulk.
All right, I heard Captain America and Hulk and Captain America. Which one are you going with?
Captain America and Hulk.
I'll accept that, correct.
Hey, she found out about Captain
Chronologically,
America
it would be
first.
Hulk and Captain.
No, she found out about Captain America first.
That's true.
I started disliking you at the beginning because of your shirt, but I respect how much you know your enemies. We're gonna ask you question number 3. If you get this right, you win.
I can cross over to S.H.I.E.L.D.
I would only hope that that's the case. Do you stand with Ward?
Actually, yes, I do.
I totally stand with Ward.
You're actually sitting with the girl who created the hashtag Stand With Ward.
Really? Who started it?
I did.
You stand with Ward?
I created
She
Stand
stood
With Ward.
she was the first one.
Then you can stand outside. All right, here's the 3rd question. If you get this right, you're certified.
I'm a great boss.
If you get it wrong, you're out of the car. Actually, no, you have 2 more. What is the name of Director Coulson's secret headquarters in season 2, which is an old SSR base?
The playground.
Just let me at least finish asking the question before you get it right.
Sorry. We've watched the show a lot.
Yeah, I know.
And for that, I am grateful, but you vanquished me in 3 questions. You are certified S.H.I.E.L.D. lanyard recipients. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Not only that, but in being certified, you also receive a special edition poster created exclusively for Comic-Con 2015, and yes, it will be signed by the cast. Congratulations. I hope you reconsider standing with Ward.
Not gonna happen, bro.
Never.
Your hailing of Hydra.
I mean, sorry.
Let's get these people out of the car, please.
What's happening over here in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. world?
Well, we're super excited to be back for a 3rd season, which is, quite a testament to our incredible fan base and our amazing audience and our friends at ABC. But I think the key word this year is Inhuman. They're coming.
I heard a rumor that we might see a character from a Charles Soule run of Inhumans named Lash.
And very much keeping in mind with Joe Mattiera's drawing of that character, he will not be a small man, or a small Inhuman for that matter. But what his mission is and what he's going to be doing, you're going to have to stay tuned. But when you have someone that powerful who's running around, it's bound to be interesting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. And we also have Secret Warriors, which is really exciting for us comic fans. Can you tell us anything about it?
Well, I think, when you stop and you think about the word Inhuman, what's great about it is that it has different connotations depending upon the character. So if you've got someone like Coulson who's lost a hand, who's come back to life, who has alien DNA inside of him, he's wondering about his own humanity and whether or not who he is and what made him the way that he is now. And then you got someone who's like Ward, who we saw at the end of last season, who was doing really horrible things, like particularly to Bobby. And someone could look at that and say, that's being Inhuman. And then there is this Marvel way of looking at it, which is the Terrigen is out there. It has now been released. It's in the ecosystem. And it's a really simple concept for people to be able to understand it. You have the gene, you come in contact with the Terrigen, you get enhanced. So your life, you thought you were going to work tomorrow, but you wake up and your house is on fire, and you were the one that said it. That's a terrifying thing, but is that an empowering thing? How does that work? And so what do you do about that? And then in comes S.H.I.E.L.D. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is going to have the responsibility of whether or not they're going to contain that individual, whether or not they're going to recruit that individual, or whether or not they're going to have to put that individual down. And as we've seen in the past, when S.H.I.E.L.D. has to make those decisions for another individual, it doesn't always go in the best ways. So one of the things that we want to make sure of is that when that happens, that you look at our own team and you've got a character in Daisy who actually is inhuman, and so she's going to have a very different way of looking at it than, say, a character like Mac, who sees all things alien and weird as bad. And again, I think that's what Marvel does best, is that we take the world as we know it. And right now, it's so, because of social media, the idea of whether or not you are tolerant or intolerant of another individual is something that you're thinking about every day. And so this gives us a great jumping on point for somebody who wants to watch the show.
Well, you guys definitely need to check out season 3. Thank you so much for joining us on Marvel.com.
Our pleasure. Take care, gang.
So they were saying Hawkeye, but I thought they were just saying hot guy. Oh, hey, look, let's pick these people up. All right, let's load in, and as we say at S.H.I.E.L.D., safety fifth. Why don't you put on your seatbelts?
Safety fifth? Wait a minute. What about the first four?
Those are classified.
Oh, okay.
Gavin, Pamela, and Sean, do you think you have what it takes to become S.H.I.E.L.D. recruits?
I thought it already was, but sure.
What I'm gonna do is ask you a series of questions. If you get 3 right, you pass.
Excellent.
You will receive exclusive S.H.I.E.L.D. lanyards, and then also other prizes, which we've kept secret from you.
Excellent.
If you get 3 wrong, I will regrettably have to pull over to the side, and Agent Driver will drop you off. All right, are you ready to have the questions asked to you?
Absolutely.
Question 1. In season 2, we learned that there was another arm of S.H.I.E.L.D. that formed following the reveal of Hydra. What is the full name of the leader of the real S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I know his last name was Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember his first name. Do you remember his first name?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
Gonzalez is all I can give you.
Headquarters, are we allowed to grant them that as an answer? That they forgot Robert Gonzalez?
Robert.
All right, we're getting the go-ahead. You're okay with that?
Yes.
All right.
You've gotten
We
one
know he's
correct.
dead, so.
He had a name. All right, on to the next question. What is the name of the serum that they inject into Skye in season 1 to save her life?
GH325.
GH325. How does the entourage feel about this? Are we confident in Gavin's response?
Yes.
Yes.
You are right. Guest house is GH, and 325 is the correct number.
Yes.
2 answers correct.
2 for 2. Give me some of that.
On to the next question. Phil Coulson speaks of a former love interest who is only known to us as the cellist. What is revealed to be her real first name in season 1?
I have no idea what her real name is.
I'm just gonna take a guess.
Take a guess.
Kara.
Kara is a good guess, and that is
Carla?
Carla is a worse guess. Audrey.
Oh, I never would have got that either.
If you get one more question right, you're done.
All right, let's go.
In the finale, Coulson loses. This isn't the question, but what extremity? We all know this.
His hand.
He loses his hand. Which hand is it?
Left.
Is everyone correct?
Yes.
This is going to be confusing when I say my response to your response, but you're right. You guys are certified. Congratulations.
Yes. All right.
The 3 of you receive these S.H.I.E.L.D. lanyards, which will grant you access. What access you're granted, I don't know.
Oh, there they go. Hawkeye just took him.
But you will also receive a special edition poster, and it's going to be signed by the cast.
Oh my
awesome.
gosh, that's so cool.
Right
Thank
now
you so
we
much.
have a Clark Gregg signed S.H.I.E.L.D. cast with Gavin in the picture.
Oh, so you have that. So if you don't want these, I'll
No,
keep them.
no, we do.
Thank you all again. Once we stop, you may exit the vehicle. Congratulations.
All right. Thanks, Brett. That was fun, man.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was super fun.
Have a nice day, officers.
You too. Recruit.
Hi, you guys. Everybody's favorite, Ming-Na Wen, Melinda May.
Thank you.
Gee, you have been through it, season 2, and I think that this has been like really, this past season, a lot of love for Melinda Way, a lot of heart.
A lot of heart,
What was
but
it like exploring that?
it's tough because you have to explore a character where she's going through all these emotions, but a lot of times she can't show it.
So it's kind of hard.
You have to draw it back, and you know, and being an actor, it's so easy to want to just emote and feel and cry and do all these bang on something and break something. And with Melinda May, that's not her personality, Her level of intense emotions can be so heightened, and the more she feels the need to have to control it. So it's really been fun to work on that.
And we've heard that you have been called the Cavalry for so long. We finally learn why. Was that really insightful for you?
It was. I was really excited about episode 17. I love the fact that they even titled it Melinda. But my biggest fear was that it was going to be a letdown because there was been such a build-up for a year and a half, and a lot of times you build up a backstory or an idea for a character, and sometimes the expectation is so high that what if it doesn't meet the audience expectations? And I was really, really happy with the response that we got from the audience. And our writers are incredible. They didn't let the audience down, my character down, me down. They just really did a bang-up job.
It was amazing. I did cry my face off.
Aww.
And I cannot wait to see what's next for you guys in the next season. Congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I'm excited about season 3. Can't wait.
It turns out May's favorite month is actually June, which I found weird. Oh, let's get a recruit. Hello.
Hi.
How did you find out about us?
On Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Twitter. They posted the corner of that building right there.
And did you recognize the corner of the building?
No, I used mad detective skills.
You know what? That's something that we look for when we try to find an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Say that.
It already seems like you have what it takes to be a recruit. I want to make sure that I know that for sure by asking you a series of questions.
Go for it.
I'm going to ask you up to 5 questions.
Okay.
If you get 3 right, you're certified as a recruit. I will give you an awesome lanyard.
Cool.
If you get them wrong, you get 3 wrong, I'm literally going to drop you off somewhere in San Diego.
That's a problem.
Yeah, it seems like you're able to find your way around because you found your way to us.
It's fine.
But I'm going to ask you questions. Are you prepared?
Prepared. Go.
All right. Raina is known for wearing dresses featuring what design/pattern?
Flowers.
Flowers. Wow. I wanted to spot her when I might as well because that was pretty quick. Where are you from?
Melbourne, Australia.
Wow. Just for Comic-Con?
Yeah, and to visit a friend, but mostly for Comic-Con.
Now this friend you're visiting, are they like, yeah, I know the real reason why you're coming here?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, they knew. There was no hiding it.
All right, here's the next question. You've gotten 1 right. If you get 2 more right, you're a certified recruit.
Okay.
What is the code name the team uses to describe a powerful object of unknown origin that must be investigated?
An 084.
084. Immediately she knew it. So that's ironic to me that she knows.
Yeah, it's not as secret as you guys might think it is.
Wow. You gotta get better with that.
Yeah.
What Chinese province is Jiaying from?
Hunan?
The Hunan province.
Yeah.
I will tell you what, you got that absolutely right. 3 out of 3.
Woo. Do we do the other 2 anyway? Let's go. Let's do them.
I love your attitude. Let's review. No other people have tracked us down. She spent an hour tracking us down and literally about 45 collective seconds getting all the questions right. And she already earned this. Something that took me years to get, which doesn't seem fair. Congratulations, you've won this S.H.I.E.L.D. lanyard.
Thank you.
Not only that, but you've also won a poster that's made exclusively for Comic-Con 2015 San Diego, signed by the cast.
Awesome. Thank you.
So we're done.
Yeah, cool.
That was great.
Thanks, man.
You did so fantastically. I literally did not expect it to go that fast, and I have nothing else planned. You guys like ice cream?
Yeah.
Mr. Brett Dalton.
Why is the hand on the hip?
Because
why you gotta start the
listen,
hand on the hip?
listen.
I'm
You
gonna
have
get a
been
talking
not.
to.
Yes, you are about to get a talk to. You have not been nice. You have not been nice to anybody except for maybe Kara.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay, fine. I'll give you that.
I mean, you know, look, this is all coming from a good place. Look, my hand is on my hip
Okay,
too.
I know.
What is happening?
I put you on the defense. That's the best way to interview someone.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Get them on the defensive. Yeah. What was the question? What are we talking about?
Are you gonna be are you gonna be nice to anybody at any point? Do you even know whose side you're on anymore?
Yes, I do. I do. You know, Coulson does things a certain way, and he's not always right. So what we see at the end of season 2 is Ward has now lost 2 of the people he's cared about the most. And this has had a pretty profound effect on him. So he asks for a list of names, and he's like, I'm the new boss now. He's not interested in world domination. He's not interested in Nazism or any of the other stuff that Hydra has. We've had some PR issues. We've had, you know, a couple of...
A kinder face of Hydra, is that what we're hoping to see from you?
Yeah, it's going to be drawn in cartoon. You know, it's kind of like, pencil sketch. and it's not a skull, it's going to be a happy face with the tentacles. That's you heard it here first, by the way.
So then are you going to be our big bad of next season? Is that what's happening?
Well, look, I don't think, I'm always going to maintain that Ward isn't bad, that he's still infinitely redeemable. Why'd you have to look at the camera? All right, before she had this, and then I say redeemable, and you're like,
I'm going to check in with everybody out there in the world.
All right.
Like, you right, guys?
Well, he's not a bad guy. He's not a villain. He's an anti-hero. So you're not going to see him petting a cat and twirling his mustache. I'd like to do that. That's fun. But he's not a villain in that sense. And so, you know.
Wouldn't Ward want a dog, though?
Yeah. It didn't really work out so well before. He might have some attachment issues. Absolutely. But anyway, I do think what we're going to see is somebody who is now. This is another chapter for Ward, and he's still interested in this idea of closure, and I think that he's the hero in his own story. And I think that he's doing everything in service of this idea of closure. And Coulson doesn't always do things right. From the very beginning, him and I have been at odds. You know, he called me in for risk assessment, and sometimes he does things, you know, from the gut, and that's cool. But strategically, that doesn't make sense. Why he would risk those lives and all of that stuff. So I think what you're seeing is, you know, you're going to see people who are approaching something similar in completely different ways.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah.
But do you have new
Why is the
puns?
hand on the hip again?
But do you have new puns? That's just me being excited. Do you have new puns for season 3?
Always.
Because you are the best punster.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Is there cast envy about your mad pun skills?
No, this is not a skill that is enviable, by the way.
It's a shame
It is
skill?
only because I'm a father that I have even, like, that I can even claim this, because
It's the dad card? You're going to use the dad
I'm going to
card?
use a dad card. Unfortunately, this is how my mind works. So it's not something that I think, it's not a superpower that you want.
Well, I hope we see you using your inhuman superpower of puns, in
puns.
season 3. Thank you so much for
There you
joining
are.
us on Marvel.com.
Thank you.
All right, you three, welcome to Operation Recruitment. Do you know what that entails? I will tell you before you can even ask. There's going to be 5 questions. If you get 3 of them correct, you pass. 3 of them wrong, you fail. Does that make sense?
It does indeed.
Yes,
now,
sir.
what makes the 3 of you think that you have shield material in your bones?
I'm on the gifted index.
You are? I don't have your name in the... What was your power set?
Let's just say the Avengers were very lucky to have me at the Battle of Sokovia.
Wow. Can we get a... I'd really like to get a selfie with you later if that's okay. I have never met an 084 before. Agent Cliff, we got an 084 in the back.
Amazing, sir. Finally.
I mean, I gotta keep straight-laced about this. I'm not that excited about it. Okay. Are you ready for your first question?
Shoot.
Which blue-skinned alien race created the Diviners?
The Kree.
Kree.
Wow, it was weird how you had a hive mind.
All 3 we create.
Hive mind.
Are you ready for your next question? You have one
Indeed.
correct answer so far. You're one step closer
Crushing it. Let's go.
to passing. Director Coulson named his beloved car
Lola.
Lola.
Jumping the gun here, all right? I appreciate your enthusium, but just put it on the brakes
We
for
like
a
to
second.
finish sentences like Simmons does.
What does Lola stand for?
I totally know this too. It hurts.
Oh, it's gonna hurt even more if you get it wrong.
Living on love's airplane.
I got a migraine. That answer was so bad. Levitating over land automobile.
That makes so much sense because it's it's like okay.
It does. It makes
yeah,
a lot more
lot
sense.
of sense.
Living
What's-
on life's automobile
You know-
or whatever you said. All right, are you ready?
Yes,
so
sir.
far you have one correct and one wrong.
Okay. Do not
Just so
fail
you
us
know,
again.
The
Okay.
tension is building.
Okay.
What is Lincoln's ability?
He electric pulses.
manipulation. Wow, I am very impressed. How about you, Agent Cliff?
Absolutely impressed.
Okay, this one's going to be a doozy. The tension is so thick in this car, you could cut it with a Chitauri spear. Grant Ward's older brother is a U.S. Senator for which state? I'll
was
say it
hard.
again. Grant Ward's older brother
rough,
is a
man.
U.S. Senator for which
Do either of you have an idea? Because I have something hopping into my
what's
popping into my
hopping?
mind. Is it
You have a-
Colorado?
No, it is not Colorado. It is Massachusetts.
I'm also not good with geography.
So we're 2 and 2.
I'm nervous for you right
I
now.
speak You have an science.
American flag on your chest. And you're not
I know where America is.
You have 2 right and 2 wrong answers.
Pressure.
Stakes could not be higher. What are the first names of the 3 Agent Koenigs?
Eric, Billy,
and Sam.
I wouldn't have remembered Eric. I knew Billy and Sam.
They came up with that.
You are correct! I just want to say, I didn't
We were
want
just talking about this.
I didn't want my first 084 to lose. Oh.
Woo!
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You win an official Shield lanyard
Yes.
for each of you. And you're also going to each receive a limited edition exclusively for San Diego Comic-Con Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. poster signed by the cast.
Sweet!
Now we're going to drop you off. Enjoy the rest of your San Diego
Thank you
Comic-Con.
so much.
Keep watching Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
I think she asked me out on a date. Was that what just happened?
That could have been that, yes.
Okay.
So I'm here with Haley Atwell and James Darcy, who play, of course, Agent Peggy Carter, Edwin Jarvis. Congratulations on having a second season.
Thank you very much.
We hear that you guys are moving west. What can you tell us about that?
It's 6 months later after the first one finished, and we are moving to Hollywood. Jarvis is already there. He's got a very important mission.
I don't think Jarvis likes Hollywood very much. I don't think he buys into the nonsense of, Howard is trying to set up a movie studio for a start, and I don't think that Jarvis particularly cares for movie stars. So that's number one. Also, I don't think he cares for the heat.
No, not in that three-piece woolen
No.
suit. No.
Yeah. And you guys have just had such an amazingly ardent fan base. What has it been like interacting with the fans for you guys?
Well, it's a great way of being able to see the effect that the show's had on people, especially kind of the young audiences who've loved watching a very strong character kick ass and know her value, and that's been very humbling and gives, certainly for me, the work so much more meaning.
I think it's just great that people use things like the show and they find the inspiration from it to become creative themselves. It's really wonderful.
Oh yes, I've seen many of you two out on the Comic-Con floor. If you go and see it.
I haven't seen a Jarvis yet. I've seen lots of Peggy's, no Jarvis.
Well, Jarvis needs to wear a red hat, and then he'll be easier to
Right.
find. But thank you guys so much for joining us, and congrats.
Thank you.
I don't remember where I stayed in Tahiti. I just remember it is a magical place. These people look nice. Let's get them. Whoa, you guys come with your own music. That's kind of nice.
We do, actually.
Are you guys ready to tell if you have what it takes to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent?
Yeah.
And what are your names?
Normally I go by Peter Quill, but you can call me Chris.
Oh my, hang on.
Yeah.
HQ, I think we have Star-Lord in the back of the car. Can I check your weapons?
Yeah.
So what is this one?
It's an elemental blaster. I wouldn't do that though.
Not in the car. Let me just tell you what we're about to do. We're gonna see if you have what it takes to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. You get 3 right, you're certified. If you get 3 wrong, however, I will literally pull off on the side of the road and leave you for dead.
Okay, wouldn't be the first time I've been left for dead, so we're all good with that one.
Question 1. What is the name of director Coulson's secret headquarters in season 2, which is an old SSR base?
Secret headquarters in season 2, SSR base.
That's what I said.
I kind of have an idea.
I don't want to rush you, but I'm going to have to rush you. Can I get an answer?
The playground.
The playground is correct. Well done. Number 2. What is the first name of Agent May's mother?
We meet Agent May's mother at the end of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you gotta help me out on here.
HQ, can I ask you a question? Does it seem like they're dilly-dallying and trying to buy time until I give them the answer?
So mean. We're deliberating.
Right.
This is key deliberation time.
Being a SHIELD agent is all about action. I thought I could expect a little more.
Hey,
Let's go, Peter. Pull the trigger.
All right, Althea.
Althea, that is not correct. It's Leanne. Leanne? So right now you've gotten 1 right and 1 wrong. Are you nervous?
We can control our emotions.
If you suppress feelings, you're right at home at SHIELD. To the emotionally unavailable, I ask this. What is the profession of Sky's father, Cal?
He's
a doctor.
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 Are you just asking for a doctor because you feel like you're nervous and you
He says, I am a doctor.
Yes.
You were right. He is a doctor. Well done.
We can do this.
Here's another question. In season 1, after Ward left Fitz and Simmons stranded at the bottom of the ocean, Fitz uses a certain item to create a transmitter, which eventually leads to their rescue. What is that item?
Oh.
No, it is not a...
Oh. It's on you.
I'm gonna say that he's using a phone.
You're wrong. It's a defibrillator.
Damn it! You had no help on that one.
That is correct. He was of no help on that one.
That's true.
HQ is asking me to ask you this question specifically. What is the name of the aircraft carrier where the real SHIELD team, led by Agent Gonzalez, operates? Well, you got 2 wrong already.
But we also got 2 right.
This is do or die. Your ability to perform under these kinds of situations is essentially what we're looking for.
Okay, Hunter comes to Mac and says something about a very specific term. What is, come on, Star-Lord, if you don't know this.
All right, guys, we have 3 seconds.
Yeah.
2
Okay.
seconds.
I'm gonna go with backup because I don't know the name of it.
Backup, yeah.
It's
Agent Driver, I wanted to have faith in these 2. We're very disappointed in Star-Lord specifically. Unfortunately, you did not come up with the Iliad.
the Iliad. That is so disappointing. I feel like we should get a second chance.
Unfortunately,
just one
you will
more.
not get a second chance. We're gonna pull over to the side of the road and literally leave you here. Sorry about that.
Sky gets a second chance.
Very
Coulson
much.
gets a second chance. May gets a second face. Character that has her face.
All right, we're pulling over here. Get out of my car immediately. And don't forget to rate us up to 5 stars. And remember, we rate you too.
Worst Uber drivers ever. Seriously.
Peter, get a hold of your blasters.
I think Star-Lord lost the blaster down the gutter. Let's leave.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2015. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and of course we're brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble, and I'm joined by Anne Foley, wonderful costume designer. You are such a talent. I'm so excited to have you.
Well, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
So you work on Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yes.
How long have you been with the show now?
Getting ready to start season 3.
And you've been through
the whole time.
The
yeah.
whole time.
I worked on the pilot as the assistant costume designer, and then they hired me to take the show over when it went to series.
And is that just like an insane amount of work? You have a huge cast now.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, yes, it's a lot of work, but it's really rewarding and it's fabulous. You know, I have an amazing cast. I'm so lucky, and yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, how have these characters evolved? You know, you started with the pilot. Now you're going into season 3. Like, Sky has been through so much. She started out as this sort of civilian.
Yeah.
Now she's like gone from being in the team to being kind of out of the team. I mean, how have they all evolved for you?
Well, I think that season 1, we really were very successful in designing 6 very identifiable characters.
Mm-hmm.
And in season 1, we had that transition with the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right.
And the show got a little darker. And that was sort of, the decision was at the beginning of season 2 was, It's darker. They've grown up with all of the events
Right.
at the end of season 1, and we wanted their costumes to reflect that and the change. And I think that we were really successful in that, taking it a little darker, a little edgier, but still staying true to the characters that we established in season 1.
So when you're choosing how you're going to dress everyone, do you try to kind of make it have an overall look, or do you really kind of think of people individually?
I think it's a little bit of both. I work really closely with the production designer, and we have a palette that we try to stick to. And but it's a collaboration with everyone, and especially with the writers. I've always said I work really closely with Marissa Tancherone.
Oh yeah.
And helping design these characters, and even with the actors, it is a collaboration, and it's really important to me to know that they're comfortable. Not only physically, but in their headspace with the costumes and everything that we're doing. So,
and that's so interesting to me, to be able to have that dialogue. Are actors ever like, well, I feel like I would have a this or a that?
Well, sometimes. I mean, these are their characters, and so it's always important to me to listen to what they have to say, so that their voice is apparent in their character, not just in the acting, but also in the style that we're designing for their characters.
And I think it's really interesting because dressing TV is sort of somewhat bought and somewhat made, right?
Always. I mean, it's the same even with film. It's always, some of it's going to come from the stores if you're doing contemporary,
Right.
and some of it's going to have to be made. So yeah, we do make a lot of stuff on the show.
So what are some of your favorite pieces that you've made for the show specifically?
Well, let's see. I mean, I have a combination of things that bought and made. I always say that one of my favorite things that I've gotten to do is dress Coulson and May as Fitz and Simmons when they went undercover in season 1.
Oh, it's so great.
Best fittings ever. So funny. And then I do love, when I get to build things. I love building Mockingbird and Deadlock, and even the silver sequin wrap dress for Agent May.
So
was a
iconic.
favorite. And I would even say Skies are now Daisy's cowl.
Oh,
at the beginning of season 2. So.
And now the Deathlock costume. Yeah. I mean, come on, it's so cool. What's the process like of making that? Because it's kind of armor and it's kind of costume.
Well, it's a little bit of both. Legacy Effects, who Marvel works with quite a bit, they are famous for making the Iron Man suit. I worked with them in helping, build his costume. And it was great. We 3D printed it, and
cool.
It was 3D printed, and then it was molded and painted, and has working lights in it. It's great. Yeah, it's fun.
Isn't that really gratifying to just design something? And do you have to design that in a 3D program, or do you just sketch?
Well, we did the illustration, and then we gave it to one of the illustrators at Legacy who created it in ZBrush. And then after it was created in ZBrush, it went to the 3D printer.
And then do you guys take it from there and do the additional painting and fitting?
Yes, and they 3D print it, they mold it, they paint it. Yeah, it's a whole process. That's really fun.
And what was it about Deathlock's character that you were like, I really feel like it's important for these elements? What were those elements that you want to put in?
Well, everything that I design for our show has to make sense within our universe that we've established for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So I wanted it to feel more tactical. He has been working for the past year with Coulson, and nobody knew about it. So this is Coulson's version of Deathlock, and these are the new upgrades. But I was really inspired by the comic that Nathan Edmondson had done, and I, took a few cues from that, and that's how I moved forward on that illustration.
I love that so much. And when you're doing also, how much consulting do you do on sort of the makeup and the look of them overall?
Well, we have an amazing makeup department on our show. God, they're incredible. They really are. Not too much. I did talk to them a little about the Deathlock scars because of where they would be in relation to where his costume was hitting him as well. So we wanted to make sure we got as much bang for our buck as we could with his makeup appliances.
Oh, I love that. That's so cool. And now, Something I love, you mentioned before some of the undercover costumes.
Yes.
And also we have Ming-Na Wen playing both herself and herself as a double agent. Agent 33. How do you dress those characters differently? I mean, I know a lot of it is the portrayal, but how do you dress them differently, or do you?
Well, yes, they both have a very specific style. But at the same time, Agent 33's silhouette was always going to be a little similar to Agent May's, and they are very similar in build as well, which actually really helped.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. So you guys, I'm going to just check in and see if you guys have any questions. I haven't been paying attention to you, but thank you for sending us your tweets. Somebody here just asked a question. I didn't see their name, but they wanted to know what your favorite costume is that you've ever worked on.
That's like asking me who my favorite child is.
Yeah, I was going to say, pick your darlings.
I mean, I love them all, and I love their just the regular clothes as much as I love, the Mockingbird costume. I love that, but I also love what Bobby wore in that last episode. That really great gray, textured shirt was amazing on her.
Oh yeah.
So,
she kind of can wear clothes.
Oh God, yes.
The Hulk would like to know, was it your idea for Patton Oswalt to wear a Star Wars tie?
Star Wars tie. He wore the, I think they were sheets that he slept in. He was in pajamas, yeah.
Yes,
and
okay.
The Star Wars sheets were not my idea.
Oh.
But I loved them, and so did Pat.
And Renee would like to know, if you could design any Marvel character, who would it be and why?
Who would it be and why? I've always said I love Black Widow.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with her, so...
Scarlett Johansson also can wear some clothes.
Yes, she can. Yeah, probably Black Widow.
And then we have from Stephen Strange, are there any specific outfit upgrades you're working on for the upcoming season that you can talk about?
Nothing that I can talk about right now.
It's all super duper secret. Well, we're getting towards the end of our time, but thank you guys so much for sending in your questions.
Absolutely,
Where can people find you online?
Twitter, afoley24, and Instagram is ann.foley.
Awesome. And you guys, check out the third season of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. coming to ABC on Tuesdays, I believe September 29th.
I think so, yeah.
So check it out. We'll be back with Marvel Live. So I'm here with the creatives behind Marvel's Agent Carter, Tara Butters, Michelle Fazekas, and Chris Dingus. You guys, I'm so excited about season 2. Are you guys so pumped up?
It was incredible. We couldn't have been happier to find out that we were going to be able to do this all over again.
So now I hear you guys are moving to Hollywood, or at least the cast will be. What was the idea behind moving them?
Well, it had been something we had been talking about for a while, actually. Well into the first season, we had talked about moving. Wouldn't it be interesting to tell these stories in Los Angeles? Partially because we shoot in Los Angeles, partially because a lot of these film noir movies that were sort of inspiring us take place in LA. It became a very organic way to because we really wanted Jarvis back, and Jarvis, is Howard's butler, so he doesn't work for the SSR. So you have to figure out organic ways to include him in the storytelling. So we figured out a great way. So Howard's moved to LA, doing contract work for the government, maybe opening up a movie studio just for the heck of it, and Jarvis is setting up his Beverly Hills estate. So I like that it's a little bit different look for the show, a little bit bigger wardrobe for the show. So it feels like a natural progression.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense with that film noir style. Now, also you mentioned the SSR. The SSR has had a bit of a strained relationship in Peggy's life. How are we going to see her interacting with them in the future?
In this season, she'll have a different relationship than last year, where she won't have to hide her mission. She'll be more confident, and the agents around her will know more what she's about, and they'll have more faith in her, and there'll be more trust there.
Well, I certainly look forward to that. It was hard to see Peggy struggle against the male machine on some level. But I also want to congratulate you ladies, because we're very excited that you are going to be writing Captain Marvel for us.
We're very excited too. It's our first comic book together, and It's been a very fun and new process.
No, we were really psyched to be asked to do that.
And two, I'm very excited because your very beautiful Comic-Con exclusive poster was actually done by Chris Anka, your artist.
I know, that was a nice surprise.
It was a coincidence, actually. Like, I think they had contracted him to do the poster separate from contracting him to do the Captain Marvel run, so it was just a bizarre coincidence.
What a happy accident. And two, I spoke with Kelly Sue DeConnick, who previously wrote Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel has an insanely huge fandom.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to get in the middle of the Carol Corps?
No.
You know what?
I don't know. We don't. It's like we don't know what we're getting into, but I'm so
they are very
excited.
Lovely, so it'll be good.
Well, we're just really hope that we can do the
Do
comic
it
book justice and follow in her footsteps, because she did an amazing job.
Amazing, and we're just kind of building on what she did with that character. I love the character she created. So in some ways, it makes it. You have a really good idea of who Carol is going into it.
Well, you guys write such beautiful, strong, interesting, different women, and I can't wait to see what happens in Marvel's Agent Carter and in Captain Marvel. Thank you so much for joining us on Marvel.com. Thank you.
By the looks of those sunglasses, you look like agent material. Get in. Fasten your seatbelts, please, sir.
You got it.
You seem awfully confident. First, where are you from and what's your name, sir?
I am Nathaniel. Agent Nathaniel. To be Agent Nathaniel.
Then we'll see.
Well,
that's still.
Maybe I'm an agent of somewhere else.
Okay, well, let's agree to disagree here.
Well, okay.
All right, first question up. What ingredients are in Fitz's favorite sandwich? Not so cocky now, are you?
It's pretty quiet back there.
Oh,
That is
look at
classified info I've not been able to get my hands on, sir.
So is that code for you have no idea what the answer is and you just got one wrong?
I guess you can interpret it as that.
Agent Cliff,
sir.
what would you think?
I think he has one wrong, sir.
Incorrect. That is incorrect. All right, so far you have one wrong. You only have two wrong left and then you fail, okay?
Fair enough.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
Lance Hunter was once married to which other agent?
He was married to Mockingbird.
Okay, we're gonna give you that one, even though technically it's Agent Bobby Morse. Are you more nervous than when you sat in this car in the first place?
I am more relaxed.
Well, you have a poor judge of the situation here. All right, your next question. What is Lincoln's ability?
Shape-shifting.
Shape-shifting.
I take that back. He actually absorbs material.
That was also wrong. So now you have two wrong answers and one correct answer.
I like those odds.
You like those odds? Okay, you like those odds.
Mm.
What is the code name the team uses to describe a powerful object of unknown origin that must be investigated? You're just pausing dramatically because you know the answer, correct?
Possibly.
I thought so.
Ward. That is my final answer.
That was the wrongest answer you could have possibly answered. I'm very certain that you are a Hydra operative.
I'm fairly certain you are.
I think you... Agent Cliff, what are you doing?
Oh no, sir, not again.
Okay, what did we talk about? We don't know who we can trust and... Oh, there's two of them? Hold on, sorry. Excuse me, Agent Cliff. I can't unbuckle my seatbelt because it's not safe, but I will...
Oh, good!
Okay.
Oh, God, I've been compromised.
Hey guys, we're here with Mac and Lincoln from Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And you guys have had such an amazing second season. It's been huge. You both have been through quite a lot. We see a lot of anger coming from Mac.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Oh, what has the evolution of that been like for you?
It's been interesting. You know, when I first was hired, it was very nonchalant. It was all pretty much about Fitz and helping him out. And then things just really turned on a dime. And yeah, there's been a lot of anger and frustration and butting heads with Coulson. And I imagine in season 3 that will continue to some extent.
Ooh, Coulson, you better watch your back. And now you are bringing this whole new facet into the Marvel Universe with Inhumanity. What has it been like being sort of the first super-powered humans that we're seeing?
Look, it's very cool to kind of represent and tap into this side of the universe. And I don't know, I mean, the focus hasn't so much been on my character in season 2. I mean, it's just been introduced. It's mainly about Daisy, Sky in season 2, Daisy in season 3.
And speaking of, you and Daisy, I could be wrong, but I feel a vibe. Is there a vibe?
Between us? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not between you.
Well, there's a little vibe between us. Look, I don't know what the writers have in mind, but, you know, I think in season 2, Lincoln and Sky got along pretty well. Obviously, things came to a head abruptly towards the end of the season, and I'm really not sure where the writers are taking us into season 3, but I'm excited to find out.
Well, we are excited to find out, too. Thank you guys so much for...
Excuse me, miss?
Yes?
I'm a stranger. Would you like to get in the car with me?
Why?
Just to see if you have what it takes to be a SHIELD agent.
Yeah.
Hop in. Excuse me, do you want me to unlock the door?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll do that.
Oh my gosh, this is so cool.
You're right, it is. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions to test your knowledge of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you comply?
Yes.
If you get 3 questions right, then you pass the test.
Right.
You get 3 questions wrong, you fail the test. Passing, you get gifts.
I like gifts.
Likes gifts. And if you fail, we will leave you in a very undesirable part of San Diego.
Well, then I better not fail.
First question. Who is finally revealed to be the clairvoyant in season 1?
Garrett.
Wow, that was overwhelmingly quick.
Well, maybe I'm a clairvoyant.
HQ, can we do a run of the index to make sure she's not on the index? Thank you. Next question. Mike Peterson is also known by what name?
Was he the Berserker?
No.
Dang it, what was it?
He was Deathlock.
I can't believe I forgot that.
So you have 1 right and 1 wrong.
Right.
All right, the next question is, in season 1, who shot Sky?
Quinn.
Wow, when she knows it, she knows it. And she's correct, congratulations. You're 1 step closer to being certified as a recruit.
Yay.
Here's the next question. At the end of season 2, what is Cal's profession?
At the end of it.
At the end
Now,
of the
he
finale.
was a doctor,
Yes.
but that wasn't he the head of the Kree?
Are you interrogating me or am I interrogating you?
I don't know.
I will ask the questions.
I'm gonna go with him being the head of the Kree.
No. He is a veterinarian. Right now you've gotten 2 right and 2 wrong.
So it all comes down to this.
It all comes down to this. What's your level of confidence as to whether you'll get it right?
It's 50-50.
At least she's honest. Grant Ward has a brother. Is a U.S. Senator. For which state?
Oh no. And I could be very wrong.
You could be embarrassingly wrong.
But I'm gonna go Massachusetts.
HQ, are we gonna accept Massachusetts as the correct answer? All right. They think you're a viable recruit. You got it correct.
Yay!
You get this official SHIELD lanyard, which in addition to being official is also shiny.
It is shiny, but I do remember these can be used to track me. Are you just handing this to me so you can track me later?
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
I mean, I'm flattered that you want to track me.
Yes, we do want to track you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Congratulations, you're 1 step closer to being a real SHIELD agent.
Yes.
Success.
Awesome.
You can jump out onto the street.
I'm excited to be a recruit.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com. I am very sweaty in San Diego. We have Daphne over at Comic Cave Studios. You got some really great stuff to show us. First, how are you doing today?
Hi, Blake. I'm doing great.
How's the con been so far for you?
It's been fantastic. The response from everyone has just been great. Everyone's just going nuts about what we put out so far.
Yeah, you guys have demoed some stuff for us, and I gasp in awe of the amazement. So let's get right to it. What do you have for us this year?
Okay, so right in front here we've got the 112 Iron Man Mark 43. We've got a prototype right next to it as well. So. Right at the back, we've got the 112 Hulkbuster. That's a demo piece of the arm, and in this is a prototype at the moment. But in the actual piece, the chest is going to open out and it's going to reveal a 112 Mark 43 inside.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so these two pieces will come together. Is that like in one package, or is that?
No, they're not going to come together.
You got to get two then. All right. Well, let's talk. This Iron Man piece is fantastic as well.
That's the 1/4 Iron Man Mark 42. So that's from the Iron Man 3 movie. But it's a 1/4 scale. It's going to come with a whole range of accessories, interchangeable hands, battle damage armor, face sculpt of RDJ.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And then we also have the shotgun, shades, and the ego art. Yeah. All right, so now this is not even the coolest part, but it's really cool. The demo prototype of the Age of Ultron. I don't even know how to even explain. You got to tell us about this thing. This is fantastic. Nick, you got to get close up of this thing.
Okay, so this is the end credit scene in the latest movie, Avengers 2: Age of Ultron. So what we've done is we've put what the animators have done into a diorama. Currently, this is just a prototype, so it's still made of resin, but this is surely going to be a centerpiece. If you own one of these, everyone's going to be talking about it. Everyone's just been coming here and taking videos of it, and it's really been exciting. Yeah.
I think you'd have to like take out your couch and put this thing in there, and it's probably worth it too.
I think you would want to take out your couch just to put this in.
So there's Hulk, Vision, Thor, Quicksilver, Scarlet Witch. He's fighting Ultron, right?
Yeah. And there's
Cap. That's awesome. All right, now for the premium big piece you have here, which when I first saw it, I was like, oh, the Age of Ultron Hulkbuster. Please tell us about this one.
Okay, so the Hulkbuster that you see here is a 1/4 scale. Well, we're not going to talk.
Just stand in awe. So basically, you put one of these guys into there, and it does that, and that's awesome, right?
So that's the Mark 43 inside. So when Hulkbuster opens up, you see the Mark 43, and the Mark 43 also reveals the face sculpt of Robert Downey Jr. inside of the figure, and you can even take it out in the eventual piece. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a new era for toys right here. This is fantastic. How can fans get one of these, or when will they be able to?
It's going to release in the 3rd quarter of next year. It's got a very limited run. So what they can do is they can contact us via our website, by email, on social media, or if you're located in North America, you could contact our distributor, Bluefin Distribution.
Oh, awesome. Yeah. And what's the website and the social media again?
Comic Cave Studios. So it's just comiccavestudios.com, or Facebook/Comic Cave Studios, Twitter/Comic Cave Studios.
That's awesome. Well, Daphne, thanks so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to steal all your toys now and put them in my house.
And I'm going to close my eyes.
Stay tuned for more.
Waving at us?
I think so.
All right, I guess
pull over.
we should just Oh, and they're entering our vehicle without even any permission yet. What? Hello?
Hey.
You're just, okay. I would assume you flagging us down means that you have some or a great deal of knowledge of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you ready for Operation Recruitment?
Sure. Let's do it.
Here's how this is going to go. You're going to be asked 5 questions. If you get 3 right, you pass. If you get 3 wrong, you fail. Are you ready?
Yes. I'm ready.
I like your confidence. Your first question. What is Agent Alfonso Mac Mackenzie's area of expertise / job in S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Weapons intel? Weapons.
You said that so quickly and with so much confidence. Incredibly wrong. His character literally is always working on a car. He's a mechanic. In every episode, he's working on some sort of vehicle. You know, it's fine. I'll just go into an easier question. No worries. This happens. Okay. Raina is known for wearing dresses featuring this design / pattern.
Houndstooth?
What? First I need a clarification on what houndstooth is.
It's a British plaid.
Are there actual teeth on the plaid?
Yes.
There are?
Yeah.
From hounds?
No.
Huh. As strange as your answer was, it's flowers. I just have one quick question for you. Why did you bother flagging us down if you have clearly no knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D. in any way?
Maybe we're just waiting for you to ask us the right question.
Oh, okay, here we go. In the beginning of season 2, Simmons is working undercover. Who is she supposedly working for?
Hydra.
That's actually correct and eerie that you knew that answer. HQ, are you getting this? Ladies, remind me, what was your name again? First and last name? That'd be great.
We stand with Ward.
Agent Cliff, please pull the car over. Stop the car. Stop the car. HQ, do we have any backup in the area? No. We'll just dump them. We'll just dump them out here. Please just exit the vehicle. Now. Fast. Get out. Get out.
Hail Hydra.
Please don't say that again. Just adding salt to the wound. Get out. Drive. 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 What? What? I have no field training. Okay? We'll just put a marker down and have HQ come and get him. It's fine.
Excuse me, miss?
Yes?
I'm a stranger. Would you like...
Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com with the original Marvel superhero, Wesley Snipes. I want to ask, what's it like having fans always asking for Blade to return? How do you feel about that?
It's all good. I mean, I've kind of grown kind of comfortable with it now, and we'd love to give them what they're asking for. You know, that would be very sweet.
How do you think you would interact with the Avengers or the Guardians of the Galaxy or teams like that?
No problem. I mean, you know, Blade is a half vampire, half human, so he's got one up on him, and he's got a better wardrobe.
So for fans who couldn't make it to the show this time, what did they miss involving the player at the con?
Well, I think they'll be surprised when they see some of the plot twist and the depth of the story, depth of the characters. I mean, it's not just going to be about action. There'll be some good storylines and some good character twist, plot twist as well. So I think they kind of missed that, but it's okay. They can catch it again on Thursday night, and then again Friday night, and Saturday's good too. We got nothing else to do.
And for Marvel fans, why should they see the player?
For Marvel fans, because your boy is in there. Your boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies. Are either of you Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. fans? Yes. Do you think you have what it takes for Operation Recruitment? We'll see about that. All right, hop in. No sign of any Hydra agents in the area. All right, Here's how this is going to happen. There are 5 questions. You answer 3 of them correct, you pass, and you get to go on to be eligible for SHIELD recruitment training. 3 wrong, you fail the test, and we're going to drop you off as far as humanly possible for the convention center. Are you ready for question number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What object did Nick Fury give to Coulson to help rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D.?
His toolbox, right?
That is correct. Even though you doubted yourself, that was absolutely correct.
Yes.
Next time, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents need to have more confidence in the field.
Well, yes, it is the toolbox.
Okay. In the 2nd season finale, what is the code name that appears on the folder that Director Coulson gives to Skye? What is the code name on the folder that Director Coulson gives to Skye?
Is her wait? Her code name, what is it?
You have 7 seconds, or
Oh my
else
God.
this will literally explode in my hands.
Oh
and
God.
I like my hands, so please hurry. 7, 6,
Oh, I got nothing.
5,
I got nothing.
4, 3,
Too busy crying. Yeah.
2, 8. I apologize, you are incorrect. It was caterpillars. That was the code name that appears on the
we
folder.
went through.
Where does Gordon take Skye to learn about her powers?
Afterlife. Afterlife.
Oh, now I gotta change it up again. You're getting too good
That
at
was
this.
too easy.
Agent Cliff, are you impressed?
That's impressive.
Agent Cliff does not impress very easily. So this next question could be the question that helps you pass. Director Coulson was secretly working on a project known as the Theta Protocol, which helped save the world in Marvel's Avengers Age of Ultron. What did this initiative work to restore?
The helicarrier. Yeah, it was the helicarrier that helped them at the end.
going to believe you.
It's it's to repair the.
Well,
the
you should be a
helicarrier.
believer because she's correct. That's 3 correct answers.
Really?
That means that both of you get an official SHIELD lanyard, gets you into all sorts of access points in the SHIELD base. There you are, another official SHIELD lanyard for you. You have to be quicker. That's part of the SHIELD training. And you're both going to have mailed to you a limited edition San Diego exclusive Comic-Con poster of Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. signed by the cast. So, you should be very excited about that.
I'm super excited.
Congratulations, you both passed phase 1 of Operation Recruitment. You have your official lanyards and your limited edition S.H.I.E.L.D. poster. Please exit the vehicle and enjoy the rest of your San Diego Comic-Con, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've made S.H.I.E.L.D. proud.
We'll try.
Director Coulson would be very... And they left.
Hello, we are live. Marvel.com live from San Diego Comic-Con 2015. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've had to do this intro since we got here. We are coming to you sponsored by Marvel Future Fight by Netmarble. And I am Marvel.com Aaron Mark Strom, and we are joined by Scott Porter, who we just announced you are voicing Scarlet Spider in Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six.
Yeah.
How's that going?
You know what? First of all, I'm glad I can finally talk about it. I don't know who all they announced that's in the cast, but it is an incredible cast, and it's the first time recording that particular show is the first time that I've ever done group recordings where I stand. Usually I go into a booth, I record by myself. This time I go into a room and there's about 8 to 10 of us on microphone, all performing the script at the same time. It feels almost like a radio play as we're performing it. So it's really cool, man.
So how long have you guys been doing this now then? Because I know that we actually record these things way ahead of time.
Yeah, I started recording for Spidey in February.
Wow.
So yeah, we've been at it, and I'm in 12 episodes.
Okay.
And then hoping there might be more. Teaser.
Wink, wink. Jeff Loeb, Harrison Wilcox. So what can you tell us about Scarlet Spider in this series?
You know what, man? It's the first time I get to kind of go. He's the badass of the group. He's kind of the Wolverine, for lack of a better analogy, right? And he is, and to hear my voice normally, I would have, you would never think that I get to have fun and voice somebody like that. But I do a lot of late night video game sessions, and I imitate a lot of the video game leads.
Yeah.
Like Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War, and it came in handy because I walked in and they were like, well, we need him lower and raspier. Wait, no, even lower and raspier. He can't sound like anyone. And so Scarlet Spider ends up being like, my name's Scarlet Spider. You don't understand. You don't know where I'm from. And he's just it's this really cool, kind of character. And so it's one of the first times that I go in to a booth and I do not sound like myself at all, and it's a blast.
Right, because I remember last time you did some voice work for us was on the X-Men anime,
yeah,
where you were Cyclops.
Yeah.
And that was I imagine, a very different experience, just coming in and sort of like dubbing over the already animated mouth flaps.
Yeah, so it's so interesting when you talk about voiceover. There's so many different ways that it's done. You can do it to animation. You can do it as an overdub for an animation that was done in a different language where you have to match the actual lip flaps. Or you can do it from scratch, not knowing what any of the artwork is going to look like, and just start laying down lines, and then they'll build the artwork around it.
Right.
Or in video games, it's you get some concept art, and you just have to say all of these static lines where you're like trying to get the player to do something. So there's so many varied ways to do voiceover, but this one I think is my favorite because it really is like a live performance, like a radio play every time I'm in there. I'm in there with Matt Lanter and with Drake Bell and Arlen Escarpeta and some of the...
we didn't announce Drake Bell.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah, no.
You didn't. He's only been doing it for...
No, I'm just kidding.
How many years?
I'm just kidding. He's only been Spider-Man for 3 seasons.
He's only been
now.
Spider-Man for so many years. Yeah, he's back. We're just announcing Drake Bell is back, folks. Congratulations.
So now, you're not only voicing the characters, but I know you're also a huge comics fan, huge HeroClix guy.
Yeah.
What are you reading these days?
You know what, man? I just had a kid. I have a 7-week-old kid.
That's no excuse.
So
That's no what?
I've been reading him Scotty Young's Rocket Raccoon.
Nice.
So I have a couple of the trades for that. And
you have to get him early.
Yeah, and you know what? It's like, you're thinking, well, a cutesy character, but he's 7 weeks old. He doesn't understand anything. And as I'm reading him Rocket Raccoon, I'm like, this might be one of the filthier Marvel books, actually. There's a lot of F-bombs in here and a lot of kill, 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 die, die, die. That's going to be like his first words. Kill, kill, kill. I'm going to be like, oh, God, what did I do to my son? But yeah, it's so I've been reading that for him, and I don't do digital and I don't do individual issues anymore because I have a man cave and I have these wonderful bookshelves and I want to fill them with trades. So I wait until the trades come out. So I'm a little bit behind. Haven't read Secret War yet. I haven't gotten there yet.
Makes sense.
But as far as the HeroClix stuff goes, I'm way ahead. There's a new Nick Fury and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. set that comes out in August.
Yeah, I just saw those on the floor over here.
Yeah, well, I got to do an unboxing about a month ago,
nice.
and I'm editing that down. So I do the unboxing. I did one for the Deadpool set, and then I did one for the Avengers Assemble set, and I just did one for Nick Fury and the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's really, really, really a cool set. There's like over 80 pieces, and you can build a Hulkbuster, which is, they have individual pieces of a Hulkbuster. They give you... like there's 2 legs, a torso, 2 arms, and a head, and then there's a base, and so you collect them over time, and then
you build it yourself.
You build it yourself, and then once you get all the pieces, he's like this uber powerful piece that you can use in the game. So
that's incredible.
Yeah, and all the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that were on television that are now in the S.H.I.E.L.D. comic, which I have been keeping up with. So May and Ward and Coulson and they're all in the set. Fitz and Simmons, they're all in the set. Sky as well, who is also Daisy Johnson, who is also Quake, which makes my head hurt. But it's a really, really cool set. So sometimes even when I can't get to the books, I end up learning exactly what's going on in the Marvel Universe through HeroClix and through all the other nerdy stuff that I love that has to do with Marvel.
Very nice. You know, your story about reading Rocket Raccoon to your son, I just want to let you know that you're not alone in that because my sister recently had a kid, and it was like right before Daredevil came out. I was asking my mom, like, oh, have you watched Daredevil yet? And she's like, oh, yeah. Me and Bryce, my nephew, watched the first 3 episodes last time. I'm like, Mom, that's not something you show to, like, a 3-week-old baby. Like, his first words are just going to be, like, his first action is going to be, like, smashing someone's head in with a car door. I'm like, God, no, don't do that.
3 weeks old. He has no clue what's going on in this world. My son's 7 weeks old. Has really no clue. He's just starting to kind of, get a deeper sense of sight, right? Because babies at that age can only see between 8 and 12 inches, really. They can only focus on those things. So as long as you're not, like, putting him right up into the violence and being like, this is what you will be.
Wilson Fisk is your role model.
Yeah, but the cool thing with Scotty Young's Rocket is it's just so colorful, and he has such a unique style, and so when I do read it to my son will sit on my chest, and I'll be sitting there and I'll put him right here, and he'll just kind of be looking down, and I'll just have the book there, and the colors catch his eye, and he'll just stare and try and figure out what he's looking at, you know, and it's so cool to see him, even at this young of an age, like really intrigued by what's going on in the funny books.
Sky's doing, do you know about the book that Sky's doing for Secret Wars?
No.
Which is, I forget what it's called, it's like giant-sized little Avengers versus X-Men or whatever.
Yes, I do.
It's adorable. When that comes out on trade, you should get that.
Oh yeah, I definitely will, because those things my wife will read. She doesn't read a lot of books, but anything with baby Avengers or baby X-Men or the pets, like Lockheed and Lockjaw, and yeah, she'll read those.
Very nice. All right, well, I'm getting the motion that we gotta start wrapping up. So
Okay.
Thank you for joining us, Scott.
No, thank you for having me.
Of course, you can not see him, but hear him on Marvel's Ultimate Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six, which is coming in 2016, so next year.
It's gonna be so awesome.
Until then, we will be back, or actually up next is some footage of our interview with Tom DeLonge, and until then, this is Marvel, your universe.
Hey, we're shooting. We're good. We got a seat. Great. You're sitting right here. I warmed it up for you. How you doing? Are we being recorded? We are. So our tradition, our policy is we always say, and we are joined by, and we let our guests, whomever they may be, introduce themselves however they're most comfortable.
I love the outfit over there too. He's glowing. I love this. How fun is this? This is so cool to me. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. But we are joined by.
Oh, my name is Tom DeLonge. I am here to be joining you guys.
Is this your first Comic-Con?
Oh, hell no. I live in the city. I'm the mayor. Nothing happens in San Diego without my consent.
I like that.
Yeah. I'm in charge of it.
Do you like walk around the streets, you know?
I approve landscape designs. That's the joke of the day.
Very nice. So you're here. This is a Marvel podcast, a Marvel event. Who are your favorite Marvel characters?
Oh, God, I like them all. I would have to say, if I had to choose, I was a big fan. You know what really made me like it all was when the movies all started really happening and putting these things into kind of a modern perspective. I really love how Thor is always so, he's just so polite. You know? But it's funny because now when you even watch the old cartoons, he still has that same kind of dialect. He's always very regal and polite and saying funny things. I thought that was really cool. I like the kind of Han Solo attributes of the Guardians of the Galaxy dude.
Yeah.
Chris Pratt's character.
Yeah, Star-Lord.
Star-Lord, yeah. I think that he brought a really great color to that character. I don't know. They're all great. I love
that kind of answer. Thank you.
Now,
we appreciate
now
that.
you just have me imagining Thor politely smashing someone with his hammer.
Yeah. Well, what I really like is how they're playing with who can pick up the hammer and doing those types of things. But what's really cool, more so, is that I think bringing to life superheroes is not an easy thing, and it's working. You know, like putting that on the big screen and having it be cool and not hokey. It's awesome. It's Marvel took a big risk in setting up their own studio to do all that stuff, and I think it's awesome how they pulled it off.
Would you like to do PR for us? Because that is terrific stuff.
I would be like, Thor is going to be naked today and tomorrow and the next day.
I think there's a lot of people who would be super into that, and that's okay.
I mean, I'm not that much. Maybe a little bit. Why is everyone so quiet?
Yeah, we're in a library.
Is this a library?
Right?
Shh.
Whoa.
Quiet. I've never even been to this building, and this is my hometown. You guys, did they build this for you guys?
Yeah, they built it just for us. They were like, "Oh, Marvel's coming. We're gonna pimp this out a little bit."
Man, this is awesome. And you are giving away free toys as well.
We are. So yeah, we have Guardians of the Galaxy. It's not actually the mixtape. It's a charm. It's a necklace that is a little cassette tape.
It should be the actual. Did you please tell me he did cassette tapes?
We did cassette tapes.
Okay,
we did a very limited run of cassette tapes.
Angels and Airwaves thought about doing cassette tapes, and I don't know who to blame why we didn't do them, because I thought that was a really cool. It's retro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember like Record Store Day over the last couple of years has had a number of cassette tapes available. I think that's when we did the Guardians cassette.
Is it going to be weird if I tell you that when I was a kid, my brother and I made an entire 60-minute cassette tape of farts?
No, not weird at all.
I swear to God, we did.
That's like half the podcast that these two do for Marvel.
We kept the record buttons down because you play and record, and then the pause button. We run over and hit the pause button and just get it recorded. It was pretty awesome.
Hearing that you also did that is quite a relief.
Yes. Very nice.
Oh boy.
I love. Yeah.
Thank you.
I never expected to hear an also with that with that idea. Yeah, I thought we were like the only ones. Like,
We'll get into that later.
Yeah, you guys can. Were you and your brother superhero fans, comic book fans growing up as well, or?
You superhero fans for sure. Science fiction fans the most. We were always really into the Star Wars stuff for sure. I think we grew up in an area outside of San Diego that was pretty boring. Our parents would be going off to work, so we'd either skateboard from one end of the town to the other, or we'd be in the background or the backyard playing imaginary stuff. And it's so funny because I'm so involved in the whole science fiction world creation right now. Every once in a while I'll stop and I go, this is not where I thought I would end up, because I never considered myself someone that was really, really into that stuff,
Right.
like some of the people that you would see that come to Comic-Con. But maybe I was, maybe I actually was and didn't know it, because you always think, oh, I'm normal, but I'm like playing spaceships in the grass and, and taking my dog and letting him kiss me and stuff. I'm just joking. That was a joke. I'm just trying to see if you guys are listening.
But I think that what we've found over the last couple of years is this is the normal. Like, we are the normal, like, loving sci-fi, loving comic books. Like, there's nothing crazy about it because everybody does. Everybody is into all this cool stuff, and it's pretty great.
Yeah, I think with, when Marvel has just absolutely exploded over the past decade, what was, it's no different than me growing up with the bands and always being a little tiny group within the high school that we didn't quite fit in. It's like you kind of taken over and become the cool kids for a bit here. And what's also great about Comic-Con is it's pulled everyone together of all these different worlds, and it's cool I tell people it's cool to be a kid or be a kid with your kid. And it's honestly what made me start my new company and get into feature films and comics and animations and all these things I'm doing now. It's because when I went to Comic-Con the first time about 8 or so years ago, and I walked in, I was like, this is insane. This is like, I could be young forever and still be called a professional.
Yeah. 8 or so years ago, even that is still so different from it is, what Comic-Con is today is this crazy, wild, amazing place, which I love it. It's growing, growing, growing. I mean, I'm not sure, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think this building was utilized in this way last year, or it was. No, it wasn't.
I've got
conflicting reports here.
Conflicting report. You get your facts straight, John.
Yeah, I will never do that. So you're doing all kinds of cool stuff, the world building. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're working on?
Yeah, so about 10 years ago, I started a band called Angels and Airways as an art project. We kind of saw ourselves trying to create a band when music wasn't selling because people were starting to rip off albums. So I kind of thought, well, music is going to get bigger than it's ever been because it's becoming free, but really what will it serve a purpose for? And I kind of thought that there will be a kind of a convergence of multiple industries coming and working together, because if the money wasn't in music anymore and people were going to start ripping off movies next, I kind of knew, as being entrepreneurial and having businesses that I've always been building, I knew that the resources to promote those things were going to be scarce. So looking down the line, I saw one pile of limited capital promoting an art project that is part music, part film, part comic, part book. I saw all these industries coming together and saying, hey, rather than everybody doing their own thing, we're all going to work on one thing together. So I created a company called To The Stars. The website's tothestars.media because L. Ron Hubbard owns tothestars.com, but I'm going to talk to that whole organization here after this.
It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, I know, man. And we're building franchisable intellectual properties. I don't know the sexy word, we say transmedia, but what we're doing is kind of bringing all these artists together that exist in animation, feature film, publishing, music, and we all work on the same thing together to create an art piece that lasts. And that was another thing I didn't like about music. You put a lot of time and energy and money into an album, and then like 6 months later, you forgot the name of that record potentially, or the logo that was on it.
Sure.
I wanted it to last longer.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be bigger than what it was. So this was my way, but it had to be a team sport. So that's what we're doing.
That's cool. Very ambitious. I'm into it.
I've always been that way. But if you see, my whole thing is if you shoot for things that are so astronomically high.
Mhm.
Wherever you land is probably going to kind of get you past most others, you know?
Yeah.
You just got to have really big goals, and if you don't achieve them, you're still kind of did some pretty cool stuff, so.
Totally. So we've got about 15 minutes left. Tom, you're welcome to hang out with us, and we're going to take some more fan questions. I want to give away stuff, guys. You know, like, come back to the microphone there. We've got this stuff. I want you to take it because I do not want to carry it back to the convention center.
While people are walking up, I have a question for Tom.
Yes.
So if you could come to Comic-Con dressed as any sort of character,
sure,
who would you want to get dressed up as?
Oh, I would probably want to be definitely a woman.
Cool.
And then, is there any women that I don't know? That's it. That's just it. No, I'm just joking. Okay, let's think about this for a second. If I was to have like unlimited resources to have the costume of all costumes that really worked, I would probably want to be like a really good version of Tron and have that motorcycle too. That would be really cool for me.
And have the motorcycle.
Wasn't that part of it, right?
Well, I'm not sure that the security guards would allow.
I better not just
What,
get the
it-
stick too and say
it-
imaginary turns into a bike. Like,
You know what? It would be totally worth it to get kicked off Comic-Con forever if you were able to dress up in that costume and get the actual motorcycle and ride it from one end of the floor
I would
to the
love
other.
that. Or I just do like the throwback and I just get a horse and we put like glowing stuff on me and the horse.
I don't know how having a horse is easier, better, or safer than a motorcycle,
Hey,
but I love it.
But it's unpredictable and that's
Yeah?
art.
Yes,
you
it
know?
is.
So right now we're in the Toy Box Speedway, and Ryan is a senior producer on my team, is playing as Hulkbuster. We're in the hub mode right now, which is where you actually start off before you choose which track you want to play inside of the Speedway. This at San Diego Comic-Con is the first time we're actually showing any of the Marvel characters playable. It's a little bit of a treat for Marvel fans. So right there we've got Hulkbuster riding on the Interpol vehicle from the Muppets. If you guys remember that movie just recently came out. So it's kind of fun. You can actually drift and do different tricks and stuff too. Ryan, why don't you show them some cool tricks? Wow. I love it. I put pressure on him. The first thing he does is crash. Oh! Yeah, so Hulkbuster's a really, really fun character to play with. All the different characters and all the different power discs that we have are playable inside this mode, which is a lot of fun for different people to see all the different crazy combinations that you can do. Let's see, why don't we show, since some of the Marvel guys are watching right now, can you show a couple of Hulkbuster's moves? Come over here, Ryan. Speak into the microphone.
Yeah, so Hulkbuster's got some great moves. We've got our normal sort of 3-hit combo going on. Hulkbuster also can fly, so we can go into full hover mode when we go around. And then obviously he can go into repulsor attacks while he's hovering. I don't think once you power him all the way up, you'll actually go dual wield.
Yeah, he's actually at level 0 right now, so as you play through the game, you level him up. You can unlock dual repulsor rays, super moves, and stuff like that too.
Yeah. Let's see what other fun vehicles we got over here. I think we got a Mr. Toad's car.
Mr. Toad's Wild Ride?
Let's see.
Say it ain't so.
Let's see where's there he is. Let's get him in here. Yeah. The great thing about the Raceway is that no matter what character you choose, all of them are pretty evenly balanced for speed and acceleration. It's really just the different cars that you play with that kind of have different attributes, mainly handling attributes. So that way we have so many characters and so many cars, you're able to, everyone have kind of a fair race, but bikes will handle a little differently. Mr. Toad's car is actually pretty fun. It's a little rickety. I can't make that jump ever.
This is why we never, Blake, this is why we never say demo and talk at the same time, because it's so impossible to do. You know, it's like when your mom's like, you're not paying attention to me. I know you're not. Like, I'm playing a game. But one key thing that I want to point out is that for all the Marvel fans that are watching, this Toy Box Speedway is only in the Toy Box. The Marvel playset that we have coming out will feature all Marvel characters and only Marvel characters and a unique storyline for those characters. So while you're seeing lots of fun mashup stuff inside of here, there's definitely something for you core Marvel fans. That's a true to property experience you guys are hopefully going to love. And now, Ryan, you've got Ultron. Talk to us a little bit about Ultron.
So Ultron is obviously the great villain from the last film. He is a terrific character. He's got a ton of new moves. He's actually a kind of nice blend of speed and power. So he has great ranged attacks like you see here that can be powered up as well. But then his combo moves are incredibly quick and varied as well.
Yeah, Ultron's a ton of fun to play with. Now let's see some fun vehicles with Ultron, just for fun, while we're in the toy box mode here.
Say King Louie's motorcycle, and we'll also show, what do we got here? This is Alice in Wonderland's Caterpillar car.
That looks like an Ultron vehicle to me.
I think we're getting in this.
So all the different vehicles also can have loadouts, like different weapons and stuff. We've got like machine guns and bombs, and we even actually have a funny one that's kind of the equivalent of like a lightning bolt, like in Mario Kart, that actually turns everyone's carts into a jalopy, and so it kind of putters around there. And of course, as Ryan's showing you, there's lots of different tricks that all the characters can do, and you do those tricks in order to build up your turbo meter there at the bottom to give you a little bit of an extra boost of speed when you need it to pull into first place. So anyway, quick look at some of the new Marvel characters that we have, as well as the only in the toy box Speedway mode that we've got.
Hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com on the streets of San Diego at Comic-Con 2015. We have a very special guest and a very special tour. John.
What's going on, guys? I'm John Vignacchi, VP of Production on Disney Infinity, and I'm going to take Blake inside the Disney Infinity pop-up shop here at San Diego Comic-Con 2015. Got a whole bunch of cool stuff, not only from Marvel, but also Star Wars and new Disney content, so let's go on inside. What do you say, Blake? After you, my man.
Thank you, sir. So, John, we are very excited about this. You have some really new, great characters that are about to come out, correct, I believe?
Yeah, a couple, 2-3 new characters. For the Marvel fans that are watching right now, we've announced a Hulkbuster figure as well as an Ultron figure. And actually, right behind us over here, a character wall where we've got a whole bunch of different characters. In fact, we have announced that at the end of Disney Infinity 3.0's life cycle, we're going to have over 100 playable characters and, of course, a huge collection of Marvel characters. So if you check out over there, we've got a lot of our characters from 2.0, as well as that new Hulkbuster character and Ultron. So one thing that we have announced is that for Marvel fans, we're going to have a brand new Marvel playset. We haven't announced what the content is of it yet, but we're really, really hoping that diehard Marvel fans are going to have a blast playing it. It's being developed in conjunction with United Front Games. They're located in Vancouver, and they've made some great games in the past. And so far, based on their latest milestone, the Marvel content's looking awesome, man.
That's awesome. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. So right over here in the pop-up shop, we've announced this year with Disney Infinity 3.0, our starter pack is going to include Star Wars Twilight of the Republic. This is a playset based on episodes 1 through 3, or the Clone Wars era. So over here, we've got demo stations up where people are playing some of this cool new Star Wars content and playing with some of their favorite characters. So that's a quick look at there. Over here, we've got what's called Toy Box Speedway. So this is actually one of our new Toy Box games that allows you to take any character, whether Marvel, Disney, or Star Wars, and play with them in some cool structured gameplay content. So the Speedway is actually a kart racer. Yeah, it's totally wicked. So you can take any of your favorite characters and you can race on a whole bunch of different tracks. And actually, one of the cool tracks that we have inside of here is called Race to Nowhere. So it takes place in the Guardians of the Galaxy fiction, inside of nowhere. She's actually racing through the celestial head, and it's totally awesome. I think fans are gonna love it. So that's a quick look at the Speedway. And as we head on over here, we've got a whole other demo station set up over here that's based on Rise Against the Empire. This is a play set that's set during episodes 4 through 6, Star Wars, A New Hope, and so on. So they actually be doing the Battle of Yavin that you see right here. You got to head off to Endor and hang out with the Ewoks and use all your favorite Star Wars characters and play a really, really fun gameplay experience that actually retells in kind of a whimsical, fun way some of the iconic events of episodes 4 through 6. So that's Rise Against the Empire. And then Blake over here, in case there's any Marvel fans who are also Disney Pixar fans, we've announced a brand new playset that's going to be available at launch based on Disney Pixar's new film Inside Out. Have you had a chance to see that yet?
No, but I'm very excited to see it.
It's a totally awesome movie. So we actually did something a little bit different this year. Typically, our playsets have always been open world action adventure games. We decided to do more of like a 2D / 2.5D isometric gameplay experience because that movie actually isn't a lot about combat. So we want to deliver something that actually spoke to the core tenets of the film. Is actually a lot of fun to play. So that's a quick look at Inside Out. For you Marvel fans out there, Hulkbuster and Ultron are going to be available this fall, and then that new Marvel playset's coming early next year. And I believe I was actually just in New York meeting with a whole bunch of your senior team. I think we're going to have a lot of cool news about it at New York Comic Con, so stay tuned for that.
I can't wait. Let's see. Can we talk about this
Yeah,
as well?
Absolutely. Yeah, Blake. So, you guys over here, if you bring the camera over here, here's a whole bunch of prototype characters that we had put together. You actually see a lot of the different poses that we had worked on, and these are our 3D prints. So we work closely with Joe Quesada as well as with Dan Buckley and Chris Fondacaro, and the entire team over there at Marvel, to really capture the essence of the Marvel characters. And so these aren't the final ones, obviously, that you guys are looking at. These are kind of our work in progress ones, but we went through many, many, many different iterations in order to get to a quality level. I mean, the thing is this, Marvel fans, they know quality. And so we wanted to make sure that our figures could pass the discerning eye of the Marvel collector, even though it's primarily for a video game, it's intended for kids and family. So our guys worked really, really hard, and I think we're pretty happy with the level of quality, and it's getting even better right now. I mean, when you guys get your hands on that Hulkbuster figure, we were showing it to Quesada, and he's like, wow, this is really awesome. I'd like to have this just on my desk. So that was totally cool and a great moment in time.
How long does it take to get one of these made?
Well, it depends who you're working with. Thankfully, the team at Marvel is very easy to work with, and so that allowed us to do a lot of characters with your guys. And so typically the process from a design standpoint takes a few months. We start working in concept first. We start doing 2D sketches. Then eventually we move that into 3D, into Maya. And we actually start doing some 3D prints in order to get an understanding of exactly how these figures are going to look and feel, make sure that they're watertight. And then eventually move into manufacturing. So typically anywhere from 10 months to 14 months to get one of these high quality figures for your guys.
And it's so cool because like you mentioned, a lot of collectors have to own every single one.
We are Marvel Live at San Diego Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight, by Netmarble. I am Marvel.com editor Mark Strom, who has now done this intro once before, so this one went much better. And I am joined by
Chris Burnham.
And of course, Chris, you are writing or co-writing with Dan Culver. E is for Extinction.
Yes.
How's that going?
It's awesome. We're all done writing it. Ramon Villalobos is, I think he's starting the 4th issue right now, so we're way ahead of schedule, looking real good. It's been fantastic.
Now, what interested you in revisiting the days of, because this, for everyone who doesn't know, is sort of the section of Battle World that is based on Grant Morrison's new X-Men run from, oh Lord, like 14 years ago. I feel old now.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But what interested you in revisiting that stuff?
I mean, those are, to me, some of the best X-Men comics that have been made since the Claremont Byrne run.
Right.
And yeah, I just love them. Mike Martz and Katie Kubert asked me if I would be interested in working on it, and I said yes. Like, I didn't even have a chance to think about it. X-Men, yes. Yeah, I'm in.
And I know you collaborate with Grant a lot for our Distinguished Competition and on Nameless at Image.
Yeah.
So did you chat with him at all ahead of time before you started writing?
Yeah, I told him I was doing it, and I told him a couple of the weird ideas I was thinking of, none of which I think made it into the book. I think they just didn't make sense. But
what were some of them?
Well, my initial idea for the book was just thinking about what are the X-Men issues of today, like who are the outsiders of today, and so I was thinking about having Beast's secondary mutation, how it was slowly turning him into a feline, and he's just feeling more and more uncomfortable in his own skin, and like, why don't my hands work right? Like, why isn't my body like matching up with what my brain is like?
He suddenly starts coughing up hairballs and feeling the urge to take naps all day long.
Right. I was gonna have him straight up turn into a woman, and like, so he's miserable for the whole series, and he looks in the mirror one day and he's just a full-on woman, and he goes, "Oh, thank God," and like his problem has been solved, and that just as a story on its own, I think that would have been pretty good, but as a side plot to a bigger thing, it would have seemed a little trashy to me. So we ended up losing that entirely.
Oh, okay.
But I could picture it in my head, and I really like it.
So when you were pitching some of these ideas to Grant, like what was his response to them?
He was very enthusiastic. He absolutely gave me his blessing for it. I'm not sure if he's ever going to read it. I'm not sure if I want him to. But yeah, he's all for it. It's pretty neat.
All right, just checking the Twitter, see if we got anything in yet. Not quite yet. So now you normally are an artist. Like I think you're probably, well, most certainly most well known for your art.
Right.
But you do, I remember you wrote an issue of something again over at those guys over there.
Yeah.
So what to you is the difference between, well, I mean, obviously there's a big difference between writing and drawing, but what are the similarities? Because it all is storytelling in the end, right?
Yeah, for sure. So when I'm writing, I'm trying to think of what is going to look the coolest, because I know even if it's not me drawing it, someone's going to have to draw this thing, and I know how long it takes. And so I'd rather them be having fun and get to draw something cool rather than a bunch of scenes of people just, sitting down and talking. Which, I mean, writers love that stuff because they get to, I'm trying to figure out how to put this in a PG podcast. They get to pleasure themselves with their fingers, writing fancy dialogue. But for an artist, that could be a real drag. So I'm always trying to think visually, think of something really that's going to look cool, and then give in this case Ramon just like you're free reign to just go for it.
Yeah, very cool. All right, just checking again. We just got one comment in from @Symmetry7. You guys should create a theme park, rides and all. I will help you design it. That kind of sounds awesome.
I'm in.
Wait, what? Here's the question. If you could design a Marvel ride, what would it be like?
Man, I mean, I guess I don't have a good answer for you. I mean, my favorite ride was always the Zipper, which was kind of like a hot dog shaped Ferris wheel, and all the carts spin pretty freely, and so you're going around it as the thing is spinning, and then the carts themselves are spinning. So you're like triple spinning, and if you can get the rotation right, you can just be constantly spinning your cart. If you're both like. If you get like two 12-year-olds in it and who are light enough, like now that I weigh 200 pounds or whatever, it would probably be tough to get that thing going. But when you're a kid, you can get these things really whipping around. So,
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds terrifying to me.
It's terrifying. So that's the Cannonball ride. Why not?
Sure, that works.
Yeah.
What else we got going on in here? It's Thor 19. All right, we got it on
This is fascinating material right here.
No, but all right, here's a question. If you could draw any Marvel book, not just write, but draw, what would it be?
It would absolutely be the Fantastic Four.
Yeah?
Yeah, I love the FF. So many good runs over the years. I've read most of them, I would say, and just so many awesome characters and situations and locations to draw. Like, I would absolutely love to do it.
Would you want to like do any redesigns on them, or would you just stick with like the classic Kirby look?
I think I'd probably stick as close to classic as I could. Although, I mean, I really like the John Byrne like reverse costumes, which that's not really what the negative version of the original costumes would look like, but I do like the look a lot. The white gloves and the black outfits. And rather than having them black with like a blue highlight, I think I'd just make them like stark black. I think that would look really cool.
Very cool. All right, we got one comment in from Tim Seeley. He's Idris Elba to me. I don't know what that means.
I don't know
Tim.
what that means. I'm not sure what that means.
All right. So yeah, I mean, have you been keeping up with like the Marvel movies at all or anything?
Yeah. I haven't seen Avengers yet. I just deadlines are so killer. I could just never make it out of the house in time to see that thing. I guess I'll catch it on digital versatile disc.
You're telling me that that getting paid so that you can eat is more important than seeing Avengers?
Yes, for sure. But yeah, I've seen all the rest of them. Dynamite. I think my favorite is Winter Soldier. I thought that was just super spectacular and had some surprisingly political things to say that I thought was pretty interesting. And apparently, it wasn't even a response to the Edward Snowden stuff. It was just
it was all written before that.
Yeah, amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that happened, and we're all like, great, this makes our movie so much more topical.
Yeah, it really seemed like, almost in the same way that the Dark Knight movie, if I could say that out loud, really seemed like a comment on the times, like so did Winter Soldier. I thought it was, big exciting beat 'em ups, and then with some sort of interesting message maybe. I thought it was great.
Very cool. All right, well, we're getting the hand motion to wrap you up, so stay tuned. We will be playing footage from the all-new, all-different Avengers panel right after this. Thank you, Chris, for joining us. We'll be back soon. This is Marvel, your universe. Oh, thank you, Chris.
We did it.
Everything I want to talk to you.
Bringing.
I'm like, so what's it like?
He's coming back to New York City, and he will actually now be in the district attorney's office. So this is a very different type of role for Matt Murdock. He is going to be in a new costume, which is a little bit darker, and it will be having a sort of sidekick character who we'll also be revealing more on in the coming weeks. But who this guy is and why he's working with Daredevil is sort of the mystery of the story. And we'll be doing a lot more with Chinatown. This kid is from Chinatown, and he wants to protect his turf, and Daredevil is helping him. So a little bit creepy, bit more noir, and Ron Garney is turning in some pages that I think we can just print it black and white. It's really, really beautiful. Very, very excited about this series, and I think you guys will be too.
Cool, thank you, Sana. How about Miss Marvel?
Oh.
G. Willow Wilson, Takeshi Miyazawa, with covers by Adrian Alfona.
Yeah, actually, slight correction there. Adrian Alfona will be doing issue 1 as well. It'll be Tak and Adrian together. It'll be a very, very interesting first issue. Ms. Marvel, Kamala Khan, is on the Avengers. Very big deal. Very excited about it. Thank you, Tom Brevoort and Mark Waid. This is Kamala Khan. She's, the last year has been about her becoming a hero, figuring out who she is, and now she sort of gets everything she wants. So this story is about what happens when people know who Ms. Marvel is and how they react to that, how they use her image for nefarious purposes, and how Kamala comes to terms with that, while also trying to be an Avenger and trying to be a friend and a daughter, all of the different responsibilities she has. It's not that easy. She has everything she wants. She's actually an Avenger for the first time, and she struggles to actually deal with the ramifications of having everything you want. So really great first issue. Her relationship with Bruno is a little bit different. Her relationship with Nakia is a little bit different. Nakia doesn't trust Ms. Marvel, but still loves her best friend Kamala. So a lot there, and just another great big year, and you can see more of Ms. Marvel's adventures also in the Avengers. Were you gonna add something? No. I sensed some Tom moving.
I'm just breathing over.
Breathing, okay, that's it, that's what it was.
All right, well, speaking of Avengers, I feel like this is a perfect opportunity to talk about the Avengers.
Oh. Is it?
Yeah, issue 0,
Well,
coming
okay.
October 14th. A lot of people on it. Mark Waid is one of them on this issue.
Yeah, Avengers 0 is kind of the kickoff, not just for the main Avengers book, but for pretty much all the various titles that are a part of what we think of as the Avengers line. So not just all new, all different Avengers, but Uncanny Avengers, New Avengers, Ultimates, A-Force, and Squadron Supreme will all be represented in some way in this big kickoff book that's sort of like one of the point ones that we've done in years past. So this initial 0 issue will feature contributions from the long list of people that you can read up on the screen. It's got a nice Kenny Rocafort cover. It sets up a whole bunch of mysteries and secrets and situations and things that you'll see played out in all of those titles as the weeks and months go on. And it's kind of your one-stop shopping entry point into the world of the Avengers after Secret Wars is over.
Excellent. Now on to issue 1. Mark Waid, Adam Kubert, and Mahmoud Asrar with covers by Alex Ross.
What a cover. Wasn't that a beautiful cover? Really nice. That Alex Ross kid is going places, I gotta tell you.
It's the first time you guys have worked together, right?
Exactly. I know. This is a career highlight. This is the big leagues. This is all new, all different, all different adventures, all different character interactions, all different menaces, all different dangers. When Tom and I sat down and put together the team, I'm really happy with the team we came up with. I'm really happy with what we ended up with, and I really love the fact that that most of these characters have not really interacted with each other in the Marvel Universe for any length of time, so that gives us a chance to focus a little less. There certainly will be bombastic action and giant, huge, earth-shattering things happening, but the most important thing to me is also getting back to character stuff and really being able to see more like what it's like to be Ms. Marvel dealing with Sam Wilson as Captain America, or what it's like to on the one hand want to be reverential toward Thor because you're Miles Morales, but at the same time she's been Thor less time than you've been Spider-Man. So that, just being able to play with those interactions and see how these characters bounce off each other, it's been a lot of fun. And Adam and Mahmoud are just amazing artists to work with.
Yeah, I think the key sense of it when we were working it out and kind of the touchstone that we were using, so make of this what you will, is we were trying to build an Avengers book that was more like the Chris Claremont, John Byrne X-Men. Yeah. So it's a tight, small team. It's as much about their interactions as it is the big, crazy adventures that they go on. And it's a little bit different stylistically than most of the Avengers books that you've seen, at least recently.
And I think the big change, and we've talked about this in interviews, we've said this already, is that they don't have access to Stark money anymore, which is something that you'll see more about in Bendis' book and some of the other things that are coming up with Iron Man. I don't want to spoil anything, but that was my initial pitch to Tom, I think, was that as I love the Avengers, but to me the Avengers' superpower as a team is that once they show up, they just keep showing up because there's always 1 million of them and they've got $1 billion behind them and they can always bring in 8 more Quinjets and stuff. And I thought that was a much more interesting place for the time being to put them in, where they don't have unlimited resources and they've got to actually play on they've got to succeed against bigger threats with a little less resources.
Yeah, and just to correct, it was quoted somewhere and it was misquoted. It's not that the Avengers are poor, it's not like they have no resources, but they're operating with limited resources. So yes, they have a Quinjet, but they have to put fuel in the Quinjet. Yeah. And if the Quinjet gets blown up, it's going to be a long walk back to the headquarters. Yeah. So it's not, they're not living on street corners.
They're not taking a bus to every mission, right? Yeah. But at the same time, that armor costs money, and and when Vision needs an upgrade, it's not as simple as just plugging into a machine.
It just makes things a little less easy to be an Avenger, and creates interesting situations for the characters.
I was really excited about the broke-ass Avengers. I thought that was a great pitch.
I'm seriously I'm more excited about the less privileged Avengers. Like the slightly less privileged.
Broke-ass, only all different states, but just broke-ass Avengers.
Broke-ass Avengers.
By that.
That should have been our tagline. Thank you. Where were you?
Put that in your back pocket.
Yeah.
All right, next up, an Avenger of some repute, Sam Wilson, Captain America, issue number 1, from Nick Spencer, Daniel Acuna, on sale October 14th. Nick, why don't you take us through this one?
Yeah, Sam Wilson's still Captain America, which is pretty exciting.
Thank God, because he's already in issue 1. Good, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm having a blast writing Sam. He's an everyman. He's a likable guy. He's a cool guy. He's fun to spend time with. I think that what's going to be the most exciting thing about this book is Sam's of a different generation than Steve. And so he sees the country differently. He responds to things differently. His priorities are different in terms of what he wants to tackle. You're going to see Sam kind of stick his nose into some fairly thorny things inside the Marvel Universe. But at the same time, the book is a very different take on Captain America in that it's got a lot of humor, it's got a lot of levity, it's a lot of fun. If you've enjoyed my work on Ant-Man or on Superior Foes, I think you'll find a lot to enjoy here tonally. And yeah, next year is Captain America's 75th anniversary. There's a movie and everything. So it's a big time to be writing the character, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of it.
How about this Avengers? Anyone ever heard of this guy? Invincible Iron Man #1 from Brian Michael Bendis and Dave Marquez, coming October.
Iron Man #1, Invincible Iron Man #1, it is the book to beat. Just as he is in everywhere else in the world, in film, in marketing, you know, Iron Man really has become, over the last 10 years, the character that is most associated with Marvel. You know, I know people will argue me on that, oh, it's really Spider-Man or it's really somebody else, and there's truth to all of that, but really, if you go, especially around the world right now, when people think of Marvel, they think of Iron Man. So we are going to spare no expense and no effort to put Iron Man front and center at the forefront in the heart of the Marvel Universe in a big way. Invincible Iron Man is the new book. It's written by Brian. It's drawn by the always excellent David Marquez. It's a new suit, a new outlook. There'll be new villains, a new supporting cast, a new world headquarters. It's going to be thoroughly excellent, and hopefully you will check it out.
Next up, the new Avengers issue #1 from Al Ewing and Gerardo Sandoval, October 14th.
Will you want to do this one?
Sure.
Yeah, I've talked a bit.
Yeah, this is in Jonathan Hickman's run on Avengers. He had this really fun development where Sunspot bought AIM. He just, like a company, just took it over. And so now this is Sunspot rebranding it, Avengers Idea Mechanics, if I got that right. And he's assembled a whole new group of Avengers with him. They're out on, because he's bought AIM, the government is against them. So they're out on an island in Avengers Island. In the lineup, it's got Hulkling, Wiccan from Young Avengers. It's got Mockingbird, Songbird, sorry. She's fulfilling a long promise of being on the Avengers. Hawkeye, the great Squirrel Girl, of course, the unbeatable Squirrel Girl, and a few other characters. It's going to be a really exciting new series.
And then we've got the Uncanny Avengers issue #1 from Jerry Duggan and Ryan Stegman, on sale October 21st.
Uncanny Avengers, it's the same thing, only different. So it's Jerry and Ryan. The mission statement remains the same. This is the Avengers team that works to unite across the aisle. And now the aisle is a little more complicated because it's not just normal human superheroes and mutants. It's also the Inhumans, and a bunch of things have happened during the 8 months we've been away to set some conflicts up there. It's a relatively new cast. It's also got probably the most surprising Avenger of all, Deadpool, on the team. Particularly surprising to me because Jerry wrote the first script and he just showed up. He was just there. And no matter how many times I had him rewrite it, he would just not come out. So he's there. He's taken over. They'll have a new headquarters. It's like, as you can see there, a slightly different cast, including not only Deadpool but Spidey, the Human Torch, a new character, Synapse, and some of the old mainstays from the previous book: Rogue, Quicksilver, Dr. Voodoo, Steve Rogers. And perhaps some other characters that are not pictured there will be making their appearance. It's big wall-to-wall action. It's a great character drama. If you've liked the series up to this point under Rick Remender, I think you will find plenty to enjoy here. It'll also be a linchpin book across the Marvel line as stuff heats up in the world of X-Men or the world of Inhumans. This will be the Avengers book most likely to be tapped into all that stuff.
Cool. Next up, we have the Astonishing Ant-Man #1, again from Nick Spencer, with Ramon Rosanas on art.
Tiny-sized first issue.
Very tiny. It's so small.
Yeah, great to be back to working on Ant-Man. A big thank you to Will Moss for getting the astonishing thrown back on the top there. that was a special request on my part. Yeah, we're back to following the adventures of Scott Lang and Cassie Lang and Grizzly and Machine Smith and everybody that you saw in the first volume, but obviously some time has passed. Where we left things at the end of the first volume, Scott's relationship with Cassie changed dramatically, so we're going to be following up on that in a big way. A lot of great villains from the 80s, like we're set in Miami, so it's got like a fun Miami Vice vibe when we come back, and Obviously, the movie is out next week, so, please go check that out because, I figured the more it makes, the longer we'll get to have fun with this. So, yeah, we're having a real blast with the book, and just thank you for all your support of it.
Next up, all new Hawkeye, issue number 1, Jeff Lemire and Ramon Perez, on sale October 7th.
Oh, yeah. Why isn't Jeff here? I don't understand. Our writers are here. Jeff Lemire, Ramon Perez, we have been simultaneously printing Hawkeyes. So we have 2 different runs. This is very different than what Matt Fraction and David have done in the sense that it's a touch darker. It's diving more into, it has been diving more into sort of where Clint has been. Now we are jumping forward and telling the story of where Clint will go. This is Old Man Barton, and very much about the future of him and Kate and what happens when they have a rift. And we'll be doing flash forwards as well as talking about what's happening currently. But we start unraveling what happens when the Hawkeyes fall apart. Because obviously Hawkeye is not just Clint, it's also Kate. So really beautifully told, visually stunning story that, of course, Ramon handles so well and so effortlessly. And then Jeff is telling Clint in a manner that is a little bit more gruff than what you've seen before. So highly recommend it. It is out, October 7th. There you go. Now I know what I have to work towards.
It's always good. I'm glad.
Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah,
It's Hawkeye. We didn't figure it mattered.
Exactly.
All right, next up, The Mighty Thor, issue number 1, from Jason Aaron and Russell Dauterman, on sale October 7th.
Yeah, after we revealed at the end of the last volume that Thor's Jane Foster. So now this is basically, Jason and Russell had to kind of hold back on a big part of the story because they didn't want, obviously, readers to know the identity. So now this is the volume where they can really get into Jane's head as she's struggling to be Thor, because she's suffering from cancer, and being Thor is actually contributing to killing her. It's making the disease worse for her. And they've got, in the midst of this, Asgard's going to be undergoing a civil war. So she's got an incredible amount of problems to deal with. And meanwhile, Malekith is still going to be aligning all the different realms against Asgard. That's this looming threat that just is going to be a big problem in a year or so for Thor and Earth in general. And Russell's art is astounding for this volume. He continues to just really have a lot of fun developing all these worlds, all these characters. And we really appreciate all the support everybody's shown for this new Thor. It's been really nice to see. So everybody likes her as much as we do.
You might be familiar with this next group of characters, but you probably haven't seen them like this before. Ultimates issue number 1 from Al Ewing and Kenneth Rocafort coming this fall. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this team is, it's set in the Marvel Universe. We're taking the name from the old Ultimate Universe, but it's still they want to tackle the same huge problems. Like, the tagline is the ultimate team for the ultimate solutions for the ultimate problems. And so we got Black Panther and Captain Marvel, and Blue Marvel as well, along with Monica Rambeau, Spectrum, and the great Miss America. There's no set leader on this team because they're all, such strong characters in their own right. But they recognize that together they can figure out the solutions to these huge problems, like the incursions. That's something where they realize that it's something that somebody needs to step up, and these are those guys. And one of the first challenges they're going to go after is holding them all right there on that cover. They're going to really try to deal with Galactus. And Al Ewing has a ton of great ideas for how to do that. And Kenneth Rocafort is going to be, we needed an artist because the Ultimates, the first volume was Brian Hitch, and that set the tone for, it was a big breakthrough having Hitch on that book. So we needed somebody special for the art, and luckily we got somebody like Kenneth Rocafort to just nail it. So it's going to be a really fun, epic book.
Next up, The Illuminati, issue 1 from Joshua Williamson and Sean Crystal, with covers by Riley Rossmo, coming this fall.
Okay, so we are showing that cover. I can talk about who's on the team. All right, cool. I've always liked writing bad guys, and I've always been interested in sort of the villain's perspective on the Marvel Universe. I mean, what are the villains doing when they're not getting their asses handed to them by the Avengers every week? One of the characters in the book is Titania, and we do a lot from her perspective. She's sort of at this point in her life where she wants out. She wants to quit. But doing that is extremely difficult. Getting out of the life of being a villain is not an easy task. And the Hood offers her a solution. He offers her a plan that he has. Since Secret Wars, the Hood has been building an army. He's been building this new Illuminati that is, it's a secret organization that he has this plan, and part of his plan is protecting the other villains because he knows that like Red Skull and Doctor Doom and Thanos, they don't care about them. Like they're trying to blow up the world like all the time, and they don't care about these guys who just want to rob a bank. So these guys are kind of getting together to try to find a way of protecting themselves. It's mostly told from the perspective of Titania and the Hood. There was this thing in Bendis' run on the Avengers where he had Luke Cage say to Jessica Jones that you should want to be the best version of yourself. The Hood is going the opposite direction of that. He is realizing that he's a bad person and that he's just going to kind of buy into it, no more half measures. He's just going to go full bad guy from this point on. He recognizes that he's a bad person, and he's totally okay with that. Titania's not really there yet, and it's sort of about him luring her back and sort of bringing her into the darker parts of the Marvel Universe. We also have Black Ant on the team. He's coming back. The guy right there is Thunderball. He is leaving the Wrecking Crew because he's sick of losing, and he wants to be part of a bigger, smarter team. The other guy is Mad Thinker, who I love writing because he's just a crazy person, and I was so happy they let me give him a beard. You have no idea. And then the other one is Enchantress, who is kind of at her lowest when the book starts off and is sort of down the dumps about things. All she wants to do is go home, and she'll do anything to do it, including joining the Hood. It's going to be drawn by Sean Crystal, who did Arkham Manor, and he's bringing definitely sort of a black humor darkness to it, which I love doing. And then the covers are by Riley Rossmo, who is awesome. He's a great designer. But yeah, I'm really excited about this book. If you guys like villains and kind of like seeing villains be bad guys, and trying to deal with, the skies are always full of superheroes all the time, and all they want to do is just earn a buck. So it's like, that's what it's about, and I hope you guys like it.
Oh, thank you. All right, next up, Angela, Queen of Hell, issue number 1, from Marguerite Bennett, Kim Jacinto, and Stephanie Hans.
Thank you. If you are unfamiliar with Angela, she is a stolen Asgardian princess who was raised by a race of warrior women, and she's lost the person that she loves the most, who is now a prisoner in the afterlife. And so our story is about Angela's descent into the darkest realm, the Norse Hell. And she conquers hell to save the one she loves, and it's a story about love and about war and about when you've carved away these aspects of your identity, bargained them away to get the thing that you want, even if it's from good intentions, are you still the person that they fell in love with, in the first place? And what is left when you've gotten rid of these crucial parts of yourself? What are you, and what will you become? And it's a fun story, it's a dark story, and it's a really wild story, and I really hope you will join us on this book.
Cool, thank you. All right, A-Force, issue number 1, a new number 1, from G. Willow Wilson and Jorge Molina, coming this fall.
I don't know how much more I can say about this other than it's A-Force in the Marvel Universe. It's all the stuff that you like and love about A-Force during Secret Wars, but in the context of the new reconstituted Marvel Universe. So threads and characters and things that appear in the book right now will carry over into the new Marvel Universe. It'll have a core cast of characters, but also have other characters that come in and out on an ad hoc basis, many of whom you can see on that promo image right there. And that's about all I have.
Very good, very well said. These guys don't get a lot of love because they're not so pretty, but how about some monsters for the crowd? Howling Commandos of S.H.I.E.L.D., issue number 1, from Frank Barbiere and Brett Schoonover, coming this fall.
Howling Commandos of S.H.I.E.L.D. is, again, kind of exactly what it says, that Dum Dum Dugan, who famously died during the original Sin crossover, is back. He is back from the dead. He's got put together a crew of new monsters to take on things that are even worse, that are out there in the darkness, threatening all of mankind, and doing so on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. and doing so really even on behalf of the monsters that he is now in position to lead. It's a crazy, wild, over-the-top action-adventure series. It should be a lot of fun. I'd imagine that Orgo is going to be a big breakout character, if not Orgo, Man-Thing, one of the two of them. Again, it's going to be exactly what it says there. It's big monsters with machine guns and grenades.
I like that. And speaking of monsters, we've got a really cool variant program coming up called the Kirby Monster Variants. And we've been pulling across the industry of some pretty unique talents for this program. I don't know if any of you guys can speak to that.
We're doing, and I think it's in, is it October?
Yeah, it sounds
I think it's in October. We're going to be doing a series of variants, 26 classic Marvel monsters from the early 1960s is designed by Jack Kirby. There'll be one monster for every letter of the alphabet. So we went through and we found, the hard-to-find Q monster and the Z monster and, the J monster. We've got one for every letter, and on 26 different books, each one will have a cool monster cover by an excellent artist depicting that creature in a hopefully fun way. So collect them all, because we're not going to make any more. There's no more letters. We're done.
All right, well, cool. That's all we've got for the panel, but now we want to do some questions. I'd like to open it up. If you've got a question, there's a mic right over here. You can just start lining up, and we'll take what you've got. Who's up first?
Can we throw the lights so the crowd can see? Or we can see them?
That'd be nice. There you go.
There we go, thanks.
Wow.
A little better.
A little bit better.
Hello.
Hello.
My question is about all new, all different Avengers, because it's a very eclectic, diverse group with young and old characters from different ethnic backgrounds. And you said you're going to try to concentrate on not only the adventures but the characters. Are we going to see, like, maybe Kamala or Miles potentially disagree with Sam or Thor about how to approach a problem?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things I have to bear in mind as I write all of these characters is that they each have their own agenda. Everybody wants to be all of them want to be an Avenger. But first off, when we start the book, there is no Avengers. For the first time in Marvel history, there is no Avengers team. And so our first 3 issues are the origin of the brand new Avengers. And as you put these characters together, it's funny, I was telling Tom about this. I hit a point, and it's a spoiler thing, I don't want to say it, but I hit a point where I realized that I was automatically assuming that all these characters would just get along because I like them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they all see everything from their, from the same point of view every single issue. So I get to lean into the idea that everybody has a slightly different agenda and a slightly different priority than your traditional bunch of white male Avengers.
Exactly. Yeah.
And lean into that, absolutely.
Sounds great. Excellent.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next up.
Hi there. For all new, all different Avengers, I was curious about how, there's 3 minors on the team, essentially.
Right.
And I'm curious about whether or not the book will explore, how are the rest of the adult heroes letting these 3 take on the responsibility of fighting the biggest threats in the galaxy?
It's true that 3 of them are still in school, but in terms of experience, remember, Ms. Marvel has actually been on the job longer than Jane Foster has at this point. Miles Morales has actually been Spider-Man longer than Sam Wilson has been Captain America. So they are aware, the adults are aware that there's, these are minors, but at the same time, it's not like throwing 12-year-old Robin the Boy hostage into a situation where he's got to fight the Joker. This is, they've got these kids' backs, and I don't want to make. The reason I'm so hesitant is I'm trying to make it clear. I don't want it to be like a little Scooby gang within the main Avengers. They're not going to be treated by their fellow Avengers as, as precious or like they're made of glass. It is part of the book. I mean, it is the discussion that the adult Avengers have, but come on, it's, you know, the job is the job, and these guys have what it takes, and they'll prove it.
Yeah, these are characters that have proven over the course of the last couple of years that they clearly have what it takes to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other members of Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And while, you know, the question of age might come up here or there, it's not like any of the Avengers are necessarily going to disrespect any of those characters or the many things that we've seen them accomplish by calling them out because they happen to be chronologically a little bit younger than maybe the guy standing next to them. They're heroes, they're full-fledged heroes, they're Avengers, they're not Teen Titans, they're the guys. And they're going to have a chance to show why they're the guys every time we throw a problem at them, which will be pretty darned often.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi. So I only started really caring about Carol Danvers when Kelly Sue started writing her, which was relatively recently. I noticed during the panel she seems to be like in 5 or maybe 6 ongoings. Do you? First, can you confirm, are those all the same continuity? And second, if they are, do you have any tips for keeping up?
This is what you get for making her popular, see? This is,
I mean, I'm happy to buy all 5 or 6 of them, but I mean, you know.
I think it's it's a great thing. I'm very happy about it. I know hopefully everyone else is happy about it too.
And it's really only 2 titles.
Yeah.
You know, at least on a regular basis. She's in Captain Marvel, she'll be in Ultimates. She'll probably pass through A-Force, again, on an ad hoc basis. So she'll be in stories that, you know, require her to be a part of A-Force, but she won't be there literally every issue every month. And that's really it.
Yeah, and we're working, we have some cool sort of connectivity between Ultimates, like Carol's job at the Ultimates, and then also her work on the space station that she'll be on. So some cool, I don't know if we want to, well, we'll reveal it in the first issue. But there will be connectivity there, and in terms of continuity and making sure it all jibes, that's what Tom Brevoort's for.
Yeah, we actually, as we sat down to kind of align all the various Avengers books, this time out, we tried very hard and we're maybe 96% successful in not double dipping with characters, so that if there's a character you like and you wonder what Avengers team or what Avengers book they're going to be in, there's really only one answer, and the answer for Captain Marvel really is Ultimates.
Yeah.
You know, so not just for Carol, but for all the characters. And, you know, there's a little fudge factor. Like I say, it's not like Carol will not show up in A-Force.
I hope she does, by the way.
She
will. She will.
She just won't necessarily be there every single story or every single issue. It will be as needed as the story dictates.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Oh, wow, this is loud. I had a question for the Uncanny Avengers. I was wondering if you guys are going to let Deadpool be the Deadpool that we all know and love.
Well,
which is,
I think that's a fair question, and I think the only answer that I can give you is Jerry clearly has been writing Deadpool for the last couple of years, and it seems like you guys like what Jerry does with Deadpool. Yes?
Yes.
He's not going to write Deadpool any differently in Uncanny Avengers than he would in his own book. You know, part of what makes Deadpool a fun character, I think, is that he is multifaceted. He is at once a funny character and a tragic character. He's an inappropriate character. He's a character that pushes boundaries, but he's also a character that has a lot of darkness and a lot of tragedy kind of at his core. And in those stories that Jerry's done over the last couple of years, particularly during the death of Logan and its aftermath, and the Good, the Bad, and the Uncanny arc he did, he put Deadpool and Steve Rogers together in such a way that Steve kind of looks at Deadpool as a reclamation project, that Deadpool is like Logan was. Here's a guy that's been through some horrible stuff, but that really could be a positive contributor to the world and to society if he just got the right breaks and just had somebody having his back. And so that's kind of what Steve is going to try to create for Deadpool. And I'm sure it will go horribly wrong, probably in the most ridiculous way possible. But that's at least where we're going to start out and pick up.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next up.
Hello. I have a question about the role of the Vision on the All New, All Different. We saw a lot of really wild, crazy technology in Avengers AI that Vision incorporated. I don't know if he's going to have that same sort of effect or if he's going to be the more grounded Vision that we've seen before.
Well, I think Mark Waid can. Whoa, he's gone.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You scared him out of the room. I think everything that's happened to the Vision counts. That having been said, there's a story in the Avengers Zero that's very specifically a Vision-focused story that will give you a really good sense as to who and what that character is going to be about in the ongoing Avengers series. He certainly did a bunch of things in Avengers AI that we've never seen him do before, and that's all still a part and parcel of stuff that he is capable of doing. But really, we're going to set our parameters out pretty concretely in terms of where the Vision is at, where he's going, what's happening with him in Avengers Zero.
And it also seems like he's one of the elder heroes on the team.
Really,
so it seems like he'll be a mentor character as well.
He absolutely, among those 7 characters, he is the senior man because really emotionally he's older than Tony Stark is. So he's really the adult in that book.
Cool, thank you.
I also want to plug the Vision ongoing series we're launching this fall. If you're interested in the Vision, you should definitely check that out.
Hi. I was just wondering, how far ahead do you guys map out the general continuity of all the books together? Because 3 years ago, during Cup of Joe, Joe Quesada, I don't know, he's making fun of DC for completely rebooting their universe. And now, 3 years ago, that would be this year. So did you guys know in 2012 that you were going to be doing this?
Well, have we rebooted our universe?
I don't know. I guess you haven't yet.
We're not there yet.
Okay.
And the way Secret Wars is going, we may never be there. Yes, typically, and I think, if you're talking about literally 3 years ago we were starting Jonathan's Avengers and New Avengers run. So yeah, we absolutely knew we were going to Secret Wars at that point, which just makes the stuff that Joe said even funnier, at least to us as we sat up on the panel and went, oh, he's saying that, that's good. That having been said, I think we've been pretty upfront about the fact that once we reconstitute the new Marvel Universe, we're not really throwing anything away. In a big way. The Iron Man that's in the books you've seen is the Iron Man you've been reading about for 50 years. The Captain America, the Ms. Marvel, the whomever. These are the same characters with the same histories and the same backstories. So that's a little bit different, I think, than doing a reboot. Certainly, in the same way that DC has done a couple of times where they just kind of thrown everything out and gone, right, it's day one, we're starting all over again.
I actually have no idea what you guys have planned, which I like, because...
We like that. We like that too. We wish we could do that too more often, but it's the fluke of the way we have to sell the books into to the market that forces us to reveal this stuff ahead of time. If we had our way, particularly Jonathan, who's a fiend for this, you wouldn't know anything that was in any of these books until they showed up in your store.
You guys all do an awesome job, and you make my Wednesday, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for coming out every Wednesday.
All right, next up.
Hi, so I had just a quick question. You guys really are pushing a lot of characters who are getting films coming out, like Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel have 2 of the biggest books coming out, and Uncanny Inhumans by Charles Soule, but even though he's in the Ultimates, I was surprised that there's no Black Panther solo title, and I was just curious if you guys had anything planned for that, or...
Well, we haven't announced everything that we're doing after Secret Wars, but that having been said, I'm not going to confirm or deny any such title. I think the fact that there's a movie coming gives a strong indication that we will probably try to do something big around that character in the coming months. It's not like how we do some of this stuff is really secretive. It's pretty basic. But when we're ready to roll everything out, and T'Challa is not alone in that, we announced a whole bunch of stuff in that special Marvel previews that we put out, but that is by and far not half of the books that we will have coming out after Secret Wars, because we got rid of everything. and now we have to replace all those titles that we stopped for Secret Wars. So more stuff to come.
Thank you.
Hey guys. So I was wondering about Sam Wilson, because I'm really excited that he's Captain America. I'm so glad he's leading the Avengers. I was wondering about his relationship with Steve and Steve's legacy as Captain America. I guess this would be mostly for Tom and Nick, since Mark just super bailed like 5 minutes ago.
The relationship status it's complicated.
Yeah, because they seem like they're a little Civil War-y, and that's
They're not
great.
They're not
I'd
getting
love
along.
Civil War.
Yeah. It's they're in a very different place than when we last saw them.
Okay.
You are definitely going to see a real divide between the two, and that's fun to play with because they're obviously one of the best friendships in comics, and they're fun to write together, and they're fun to have bouncing off each other. So to put this big problem in between them, makes for some really uncomfortable moments, which is great as a writer. The one thing that I would say is I'm a huge Steve fan, so when we were coming up with what the divide was, what the conflict was, it was very important to me, and I think to everybody, that it be something where we can see both sides of the argument very clearly, and that realistically we can hope that people will take sides in this and see it from both guys' perspective. I had no real interest in writing something where, obviously Steve now is a lot older, and I didn't want him to become like a bad guy as he got older. Like I didn't want him to just I didn't like the message that sent. So I think Steve has a really compelling perspective, which is useless for me to tell you because you don't know what the argument is. But I think that it was important to me that just because Sam is the star of this book, it doesn't mean that Steve is the antagonist.
Yeah.
This is a very honest disagreement between the two guys.
Okay, thank you. What can you tell about his role as Captain America in the Avengers, if that's still relevant, or-
Well, he'll be Captain America in the Avengers. He's not going to be the same Captain America. And probably the characters that are around him are not going to relate to him quite in the way that they might relate to Steve Rogers, who, just by showing up, he kind of stands at the head of the line. For Sam to when Sam shows up, he's wearing the red, white, and blue, but they've known him for a lot of years, and they think of him as the Falcon. And it's not like he has to prove himself. It's just he's not the same guy that Steve is. And so he'll have very different relationships. Very much what the new Cap series is about, and part of what will carry over into Avengers, is very much the fact that Sam has a different point of view on the world. He grew up in a different generation. He sees things from a different perspective than Steve does, and that will color how he conducts himself as Captain America. There are things that Sam feels that Captain America should and must do to be true to being Captain America that Steve might feel is not necessarily the way that Captain America should go about things or how he himself might do them. And that gets to the heart of what Nick is talking about, this very very understandable divide between the two heroes, but not one in which one is necessarily right and one is necessarily wrong. The one thing I can tell you is that Tony Stark delights in the fact that Sam Wilson is on the team and is Captain America, and will use it to endlessly needle Steve.
Guys, so much. I'm really excited, and I can't wait for these books. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, I was wondering that Deadpool died before Secret Wars, so how does he come back? And will he and Spider-Man argue a lot on the team?
I think those are good questions. Fortunately for Deadpool, not only did he die, but absolutely everybody else did too. So your question about Deadpool is equally valid for every one of the characters that's on that piece. Trust me, they'll all come back, and you will read about it in Secret Wars, and you will love it, and it will win awards. Please. And then will Spidey and Deadpool have a complex, complicated relationship? Because Deadpool really, really likes Spider-Man and Spider-Man doesn't like Deadpool at all. They are perhaps a little too similar in certain ways, and they are certainly very, very different in some very basic ways. And it literally won't take 2 or 3 pages of Uncanny Avengers 1 before this, explodes into an all-out problem.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. My question is, I know you all made the comic Death for Logan, and I know that in Marvel, usually characters be brought back, but so I just want to know, can I expect to see Wolverine be brought back when you release your comics in September and October?
No, I'm sorry. He's the one dead guy that's actually still dead at that point. But I think we've announced everything.
Yeah.
We've announced the 2 books.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
But there will be an all-new Wolverine in a book titled, crazily enough, All New Wolverine, which will. Have we said who it is? It's all X-Men stuff.
I know. We
out in
mean,
the field.
I think so. I think we've announced because we had that
we
first
talked
page
about
out,
it
right?
earlier today.
Okay.
Oh,
so
yes.
So
we're all there.
It's all new Wolverine. It features X-23 living up to the legacy of her clone daddy as the new Wolverine. We will also have Old Man Logan, which will bring the Old Man Logan character that Brian is right now writing in Secret Wars over into the restored Marvel Universe. So you will have your choice of Wolverines. Neither of them is the Wolverine that you want. Sadly, he is still a big adamantium glob statue thing. But we live in hope.
Okay, thank you.
So you guys kind of already hinted at it. What's going to be the future of X-23 as Wolverine? Is that going to be a standalone comic, or is she going to be part of a team?
Well, it's a series right
it's a
now.
series. Yeah.
No team yet.
She's in that, and she's also in, because we've shown the piece, it's all new X-Men?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is it all new? Yeah, she'll be part of the all new X-Men team as well. So she'll be in the team book, and she'll also have her own solo series where she'll get into her own adventures by herself, mostly.
Okay, thanks.
Because you can't have Wolverine in just one comic, it turns out.
Hi, I was just wondering from a writer's perspective, if the character actually gets away from you. Like if you write something and it's totally within what the character would do, but then you go back and read it and you're like, oh, I didn't want them to go there, but it's what the character would actually do.
Yeah, with Illuminati, Titania was not originally the main character. It was going to be the Hood. And then once I started writing her, she sort of took charge of the story. So yeah, it just happens.
Anybody else want to answer that question?
Nick Borg?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, some of the fun is letting the characters surprise you, and letting their reactions kind of seeing the domino effect of their decisions. So a lot of times it might even be that you decided that you wanted a character to go in a certain direction, but you didn't necessarily see the second outcome of that or the third outcome of that, and watching those kinds of things snowball. So there's going to be a lot of that kind of thing coming up in Ant-Man, actually, where Scott has some big decisions to make, and part of the fun of that book is everything that he does has consequences that sort of he can't catch a break. He's kind of in that classic Peter Parker mode of whenever he wins, he loses. So it's always fun to kind of see the double-edged sword.
Yeah. Marguerite, you want to answer that?
Yes. No, I feel like writing some of these characters, being so rich with personality and so iconic, you feel like you're herding cats some days. And it's like, honey, I need you to do this because we need to get to the fight scene, and they won't budge. And they talk back to you. And it's fun. But yeah, there are some days where you have to realize, that you can force it, you can write it, but it's going to ring hollow. And, I don't want to go to my grave, with my name attached to a story that's hollow. And so I'm the one who has to fold, not the character.
Cool. All right, we've got time for one more question if someone wants to ask a really good one, and they'll answer it.
No pressure.
Or we got 2 baby mediocre questions left, if you can do that too. Nobody? This whole room, there's not one last question. Is that a hand over there? Oh, there you go.
There you go. One guy's running.
There you go. Make it good. Make it good.
Thank you for bringing back Doctor Strange. Thank you.
Oh, you're
Oh,
welcome.
yeah.
You're welcome.
I'm glad.
Like a question.
Buy many
when-
copies.
I'm an old comic book guy, and when I was young, that's who I started with, so thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
All right, let's end it there then. All right, thank everyone for coming. Thank you to our panelists.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2015. Coverage brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we're joined by Miss Margaret Stoll, writer of Black Widow Forever Red. I'm so excited for this book.
Oh my God, I've been dying.
Please don't die.
Don't die.
I died.
The
I
book
have now
doesn't-
died. It's too late.
It comes out in October, so you can't die until then because we need you. And then keep staying around.
Keep living.
And then write more
yeah,
things.
Let's
and
do
then
that.
we'll be happy
October
about it.
13th. That's our big release, I guess, around New York Comic Con. Speaking
Yeah.
of, if we measure time only in cons.
Which we do.
Yeah, and I'm super excited. As I told everyone, I would have paid Marvel to get to write this book, so I probably shouldn't say that live.
Don't tell anybody that.
I won't tell them how much I paid them to get to write this book.
So this is a YA novel.
Yeah.
Which I'm really excited to just hear more about. What can you tell us about the premise of the book?
Well, a lot of people have wanted more Black Widow.
Always.
I think that's obvious. I worked really closely with people both at Disney, who's my publisher, and Marvel Press, and with Sana Amanat, who sort of oversaw the whole process with Emily Meehan from Disney. And basically, we stuck to the comics really closely. We went over millions and millions of, well, not millions, but pages, words, books. And we wanted to show more of Black Widow's backstory, how she came to be the sort of butt kicker that she is. And as I said in the Women of Marvel panel, it's not so much about who she dates, but like, what's the nature of her heart?
I love that so much.
Yeah.
And how much of it are you exploring from, I mean, her first appearance in Iron Man, she's a double agent.
Yeah.
Do we get to delve into that a bit?
We go back to Ukraine. We find out about things from Russia and
Oh,
early
right.
childhood. We're back in. We find out more about her family life and kind of the events that went into to making her the Red Room product that she is. So it goes
Right.
all the way back. It's kind of classic Natasha.
Cool.
I love that.
Guys, if you have questions for Margaret, use hashtag MarvelSDCC. Debbie D says, how badass will the Black Widow novel be?
See, I didn't know we were allowed to say that word because there are little signs everywhere.
Oh, I'm saying it.
Clean up your
Yeah, who's
act.
going to tell me not to? Probably a whole bunch of people.
And bad butt just doesn't quite have the same ring.
No, it doesn't.
She's the bad buddiest character there is. She is super kick-ass. However, it is a clean read, so it's approved for schools. If you want, credit for reading it, guys. We found out that a lot of our YA demographic and our Marvel demographic are the same. So that's why it worked out to be such a sort of a beautiful, genre mashup. So the answer is yes, very kick-ass. Thank
Very
you.
good. Marvel Nerd says, who is your favorite superhero?
Well, my favorite superhero is clearly Black Widow. And for those of you who don't consider her a superhero, I have words for you, and we will tick it down after.
Yeah.
yeah. And go ahead.
Gavin Perkins asks, what is it about Black Widow as a character that appeals to you and makes her so interesting?
She's so complex. She's so twisted. She's so misunderstood in a lot of ways. It's so hard for her to... She's so brave in everything in the whole world, but emotionally it's so hard for her to put herself out there. So all of the sort of connections, the people that make her vulnerable, the things that she cares about, those are much tougher for her to handle than just your basic, ass kicking. So that's what we're really looking at. Or her pressure points, sort of where you push.
Sure.
And we talked about this a little bit in the Women of Marvel panel. We just did that panel. You can see a live blog of it.
Lorraine
on
was awesome.
Marvel.com. So was Margaret.
We were awesome.
We were all awesome. But you talked a little bit about writing strong female characters. We had a question about that.
Yeah.
How do you go about working on a woman's complexity, or even just a character's complexity when you're writing her?
You honestly, you know what? I am a strong woman. I guess so are you, Lorraine, so it's kind of easy. You just, I think I have 3 kick-ass daughters, really, and that's who I always have in my mind. I have a 14-year-old who will like take you to town.
She sounds fierce from the story you told at the panel. She sounds amazing.
Yeah, I have a badass of my own at home. I have 3. So in fact, I dedicated the book to her because I said she was Romanov in spirit. So I mean, in my family, we always say the thing. We just say it. You know, we call people on it. You know, I think that every generation we're getting more empowered girls, and I think there's less of a distinction between what a boy can do and what a girl can do.
Oh, yeah.
And so my book is always for my daughters in my head.
I love that so much.
Cool. Renee Laufeyson, there's a question kind of a lot of people are coming at, but Renee says, hey, Marguerite, looking forward to your new book.
Thank you, Renee.
Other than Natasha, which women of Marvel or other superheroes do you want to write about? Would you want to write about?
I'm obsessed with Miss Marvel. Sana knows that. She autographed one for my child. I do love Kamala Khan, and I like everything that represents about Marvel and what Marvel is willing to hear in terms of who's reading them. I love Captain Marvel. I love Squirrel Girl. I'm actually one of those niche Squirrel Girl fanatics, so I would really love to see everything happen with that.
There's no niche to Squirrel Girl, I think, anymore, because she's got her own book, and I've seen so many great Squirrel Girl cosplayers here at this con, and she's in our video games now, and it's like, she's out there, and everybody's like, oh yeah, she's awesome.
Awesome. I've loved seeing even all the Agent Carter, all the red hats everywhere here.
Yeah.
That every time I see one of those, because like a writer, Scott Westerfeld, said to me, you can tell who's cool and not by like whether or not they like Agent Carter, right?
Yeah.
But like that's been awesome.
Side note, something I love about those red hats is, have you ever heard of the Red Hat Society?
Yes.
I think about the Red Hat Society as when a woman turns 50, there's a poem where she says she'll wear a red hat with a purple feather because she won't care, basically. And Peggy is of that generation, and so it always tickles me because I'm like, it's the Red Hat Society.
Yeah, it's just, oh, look, I'm goosebumping. But it's been awesome. I guess the way they pop around the con, it's just been awesome to see. But I'm a big fan. I think the show was really well done. I've really loved some of the, the TV and the stuff that's come out. I thought Daredevil turned out great too. I'm really looking forward to Jessica Jones, and I'm a S.H.I.E.L.D. fan and an Agent Carter fan, so I think you guys are killing it.
Oh, well, thank you. You're killing it. I can't
We're
wait to read
killing
the book.
Some questions coming in. Sophia and others ask, any Hawkeye or other notable cameos? People showing up?
There are cameos. Ooh. There are cameos, and we also have fabulous outtakes, which I hope you guys will get to see someday. But I can't spoiler it, but there are cameos and Avenger cameos, so you should look for it.
Love that. And when you're done with this book, is there any other possible YA rumblings in your future?
There are always rumblings. I come out of a lot of, I've written, I guess, 9 YA novels, and I've been working, in that for a while. But there is also, it is TBD announced, but there is more Marvel on the way. So
Ooh, I love that.
Stay tuned.
Sweet.
We have a big announcement next week also, so throwing that out there.
Teasing them secrets.
Check back.
Keep your eye out for those out in the wide world. And now you're talking about Natasha's backstory, so are we going to see a much younger Natasha then? Not that Natasha's usually very old, but...
No, but one of the things we're allowed to do in a book is skip around in time. So
I like that.
You will see, look, it was crazy to write inside, like, POV Natasha, to get in that head. That is not a head that's gotten into very often.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the things people responded to in Ultron, was getting inside the heads of characters. You don't get in the heads, So that was really intimidating at the beginning, and we kind of worked it out after a while, but you will see a lot more of Natasha than you've ever had access to in the past and in the present.
Oh, that's so awesome. Well, where can fans find you online and beyond?
You can find me on Twitter at mstohl, M-S-T-O-H-L. You can find me, I have a Facebook author page. You can find me on Tumblr and Instagram at Margaret_Skull. So I can't say my name, but I'm around, and I am always here.
The book is going to be out in the middle of October, right around New York Comic Con. super cool if we get a lot of Black Widow cosplayers come out. We do a big, cool, like, photo op. I think would be really neat to celebrate
You
the
heard
release
it.
of the book.
That's the call. I will if you will. Let's do it.
Okay, so everybody, hashtag Black Widow Forever Red cosplay.
Doing
We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna have so much more coming up very soon on Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. Stick around, you guys.
Welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host of The Watcher, and we're here with Jeff Lemire, awesome writer. You have a lot of stuff you're writing.
Yes, suddenly I am writing a lot of Marvel books, yeah.
So what has been announced this week for you?
So what's been announced, well, I was writing all new Hawkeye already, so
Right.
that's been issue 4 shipping very soon. And then recently announced was the new flagship X-Men comic, Extraordinary X-Men, drawn by Humberto Ramos, and also Old Man Logan, a new ongoing series with Old Man Logan in the modern day Marvel Universe, drawn by Andrea Sorrentino and Marcello Mialo, the colorist, an old team we've worked together in the past, and we love working together, so we're excited about that.
That's awesome. Now, what is it like working with Humberto now, since he's a new collaboration for you, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, everyone knows his work so well from all of his work with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
How has it been collaborating
No,
thus far?
He is such a great guy. He's a great human being, first of
Yeah,
all, which
he
is
is.
always good with collaborators. So we get along very well. But he's such a professional. He's one of those guys that you'll get a new page every day, like clockwork, and it's always so full of energy and so full of life. And it keeps you excited to keep writing the book for sure. To see the art come in and see him bring your ideas to life and bring those characters to life. It's really great. Yeah.
I love that so much. And now, what can you tell us about the story of Extraordinary X-Men?
Sure, there's a certain amount of mystery that we're kind of keeping
Right.
out there until the book comes out. But what I can say is that after Secret Wars, all the books will pick up 8 months later. After so there's a bit of a gap from Secret Wars to the first issues, and in that 8-month gap, there has been a conflict between mutants and Inhumans. And what exactly happened, we're keeping that a mystery for now. But as a result, mutant kind is scattered. The X-Men are no more. Scott Summers' Cyclops is missing, possibly dead. And the world has become a very hostile place for mutant kind again. In the wake of all of that, Storm sort of takes it upon herself to carry the torch of Xavier's dream and reform the X-Men, and with the goal of protecting mutant kind and keeping mutant kind alive, really. So it's a very desperate situation, and she assembles what she sees as the best mutants for that job.
I love that. And as you said, it is going to be like the flagship book for the X-Men. What is it like taking that on? That's really exciting.
It's surreal and thrilling. Yeah, it's so flattering. I mean, the X-Men have, I think, one of the greatest histories of any property at Marvel. It's so rich, so many great characters, so many great runs, so many great writers have worked on the book previously, and to be a part of that lineage is super flattering and incredibly exciting, and a little daunting. Yeah.
Who are you the most excited to write for within the X-Men?
My favorite X-Man is Magik.
Oh, cool.
I love Magik, and I love her brother Colossus. So I love that little family dynamic within the bigger family of the X-Men family, and that's been really great. And just bringing Old Man Logan into the team as opposed to the regular Wolverine,
right.
it casts a completely new light on all the old relationships. So that really allows us to do some new storytelling and new team dynamics with him that we haven't seen before.
So because you're writing Old Man Logan, are we going to see crossovers between those books?
No direct crossover, no like part 1 and X-Men, part
Right.
2 and Wolverine, but I mean, obviously it's the same character, and he's having adventures with the team and adventures on his own, so I'm going to keep it very consistent, and eventually I'm sure that those two books will probably meet up at some point, yeah.
Yeah, I love that so much.
Some fan questions coming in. They're using hashtag MarvelSDCC. Or questions and comments. Lucas Ackerman says he's super excited that Old Man Logan is sticking around the Marvel Universe post-Secret Wars. Renee Laufeyson says, hi, Jeff. Will there be any Kate Bishop in All New Hawkeye when we come
yeah,
back?
absolutely. She's the star of the book, and Clint's just guest starring. No, that's not true. But yeah, Kate's the co-star for sure. The book is very much about both of them, and I guess I can give a little spoiler that the first arc of Hawkeye that we did, we were flashing back to Clint and Barney's childhood, and the third arc we're doing is going to do a similar thing, but we're going to be seeing Kate's childhood. So we're going to do a lot of Kate for sure in that. Yeah.
And when All New Hawkeye comes back, is that going to be continuing the same arc?
It's the same story I always had planned. The Secret Wars allowed us to do some fun stuff that I hadn't had planned, but for the most part, it's the same story I was always going to tell, just set in the post-Secret Wars universe now, and as a result, a couple fun things arose that I'm playing with.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Agents of Heroes wants to know who's your favorite Avenger?
Favorite Avenger? I've always been a huge fan of the Vision. The Vision and Scarlet Witch were always my favorites as kids, but something with the Vision I love, yeah.
Cool. Wim Sad Mojo says, if you could be any X-Men character, who would it be?
Easily Wolverine, Logan, Old Man Logan, probably. Maybe
With
not so old.
all those emotional scars, those terrifying things that, like, I'm trying to process.
No, but he would be Young Man Logan.
Yeah. I would be
then-
middle.
So then he
I'd
has
be-
all that to look forward to, like
Yeah.
the sadness and everybody
All of
dying.
that means nothing. Really, it really comes down to the fact that Wolverine is Canadian and so am I, so we have a lot in common already.
There you
Fair
go.
enough. Yankee Doodle Dandy from South Africa wants to know, will the Hawkeyes get any new or special, arrows, weapons, gadgets, things that they're playing with?
Very much so. Yes, some very advanced technology coming their way very soon post Secret Wars.
Does it involve children?
The children that we've seen Kate and Clint trying to rescue in the first arc will be a continuing thread throughout the series. Yeah.
Like it.
Cool. Awesome. Jeff, where are fans going to be able to find you online?
They will find me on Twitter. It's just my name, and that's the only place they will find me.
As we said before, I was interviewing Jeff before, and I said, I think that's the only place I'm comfortable with people finding me. You guys, we're going to have more coming up on Marvel Live. We have Sanford Greed coming very soon, so stick around. We're brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble.
Kurt
welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at San Diego Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we're joined by Sanford Green. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, it's the last day, so it's that last day feeling, right?
Yeah.
I thought you were taking your shoes off. Guys, you can't see it, but this is the no shoes party back here.
Almost.
This is the end. What happened? I thought you were with us.
Man, he started counting down, and it was like,
It's
oh,
just chaos. It's chaos.
Wait, I'll hold your mic if you want to take them off.
I'll tell you what, the mic is so comfortable right now.
Okay,
I feel
okay.
like if I bend down, I might not get back up. So
Okay.
we'll just keep it here.
It's Sunday, so if you
It's
sit for too
Sunday.
long, you just slowly.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I just fade away down here, come back up,
So,
sleep.
have you been on panels? What have you been doing?
Yes, well, yesterday I actually had a really cool panel with Felipe Smith and Chris Anka and Kevin Wada on character design. It turned into the Marvel panel.
I love it.
It's pretty cool, and had a packed crowd in there, so it was really exciting. Just talking character design. I talked a little bit about Runaways and how I came up with the ideas for developing the characters and so on and so forth. So that was really cool. And really that was it. And then doing this here, I thought this is awesome being a part of this too. So.
Have you done design on cartoons?
Yes, I have. I did it for your competition though. So. So if you want to change that, we can.
Oh, we
make
don't
that
have any competition.
Oh, man!
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
And scene. Oh wow, that's awesome.
You guys,
That's
it's Sunday.
That was the best.
That was awesome. Sweet cat. Oh wow.
Oh, you guys.
Yes.
Anyway.
Anyway.
But the Runaways team is such a cool grouping of characters.
Right.
Can you talk about who's your favorite to draw? Who's the hardest to draw?
Well, and also because you're at it, like this book that you're working on is like got all these cool characters
Yeah.
come together in this. I love it. It's so fun.
Yeah, it's so fun.
Thank you. Well, I guess that's the word of the day is fun. It's a lot of fun for all the characters, honestly. I think the one that everyone gravitates towards is Jubilee, of course. She's the star of the show. But for me personally, I love Cloak and Dagger and what we did with her. Noelle and I came up with this idea of reversing their powers. Where Cloak has Dagger's abilities and Dagger has Cloak's abilities. You're totally confused now, right? So look at her face. But I was talking about this yesterday at the panel, and people, were excited. That's the one that got the applause. So I was like, oh, wow, okay, cool. So, I guess that worked. I thought everyone was gonna be like, oh, what's that? But it turned out really good. So that's the one that I tend to gravitate towards when I'm, working on them in the book. So.
Yeah. When did we have a question in here? And if you have more, use hashtag MarvelSDCC.
Wow, it keeps coming. I see the feed there. It's going. Wow.
Marvel Nerd wants to know, when did you start making comics?
Wow. When I was 4 years old, honestly.
Jeez.
Making comics was kind of, it's interesting, growing up. I shared a little bit about this yesterday at the panel. You see the Super Friends and, the old Spider-Man cartoon back in the days when I was coming up. Other shows like Ninja Turtles, Thundercats, and you get excited as a kid. There was no internet back then, if you can believe that or not. And that was my entertainment, was to sit down and draw these characters I saw on TV. Of course, it was very crude and but it was the beginning of all of this thing that we have here now. So it was just really cool, just starting young like that and then just going so on. My parents, they were really into seeing what I did. It kept me out of trouble. That's all they saw. And that was the biggest thing for them, was seeing me enjoying something that, that kept me, in a good place. So I guess that answered the question. Yeah. For the most part, right?
Yes. Did you know Noelle Stevenson before this? How did you get involved in the project?
Okay, I'll tell the last part of this later in a second. But I knew of her work, and we were, in a weird kind of way, we were around the same people. You know how this industry's not that big, but I've heard of her, and I know her work, Lumberjanes, fan of that. And I was pitched, the story was pitched from Will Moss, who's an awesome editor, and he, said, hey, would you like to work with her? And I said, hey, that sounds great. And so we started working together, and long story short, she came to my hometown here's the interesting part. This is in South Carolina, actually, in Columbia. I'm from Charleston, so, you know, we got a lot going on there right now, right? You know, other than comics.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. But she came to my hometown, and they, you know, recognized her as a local. They recognized her as a local, and I was like, local? What is that? You know, she's not local, but she's local. So we started talking back and forth online, and she said, yeah, I'm from South Carolina.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, that's what I did. I went, duh, really? Found out that she was from where I live now, and our parents live 10 minutes away from me. So how about that?
Oh,
Isn't
that's
that
amazing.
crazy? Yeah, that's absolutely crazy.
So you guys just spend family time.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have big Thanksgiving dinner. You know, it's gonna be great. So.
We got to introduce you to Blake Garris on our team because he's from South Carolina.
Oh yes.
And he's got the drawl and everything.
Oh, yeah. I try very hard not to let the, you know, my accent take over. But when I get excited, when I get excited, it's over.
Yeah, I'm from New York, and I try very hard to keep it locked away too much. This is an interesting question. I can guess the answer from Brian Woodruff. He says, "How often do you draw?"
Not very.
As much as I can to, you know, pay the bills, I guess, if you will. I mean, you know, the deadlines are always, you know, prevalent, but you know, every day, you know, average work day 8 hours, 9 hours, something like that.
Gavin Perkins says, "What advice would you give for anyone interested in joining the industry?" Also, Runaways rocks.
Thank you, first of all, and anyone that wants to, I tell you what, I mean, I tell students all the time, just draw. Try to draw from life. A lot of kids, they get all into, don't get me wrong, this industry is incredible. I love all the different styles of artists, but honestly, if you really want to stand out quicker, well, I don't know if it's necessarily quicker, but if you want to get better and really have a great foundation, I think you got to draw from life. You got to draw, you know, from, you know, the things around you. Those things that you see in comics, you know, they don't necessarily depict life. It's fantasy, right? But if you can believe that or not, right? But you know, from life, and then you can branch off into this fantastical world. You know, so just, you know, draw every day. Really try to draw from your experiences in life, and you know, you should be okay.
Very cool. Last quick question in here from Sophia, who's watching us from Spain. She says, "Oh my God, I can't wait for Runaways. What's more difficult for you to draw, characters or backgrounds?" Because she says she's very bad with backgrounds.
Okay, here's the deal with backgrounds. You have to treat backgrounds like characters. It's the only way you're going to get through it. You have to play with it organically. It's one of those things where it's a mindset. It's a training, and it takes time. It's like exercise. It sucks at first, you know. But you know, as you continue to do it and grow, then your muscles are going to be trained, and you'll invite it. So it's just a matter of just doing it over and over. It's not going to be the thing you enjoy immediately, but you'll get to it. I actually love backgrounds just as much as anything else now. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought there would be a cool answer there, and there was. Thank you.
Well, you know, I try.
Yeah.
So where can people find you online, out in life?
Out in life. Well, it's at Sanford Green. Everything: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Yeah. So that's pretty much what it is.
Awesome. Well, we're going to have so much more coming up on Marvel Live. We're going to be talking to Booker T. We're going to have a Marvel booth tour so you can see what it's like over here. So stay with us here on Marvel Live.
All right, hey everybody, this is Blake with Marvel.com with Booker T. How are you doing today? You're at San Diego Comic-Con.
Doing great, man. Doing great. Just having fun. My first San Diego Comic-Con, but definitely not my last. The fans here has definitely given me a lot of love, and been getting a lot of new fans as well. But my new comic book, G.I. Bro, America's Greatest Hero, saving the world. You know, that's what it's all about. You know, this is my first character that I was when I was first started wrestling, and now bringing it to life in the comic book world.
I remember we interviewed you at New York Comic-Con a couple years ago.
Yeah.
You've been drawing since you were small, right?
Yeah, man. Actually, since I was a kid, Incredible Hulk, Spider-Man, you know, Thor, you know, was my favorite character to draw. And I got away from it for a long time, and got hooked up with Headlock. And they asked me to draw a piece, and I was like, wow, it's been many years. So let me see if I can bring the magic back. So I pulled a pencil out and started doing a sketch, and bing, bing, October, you're gonna actually get a chance to see the sketch that I did for Headlock. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it is awesome.
So I assume more is coming from you comics-wise now that you're back in the game.
You know, Jerry Lawler can do it, man. And Jerry's an artist. You know what I mean? He's an artist. The guy can actually control the pencil. I want to actually see exactly how far I can take it. Definitely, wrestling's been good to me. Still in wrestling. I still work for the WWE. Tough Enough. Make sure you check it out Tuesday night on the USA Network. Reality of Wrestling. Got my own wrestling company, my school. But it's time to move on into the next stage of life, the next phase. I say life moves in seasons. You got your spring, summer, winter, and fall. And right now I'm in my fall season, and it feels good.
And so for fans who aren't at San Diego, how can they pick up the comic?
Oh, man, go to realityofwrestling.com. You can pick up the comic book, and, hot off the press is going to be a new edition coming out every 2 to 3 months, and you're going to see the adventures of G.I. Bro. I'm talking about like James Bond, I'm talking about like Bruce Lee scenes, Shaw Brothers Productions, 5 Deadly Venoms. I'm going to be doing all that.
Well, thank you for taking the time. You know we love you at Marvel. You're always so good to us, Mr. Booker T. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Hey Marvelites, I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're at San Diego Comic-Con 2015, and we're right here in the Marvel booth, and I'm going to give you a little booth tour so you can see where all of the magic happens. Let's kick it off with the Ant-Man experience. Right now, I'm going to go and insert myself right into the trailer for Marvel's Ant-Man, which hits theaters on July 17th. Let's do it, okay?
All right, so you're going to stand right there for me. All right, you're going to look right here. When I say go, you're going to place the helmet on your head. Once it's on your head, drop your hands to the side, okay? Okay. Ready, set, go. Drop your hands. Perfect. All right. There you go. Now you're Ant-Man.
I can't wait to see this. I've always wanted to be Ant-Man, and finally I'm getting my chance. Let's see, can I check it out right here on the screen? Let's look at the rest of the Marvel booth. As you can see right here, this is where Marvel Live happens. If you peek up this way, that's where we're bringing you the live show. We have these stairs up to this exclusive little booth up top, which is on top of our actual merch store, which you can come take a look at right over here with me. Come on, guys. So as you can see, fans are already lining up. It's first thing in the morning right now while we're shooting, but people have been here all day waiting to get a little bit of our exclusive merch, which you can see here displayed. They're already starting to take shirts down because they're selling out like crazy. We showed you a bunch of the merch on the first day of San Diego Comic-Con 2015, but here is where it all happens. We have special variant covers for Groot and also for Spider-Gwen, as well as some really cool Scotty Young pins, which you can see the art for there on the back wall of the merch booth. And over here is where you can pick up free comics, previews, and of course, a friendly Guardians of the Galaxy Groot hat. Why wouldn't you want to have a Groot head? Obviously, you guys. But this is also a cool place because not only can people pick up their signing schedules for the day to meet creators and actors and artists, but they can also pick up cool free comics, as well as Marvel previews, which are going to be talking about the all-new, all-different Marvel universe that's coming this fall. That's going to detail a lot of the lineup that's coming very soon. Let's take a look. Okay, now as we head over this way, this is our Marvel stage. This is where we hold all of our big signings with actors, cast, crew, creatives, and the people that make our TV shows and our films. And as you can see, we have the actual suit for Marvel's Ant-Man. This is the actual suit that Paul Rudd wore in the film. Let's pop up on the stage and take a closer look at it. As you can see, this costume is so beautiful. A lot of the fans are lucky enough to get to hop up on the stage and take a photo with it. As you can see, there's amazing detail in this costume. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's distressing on the helmet. You can see the years of wear. It's such a beautiful costume. And luckily, we're going to talk to Anne Foley today about some of the costumes that she's made for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. She actually was backstage with this yesterday, and I got to hear a little bit about what she thought of the costume, and she really loved it too. And over here is where our signings happen with all of our awesome creators. People are just setting up for today. We have some of our Marvel crew enjoying themselves over here. But we're gonna have Riley Brown and Greg Pak and Frank Barberry here in a little bit to do signings. But for now, we're just hanging out. And over this way, this is something really, really cool that I actually haven't even gotten a chance to look at myself yet, which is this awesome place right here is where you can tweet from this awesome little Twitter box, and inside of it, you get cool Marvel swag. They have exclusive Ant-Man posters, they have phone cases, there are special variants and t-shirts. I mean, and that's the best thing about Marvel is you know when you come here, you're gonna get something awesome. And as you can see, there's tons of really cool art all over the booth. Not only is there art for Marvel's Ant-Man on the sides of the stage, but we also, over here, have some artwork for the all-new, all different Avengers that are going to be coming later this fall. You guys, I hope you enjoyed this booth tour. Stick around with Marvel Live all day today for our final day of San Diego Comic-Con 2015. This is Marvel, your universe.
right, you are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble, available now on iOS and Android. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, and we're joined by Josh Williamson. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing awesome.
Pretty good. She's barefoot. I've got
Brian's
no shoes on. I got some
barefootish.
socks on. This is pretty good.
I feel weird because I have. Do I
You don't
take
have
my?
to.
You don't have to wear your shoes, and you don't
But I'll
have
tell
to
you what,
not.
I feel real good.
Yeah, I feel great.
I feel real good. I'm like Superfly Jimmy Snuka, just hanging out.
Yeah.
Well, here's the secret. I have another comic book character, Socks On. It is not a Marvel character. Well, I'm at your guys' booth. I'll just keep it secret. We'll hide it.
Yeah.
I like that
Camera
you're
will
curling
not
your
focus.
toes,
Well, yeah,
so no
but
one
like-
will know.
Well, also because Die Hard. Make fists with your toes.
Oh, you guys, it always comes back to Die Hard.
Yeah.
That's what we always say right here on Marvel Live. It always comes back to Die Hard.
That's right.
So what have you been doing at the convention?
Mostly panel signings, looking at stuff, being kind of stalkery on celebrities that I kind of want to talk to, but.
Oh,
You showed me a great photo.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I met Sami Zayn. I was super pumped about that. I wasn't as stalkery about that. I saw him and was like, hey, But there was a couple other ones where I was like.
You lurked? Who did you lurk on?
Adam Weingart. He's a director. He directed The Guest and Your Neck, a bunch of horror movies. But I really wanted to meet him. He was on a panel right before my panel, so I was like, I can make this happen. I can totally make this happen. So I was pulling the I'm on the next panel. I'm on the next panel. So I got back there. I straight out was just like Adam, and got in there. It was awesome. Let's talk for a while. Yeah, he's great.
It's nice.
Yeah, I want to work with him. So that was sort of part of why I was like, not as much of. I was straight up fanboying it, but I definitely went up and was like, hey, let's talk for a little bit. Can I talk to you?
Super business. I like it.
Yeah, it was business. Yeah.
I was in a room twice yesterday, hosting one panel and being sort of off on the side for another one. We're in the same room as the Muppets were doing their panel, and I didn't get to see any Muppets.
Oh,
so I was super bummed.
Wait, but the actual Muppets?
They had a giant panel. Did you not know that? My hotel room was plastered with Muppets. My hotel is plastered with Muppets.
No, you said hotel room.
I know. In my dreams, my hotel room would be like full Muppet.
Yeah.
Like the room is a Muppet.
Something about that is weird, but right.
I don't know. I didn't get to see them. I was super bummed.
I met in your room.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
He met tons of Muppets in his room.
New Zealand is just like chilling right now.
No. But yeah. Well, it's been a good con. That's all. It's good.
So what panels, have you done any panels for us this time around?
Yes. I did the Secret Wars panel where we talked
Awesome.
about Red Skull and talked about the Secret War books, and then I did the all new, all different Avengers panel where we talked about Illuminati. It was great.
Tell us what is going on. What is Illuminati all about?
Oh, you know Illuminati? Okay, man. Well, so it's about the Hood is slowly building his own new Illuminati. He's done something like that in the past, but when he did it before, he was greedy and he wasn't smart about it, and he was kind of too open with it. This time he's a little more like, let's be secretive and let's be smarter and let's kind of upgrade. And so he's going out and he's been doing this for the last 8 months in the Marvel Universe, and he's going around kind of picking other supervillains he thinks can help him, this plan he has. And part of it because he feels like, Red Skull, Dr. Doom, Thanos, they do not care about those kinds of villains. All those villains want to do is rob a bank. Like, they just want a buck. They don't want to blow up the planet. They just want some money. They don't want to take over a country. And so for them, they're always like, they're not looking out for us. We need to start figuring something out. We got to be able to look out for each other because no one else is going to. And one of the first villains he goes to is Titania.
Nice.
And so her whole thing is like, well, she's kind of sick of the life a little bit. She kind of doesn't want to be a villain anymore. But it's tough. It's tough to change jobs when you're Titania, right? Or this big supervillain. Every time someone Googles her, they see like doom and destruction. It's hard for her to get a job. So she's kind of, living this kind of sucky life. And the Hood comes to her and is like, I have an offer. Join the Illuminati and we'll do something different. And this whole thing's like, everyone has a place at the table. I'm not the boss. All I am is a guy with an offer. And she takes it. And it's kind of this thing where it's like the Hood is his character who, for a long time he was kind of on the fence of, is he a bad person or is he just misunderstood? No, he's full-on bad guy now. Like, he has come to terms. This thing, Bendis talked about this in Avengers. He had Luke Cage say it to Jessica Jones, where he was like, you should want to be the best version of yourself, right? Where the Hood, his attitude is, I'm going to be the worst version of myself, and I'm totally cool with that. Like, I'm going to be the best at this. If I'm going to be a villain, I'm going to be the best villain. Whereas in Titania is kind of over here being like, well, I want to be a villain because I kind of need to, I'm kind of do this to kind of provide. But at the same time, she's starting to get lured into the darker side of the Marvel Universe. So it's going to be cool. But for me, it's fun because I get to show that side. you know, how do villains live in that Marvel universe and they're not, you know, getting beat up by the Avengers every week? What are they doing? And so that's kind of what the book is about. It's sort of about all these different villains and kind of the weird, like, underground clubs, underground, you know, stuff they do, what they do in their downtime, and then also seeing kind of Titania, her view of all this stuff as the Hood is just being, like, the worst.
It's awesome.
So is this going to be like a pretty human story? Like, is it going to be more like their behind-the-scenes human interaction, or are we still going to get like big action-y stuff?
I made sure there was big action-y stuff. I don't want to ruin stuff, but there's some really cool fights that I'm really excited about. Sean Crystal's our artist, and I went to him and I asked him. I was like, hey, so you know, what are some things that you wanna do? And we were talking about it. I was like, hey, here's some action scenes we can have that are like relevant. It's not just because, you know.
Right.
But yeah, there's definitely very grounded, like very human stories, and then explosions.
Yes.
I love those are two of my favorite things.
You kind of need those, right?
Human explosions.
No,
Wait,
don't
anyway,
put those
so
together.
Spoilers.
We've got some stuff coming in from fans. We'll try to get through those. We got Gavin Perkins says, "Hi Josh, what advice would you give aspiring writers like me who are perhaps interested in creating comics one day?"
Start small. And if you want to make comics, man. I started making comics when I was a kid, and I just started making them. And I would make little short stories and do whatever I wanted. But I think one thing to keep in mind, you know, you should always make comics that you would want to read. And that's the thing, like with Illuminati, that's the book I always wanted. I always wanted to see the villain side of things. So when I got an opportunity to pitch stuff, that's what I pitched. And that's what you should do. If you're trying to make comics, don't make stuff you think people are going to want to buy or, you know, whatever, right? Like you think people want or need, or you feel like you're filling some imaginary gap. Make the comics that you would want to read on the shelf.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Well said.
I mean, brilliant. Yeah.
What is the main difference between writing villains as to more heroic characters? Another one from Gavin.
Well, with heroic characters, I feel like heroic characters are almost harder, you know, because you kind of have a set of rules you have to go by. With villains, you can be super unpredictable, and you can do really crazy things, and that's what I kind of like doing with them, is you can kind of push the envelopes a little bit. There's almost more freedom to writing the bad guys, because most bad guys think they're the hero of their own story, right? And they have their own set of rules, and so you can kind of play around with this. So it's definitely easier, I think, in my opinion, I don't know, to write the villains than the heroes.
Michael W.S. asks, Josh, who's your favorite Marvel villain?
My favorite Marvel villain? Oh, that's tough. I don't know what to say. Well, Dr. Doom. Yeah, Doom's the best.
Super easy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's Doom.
He's Doom,
Everybody
right?
loves Doom.
Yeah, that's one of the best parts of the Secret Wars stuff, is just seeing Doom be Doom,
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Before we wrap up,
Sure.
favorite wrestler of all time? If you had to pick top of your head.
Chris Jericho.
What?
Chris Jericho.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna ask me?
Do you know who he is?
You gonna ask me?
Who is your favorite wrestler, Lorraine?
Chris Jericho.
He's the best.
Wow.
He's the best.
You guys have the same choices.
Cheers.
Yeah. Very good.
And where can fans find you online?
You can go to my Twitter at Williamson_Josh.
Perfect. Go find him and stick around because we're going to have more coming up on Marvel Live. We're going to have a Marvel animation panel coming up very soon. And we are brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble.
Good morning. I'm Court Lane. I work in development for Marvel Animation. Right here is Eric Radomski, our esteemed SVP of production, our creative director, and then Steve Wacker, who works with us on current series running that team.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for waking up for cartoons on a Saturday morning. Am I meant?
You have a
staring
bit
at me.
right now, actually.
What's that?
You have a bit right now.
I have a bit right. Oh, is this the Loeb?
Yeah.
So I get a text last night from Mr. Loeb, Jeff Loeb, the head of Marvel Television. Maybe you've heard of it. So he swears to me that the live-action audience is louder than the animation audience is going to be. Now, we're at a disadvantage because it's 10:30 in the morning, but I'm convinced that we can be much louder than the live-action audience, all right? So when I say Avengers, you say assemble. I'm going to record it. Ready? Avengers, assemble! That was... All right, can we do a cue or what? When I say Guardians, you say you're welcome. Guardians, you're welcome. Perfect. All right, good job, everybody. We win. That so kicked live action's butt. It's not even funny.
Now that you're awake, I do have to make one announcement, and that is no video recording or audio recording or any recording of anything
I
that
just
happens
recorded
in this
that.
panel. We have SHIELD agents stationed at the doors. We are serious because we are showing you stuff that nobody has really seen anywhere. Stuff that's set to broadcast, particularly in September, so we don't want it getting out there, so they will escort you out if you record. So that's
we brought the most stuff this year that we've ever brought to San Diego before. So.
We have.
Including Eric. Eric's never seen 10:30 in the morning before, so this is very exciting for him.
He's not even seen the shows. All right, so let's get right into it. Let's start with Marvel's Avengers Assemble. Pretty exciting storylines. We've had Thanos and the Infinity Stones. We've had Ultron rise and threaten our heroes. And then we've had some exciting storylines that you've not yet seen. So we'd like to talk a little bit about that. Can you talk about a certain supervillain team that's coming up?
The Squadron Supreme.
The Squadron Supreme?
The Squadron Supreme are making their return in the Avengers Assemble at the end of Season 3 with a big story. Our writing team, Man of Action, and Kevin Burke and Doc Wyatt, and a bunch of people have created a huge 5-part epic that leads into our even bigger season finale. So it's pretty huge. We're excited about it. And Eric's team on the animation side, starting with Jeff Allen, have, I think, created the best looking episodes of Avengers yet.
Jeff! Now, the big bad for the end of the season, if we could go to the next slide, is Thanos, where the Avengers battle him over the Infinity Stones, played by Isaac Singleton Jr., who kicks butt as the character. So
He's
very
the
excited.
scariest voice on planet Earth. Have him say hello to you, and you'll be petrified.
So look for that in September. But we can also talk about the next season, because we have been renewed for another season of Avengers with a little bit of a new title that we can share with you today.
Well, we love that flip.
Yeah. Avengers Ultron Revolution. And because you can't get enough of us on stage, now you get to see us in a sizzle talking about it. So let's roll the sizzle, and then we'll talk about Season 3 of Avengers. So yeah, a really big season. Can you talk about some of the big points here, and we'll go through some of the characters that are coming up? Steve?
So with Ultron Revolution, we have 2 new story editors on the show, Eugene Sun and Danny Wolf, who have worked with us on...
Eugene's here, right?
I think you can tell where the Marvel Animation people are sitting. We're going to explode out the show, I think, to its biggest levels yet. The most exciting part for me is some of the new characters coming in, like Vision, Black Panther, in particular, Captain Marvel, and we'll be seeing the all-new Ms. Marvel in animation of the series. So I'm incredibly excited. Was I not supposed to say that?
No. So yeah, Black Panther appears, and we get to see how the Avengers interact with T'Challa, and that's some initial character art there that we're previewing. And then yes, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, one of my personal favorites, the most kick-ass woman in the Marvel Universe, starts teaming up with the Avengers in this season. And we get Kamala Khan. So she's a big fan favorite right now, so it's really exciting to feature her. That's her character art right there. And Inhumans play a big role in the season, and we have new designs and are really reintroducing the Inhumans to our audience. And so this is just some initial line art on the Inhumans, not even finished color art. So we're excited to share that.
No one on Earth has seen this except us in the office, so you're the first ones. And Lockjaw's a dog, in case you can't tell. The Inhumans are characters we're going to be featuring across all the shows in the new seasons. They're in Guardians Season 1. They're in Ultimate Spider-Man Season 4, which we'll talk about a second. We're really working to make the Inhumans an important part of the universe.
All right, and next up, we have our big bad for the season, Ultron, voiced by Jim Meskimen. Kills it every time.
His nickname is How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Yes.
So when you see Jim, call him.
And then a new team member for the Avengers, and a character that we've all been waiting for. And here you get to see the pencil art transitioning to the finished character art for Vision.
If you haven't seen the film, spoilers.
He's a new character. All right. So that's what we have to share on Avengers Season 3, Ultron Revolution. Next up is Ultimate Spider-Man. So we've been so excited about our current season, Web Warriors. Great storylines. If you've watched the recent S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy storyline, very cool with tons of really interesting characters. We were very excited and very proud of the Spider-Verse storyline with the different animation styles, introducing all these spider characters. But we have a big storyline left for the season, and it's called Contest of Champions. It's a 4-part arc featuring guest stars from throughout the Marvel Universe. And today we brought you a clip to share so you can see what it looks like. All right. Just a taste for you. Lots of Marvel guest stars, epic action, but also really the fulfillment of what we set out from the pilot, the first season, which is Peter Parker learning to become the best hero that he can be and becoming a world-class hero alongside the greatest heroes in the Marvel Universe and really proving it in Contest of Champions. It's an epic story. We're very excited to present it to you. And special thanks to our amazing supervising director, Alex Soto, who does such a beautiful job on this show, and our fantastic story editors.
And we, look, I'm just going to be blunt. We created, we looked at Contest of Champions as if it was going to be a series finale. We weren't sure at that point, and so we made sure there was a crescendo of all the stories. And Eugene on the writing side and Henry Gilroy had pushed everything in the season towards this point. But thanks to our friends at Disney XD, where's Disney XD sitting? We got picked up for a 4th season.
We did, a 4th season. A little unexpected, which makes it the longest running Marvel animated series of all time, which is very cool. And we realized we do have more Peter Parker stories to tell.
Well, it ends on such an emotional note that there was a place that we could take the story at the end of Contest of Champions. And so that's when we're going to see Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six.
Yes, Season 4, Ultimate Spider-Man versus Sinister Six. And yet again, you can see us up on screen talking about it. So yes, we will get you to 104 episodes of Ultimate Spider-Man. Who would have thunk? It's been such a success. Ratings have been so great. Disney XD has been so fantastic at featuring the show. And we have some exciting casting announcements for this season too. So if we could see some of those. There are some guest starring characters from the live action universe. Yes. Some agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. will be stopping by and hanging out with Ultimate Spider-Man. We also have a very mysterious character. Is he a hero, is he a villain? That's what Spider-Man has to figure out, played by Scott Porter from Friday Night Lights. And Doc Ock gets a lot of tech from Hydra. And Mark Hamill is back as Arnim Zola.
It's really the thing he's best known for, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we really made his career. So, yeah, so that's very exciting, too. So that's a peek at Season 4.
What we've done story-wise, we have our great writers from Avengers Season 2, Kevin Burke and Doc Wyatt have come over here, and along with Alex Soto, who's returning, and we did something that we weren't. Spidey's done, I think, a decent job in the first 3 seasons of reflecting sort of the Marvel publishing side. We've had Spider-Verse, which is a story I had worked on the publishing side that Dan Slott came up with. In Season 4, we're going to be able to do a return to Spider-Verse. So we see more versions of Spider-Man come up. It's some really fun stuff for Spider-Man fans.
So next up, just a little conversation about our new series launching in September, Guardians of the Galaxy. So, yes. It premieres in a 2-part, 1-hour event on September 26th, but we are going to tease the first episode on September 5th on Disney XD. And we're very excited that we have 10 2-minute shorts, 10 shorts, highlighting our 5 main Guardians characters that will be running before that and really introduce you to the series and give you some backstory to the characters and help you understand what led them to some of the bad decisions or the good decisions that preceded them joining as a team. If you love the movie, you'll very much love the tone of the series. We can't really show much today because we're very excited that it's premiering on XD.
Yeah. Or do we not? What about the clip? We have a clip?
We don't have just a clip. I mean, we got the pilot, but.
Well, I'm glad you're excited. It'll be on TV September 5th. We can. Did you bring it?
Now, Eric, doesn't that violate some kind of security
Did you bring
protocol?
it, Eric?
Just run the show.
You know, you have a microphone in front of you. All right, let's see Guardians of the Galaxy for the first time ever. And how do we do it?
So, Eric, the show has really sort of a fresh, unique look for us, and I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, congratulations to Leo Riley, our supervising director. Came to us about 1.5 years ago to want to put together something for Guardians. He did this really great little 45-second piece that's been floating around online. And from that was sort of the origin. And Jeff Wamister and James Yang were both artists that had worked on Spider-Man, Hulk, Agents of SMASH, and Avengers. Brought them up to directors, so Jeff Wamister's absolute all over the design of the show, his character designs, and now as a director. Those guys are doing great work. And Sean Avnet has been with us since the beginning of Spider-Man. He's a line producer on the show and pulled his team together of literally a brand new team working on the Guardians show. So trying to live up to the standards that were set by the movie, we embraced obviously the color palette, really wanted to give this a feeling of true space. So a lot of atmosphere, a lot of effects, and a lot of planning in terms of being able to bring the art direction up to another level. Also, storytelling-wise, we've got a lot more opportunity with all these diverse personalities, and the cast, terrific. Our artists are really focusing on putting character acting into the storyboards, and the animation is proving to hold up quite well. We're about 8 episodes in post-production, and the quality is maintaining, and the storytelling has been terrific. So it's just sort of another plateau for us. So we're very happy with what it looks like, and hopefully your response is tenfold out to everyone else. So we're really looking forward to this show.
Eric's animation team works with our head story editor, Marty Eisenberg.
Are you here, Marty?
Story
He's
consultant,
right there.
Steve
and
Melching,
writer of the pilot.
And our supervising producer on the show, Harrison Wilcox, to dig deep into the Marvel Cosmic Universe. And they work with Eric's animation team to really bring...
Hey, welcome back. You are watching Marvel Live at Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Ryan Penagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Mark Strom, a.k.a. Marvel.com editor.
And we are joined by...
Josh Shipley from Walt Disney Imagineering.
Yeah, buddy. Welcome.
Hey, thanks. I've been standing down there, eyeballing you guys, envious, bowing down.
You came up here and the first thing you did was let the fan blow upon you and enjoy the cool air.
Yeah, that's actually true. It was like, oh, this feels
so
so
good. All right, so for the Marvel fans who are out there watching, explain what an Imagineer is.
All right, I will do my best. So Imagineers on the Disney side of things, because the name gets thrown around here and there, but on the Disney side, we're the ones that come up with all of the theme park attractions, theme parks, shows, cruise lines, resort, hotels. It was a little division that Walt created himself back established in 1952. So he knew that he wanted to move into a new form of animation, actually, which was live in the parks or in a theme park setting. Mm-hmm. And so he took his favorite animators over and said, we're going to start building what became Disneyland. That is us to this day, and we have 11 theme parks around the world, with the 12th being built in Shanghai right now. And it's nice to be able to skip out a little bit and come to Comic-Con and play, and then tomorrow right back doing that stuff.
I bet you're a little busy.
A lot busy, yeah. But it's all good.
Yeah. What rides and attractions and experiences would fans know that you've worked on?
All right, well, I have to think about how to line that up there, because the first thing I came in on was Animal Kingdom, helping in 1996. And it was a cool experience to be there. It was a big toy box looking at all this cool stuff going on, and I was trained to be a figure finisher, which was painting audio animatronic dinosaurs for the dinosaur attraction.
I love that attraction so much.
No, that blew my mind. It was like every day I thought, I get to go and paint dinosaurs. That's cool, right? So, you know, throughout the years I've had different responsibilities, worn many different hats. One that I'm extremely proud of, we opened back in 2009. It was is the current version of Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln at Disneyland. I was the creative show director on that effort. It's the one that's still playing to this day. Love that, love the historical significance back to Walt and the World's Fair. And a lot of times I'm in the blue sky realm, which means coming up with big ideas, which means a lot of times, my family included, don't get to know what I'm working on.
Very true, very true.
Yep.
But there's a really cool series of Marvel connections. One of them being what we've been doing with the Disney Kingdoms comics.
Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit about that and what you've contributed to all of that?
All right, we kind of really love the Disney Kingdoms line, and what that is I know you had Brian Crosby on at one point during the show. Brian and I go back several years with Imagineering, and we used to, on our Wednesday comic book run, we would talk about the what ifs. If we could do something, if we could tell stories, what would we do? And we came up with different, fanboy type of scenarios, and then Marvel joins the Disney family. I mean, at that point, we're sitting there going, this can't be happening right now. Opportunity struck with Joe Quesada, and we were able to talk about the idea of Disney stories, IP, being told through comic books, through Marvel. Joe captured that, said, okay, I like it. We eventually got David Gabriel helping us out a lot. Bill Roseman is our editor. And before you know it, we're doing Seekers of the Weird, which was based on Museum of the Weird, an attraction that never actually opened. It was supposed to be a side attraction to the Haunted Mansion. That was our first one. Then we got to do Figment. Figment was popular through the roof. Right now we're running Big Thunder Mountain Railroad with the last issue about to hit.
Oh boy.
And then Figment 2, written by Jim Zub. That one's been announced, and that's going to be coming up pretty soon.
Museum of the Weird, was that going to be, what was that experience envisioned originally? I know it's not come about, but I mean, there's really cool designs for it and stuff like that.
And how come it didn't come about, I guess?
All of these are excellent questions, and the good thing about this is it was an idea that was kind of formulated by an Imagineer by the name of Rolly Crump. Rolly was kind of working off to the side at Imagineering, coming up with literally the weirdest stuff he could come up with. Walt loved Rolly, and they were doing Haunted Mansion stuff. Walt gets the pitch from Rolly, and he says, you know what, we need to figure out how this fits into the Haunted Mansion. So it wasn't going to be in the Haunted Mansion. He said, we're going to be off to the side. It'll be like a museum, a collection of just the strangest things we found around the world. So it's going to be a little walk-through area. On the 10th anniversary special for Disneyland, Walt actually goes and does an interview with Rolly Crump, and they talk about it. So it got announced. And then the biggest reason why it didn't happen, Walt passed away. It's one of those little things that was kind of like a side project that was really cool, but Walt was the champion of it. And when he was gone, there weren't a lot of people to pick up and run with it.
Sure.
And when we were working on Seekers of the Weird, we were able to sit with Rolly several times and get all of these stories firsthand. And he was telling us like really one-on-one stories about Walt. It's just like blowing our minds.
Yeah.
So he was, I think his quote was something like, I hoped it would always come about, I just never knew it would be in a comic book. He was really proud of it, though.
Yeah, what I love, and I was telling this to Kraz, was that these comics of these attractions feel like movies to me. They are these, I need to have Big Thunder Mountain Railroad as a movie. That's something that, reading the comic, I'm like, this is so cinematic. And so it takes what is a great attraction and adds that really big cinematic scope and story, and then it's so good.
Okay, so no spoilers, but for the last issue of Big Thunder Mountain, that was my note that I wrote back, was this feels like a big cinematic ending. It wasn't like I was reading a comic book. At that point, I was going through this big adventure, and I usually listen to the Lone Ranger soundtrack when I'm reading Big Thunder, just because it has the right feel.
Yeah.
But it does. So, you guys, when you read Big Thunder #5, it is a total cinematic adventure.
That's awesome. Very cool. We're going to be back real soon with La Bamba from Conan, but Josh, where can fans find you on social media?
On social media, I am at Shipley Land on Twitter, and then we have at Disney Kingdoms.
Yes.
That we push through on Twitter a lot, and the same on Facebook out there as well, and Instagram, but those are the main 2 tags.
Yeah, we should get you on an episode of This Week in Marvel when I'm out for D23.
Sounds
I'm sure
like a great
you won't
plan.
be busy at all then.
No, not at all.
No.
Yeah.
Guys, stay tuned for more from Comic-Con. You're watching Marvel Live. right, you are watching Marvel live at San Diego Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Ryan Panagos, aka Marvel's Agent M.
And I am Blake Garris, and we are kind of freaking out right now because we just got a very special last-minute guest. I'm going to say freaking La Bamba. I am like, wow. We've interviewed so many celebrities this weekend, and I am like, whatever. La Bamba. Let's keep repeating your name. How are you doing today, sir?
Very good, Blake.
So you
Very good.
We're here. Everybody knows Conan has been taping his shows. I guess today was the only day you got to actually experience the convention.
Yeah, we've been really busy.
And now we're putting you back to work.
No, this is all pleasure. And my kids are freaking out.
So tell us what you did this week with Conan if fans didn't have a chance to see any of the shows.
Yeah, well, outside the show, I mean, there wasn't much to do. In regarding to the show, you know, there's a lot of rehearsing going on and just getting it right and editing whatever needs to be edited down to make it all happen. You know, wish we had a couple hours, you know, to do it in. You know, it makes it tough to throw that all into an hour.
Were you, so I've heard rumors that we were talking beforehand that you're a big comic book nerd.
Yes.
Were you the reason that Conan came to San Diego? Were you like, Conan, we got to do San Diego, we got to...
This is one of those things that I'm not the reason of. I think there's some other things that have gone, you know, along the whole route for the last 22 years. You know, that maybe somebody like, you know, aren't going to say where maybe they heard it. I don't know. No, there hasn't been much of that going on. I'm just kidding. But no, I don't. This is a great idea. It's a long time coming, right? Absolutely.
You were telling a really funny story where you had a cast member from Thor as your neighbor, and you found out he was in Thor, and then you brought him into your, like, I guess, man cave, and he freaked out with all the comic books you had.
Oh yeah. We have a neighbor, Josh. I remember Josh's last name, and he's in some of the sci-fi movies on the Sci-Fi Channel. You know, so he told me he was doing, you know, Thor. He's playing one of the Frost Giants, and I'm thinking in my mind, you know, Loki. You know, who is he? You know, who, you know, and I forget there was another character from like way back, you know, and I caught the name and I said, wait a minute, that character's not a Frost Giant, and he's giving me the name of that he's a Frost Giant, but with that name, I didn't, you know, maybe somebody was moving the script around.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's might have what happened, you know. And I was like looking through all my containers of comic books, which are like 99% Marvel.
Yes, that's what we like to hear.
And I was looking for, and I found the character, but while I was doing that, I think I was really freaking the guy out. It was totally like, oh boy, what did I get myself into?
I love it.
Who is this guy?
You locked the door behind you and your mind or whatever.
So, if you guys have questions for La Bamba, use hashtag MarvelSDCC. We actually have some come in already. Ginny Balfour wants to know, what other musical instruments can you play?
Euphonium, piano.
What is a euphonium?
A euphonium's like a small tuba. Kind of sounds like a French horn.
Okay.
But like an octave lower.
Okay.
An octave lower than the trombone.
Right.
But you can play it up into the range that it sounds like a French horn. And piano, and I sing.
Wow. Michael W.S. wants to know, hey, La Bamba, what is your favorite bit and sketch from Conan?
In the year 2000.
Wait, you are the guy that sings. Wow.
That made me so happy. I'm so happy.
You do
the hair on my head. Oh my God.
I've been watching Conan for so long, and that was always my favorite. Oh, I can't stop moving. This is the best. What? Oh my gosh.
There's no way to top that, but
shut it
goodbye,
all
Comic-Con. Do you have any like are you into illustrators or certain artists or anybody Marvel-wise? Or certain? Do you have a special comic that you love that you keep away from all your other stacks, or what?
Well, yeah, I'm an old. You know, I started. You know, Jack Kirby. I mean, I'm an old timer. You know,
we love Jack Kirby too.
But that's the thing. Jack Kirby's art is timeless.
Yeah.
Anyone can enjoy it because it's so big,
right,
and so amazing. His ideas are way ahead of his time.
Yeah.
Way ahead of everywhere we are now. I mean,
Right.
Kirby is the king.
Now, am I correct about this? In some of the movies, I see like some of the guys are put in the positions, like Thor when he's catching his hammer. You know, their positions look like they're Kirby artwork that are being actually filmed.
I would imagine there's a lot of that, going on. We once had Scott Adsit from 30 Rock and such come in, huge Kirby fan. He came into the office to do something, and I gave him a mask to take a photo, and he immediately went to a Kirby pose. It's like it's burned in our brains.
Wow, yeah.
Like those Kirby poses.
The Captain America, the one where he's hunched down there and he's like up in the air and he's got his shield in front of him. That and it like crouched down like that. It looks exactly like it came out of like Stylog 13. Captain America, whatever number that was. That was the best.
Amazing.
I love that.
Blacklog Joe wants to know, what would your superhero name be? Although I think La Bamba can
That's
work.
a good name,
That's
yeah.
a pretty awesome superhero name. What would your superpower be?
Maybe a trombone slide that can have like cosmic like Silver Surfer.
The cosmic trombone. That is so cool.
Or you blow into it and it's like inhuman. What's
Black Bolt.
Black
Like,
Bolt.
yeah, like
Right.
cosmic crazy,
Right.
like destruction.
Black
and,
Bolt. With
oh man.
Yeah. Play a trombone, destroys cities.
Ben Morris brings up a good point. As a Kirby fan, we have a series of upcoming Kirby monster covers. We're doing a whole big thing where we're bringing back some of the most, like some really cool monsters designed by Kirby, and we're going to be really spotlighting them in the coming months. It's going to be super cool.
We'll hook you up. Yeah.
Wow.
We'll hook it up.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Are you? So I know these are really expensive, but you got that Conan money. Do you own any original Kirby art?
Original? No. I actually don't.
Do you collect art like from artists, or strictly the comics, or what?
No, I basically just have the comics. Just have the comics, yeah. And my original, when I started collecting, my parents were like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I wanted something, I forget what it was, and I had like a whole huge box of comics, and I went into a store, and I basically gave them away, And I'm, wait a minute, that's the Thor, the changeover to Sam from Kirby to Sam. What was the artist? Sam? No, Sam.
Sal Buscema?
The guy who took over for right after Kirby. Beta Ray
Bill, Walt
was
Simonson.
introduced in that series.
Yeah, Walt Simonson. all of
Walt
his
Simonson,
big
that's
stuff.
what I'm thinking of. Walt Simonson, right. And one of those comics was like the one, because I had an extra one. I had two, and that extra one was in there. I said, wait a minute, he's not going to give me any extra money for that comic? That's going to be, and like a year later, it was like dollars more than it was.
Sure.
Man, I got ripped off totally. Pissed me off.
We got to wrap. Apologies, but we want you to be able to see more of the show floor. Two things. One, where can fans find you on social media and online?
Well, the real La Bamba is Twitter, and I have Richie La Bamba Rosenberg for my fan page on Facebook.
Cool. And where can fans find you on television?
Conan!
And is it news that San Diego is a thing in the future?
Well, Conan made a huge announcement.
Okay.
This is what you're asking me last night on the show, that we will be back next year.
Right on.
And you're coming to see us too, right?
You bet. If
All
you're
right.
inviting me, especially,
You're
I will
invited.
be here.
Selfishly, can I ask you to do one more in the year 2000 and then we'll be done?
All right, there's two parts to that.
Okay.
Are we going to sing it together? Sing it together? Are you ready?
Yeah.
In the year 2000, in the year 2000,
That was so amazing. I have to hug you. Oh my gosh.
Well, thank you so much.
welcome back to Marvel Live from San Diego Comic-Con 2015, brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble. I'm Lorraine Sink, host and writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by...
Marvel Executive Editorial Director Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M. I forgot my name, my title, where I am, what I'm doing. We are joined by
CB Sobolski, also of Marvel.
Yeah, what is it, your exact title?
Vice President, International Business Development and Brand Management.
Yeah.
With a focus in Asia.
with a focus in Asia.
With a focus in Asia.
Little
Amazing.
parentheses. So, what have you been doing? You're a busy man. You're all over the country. You're all over the world. What have you been doing this weekend?
Kind of what I do normally in other countries, I do here. It's like, usually I'm the one going out and meeting people in different places. San Diego's where everybody comes to us. So it's like one-stop shopping to meet all our partners and our artists and our licensees and our clients. So it's just been a lot of different meetings, you know, meeting with our artists, talking about new projects that are coming up, you know, reviewing portfolios of new artists. There's been a lot of great talent here this weekend. And then just, you know, touching base with people that I haven't seen in a long time who fly over and catching up, having drinks, eating food, enjoying comics.
Yeah. Also enjoying Star Wars.
Yes.
Did you get to go? Were you in Hall H?
I did not get to go to Hall H. I was at a separate panel, but that was. I've seen the footage. It looks phenomenal. Oh
my gosh!
And then I did John Williams concert. I mean,
Oh, so cool.
I saw him in concert once do Star Wars. Star Wars, and that was just phenomenal. And I just wish I could have been there. I saw videos with like the lightsabers everybody's holding up, and there was a fireworks show. I mean, talk about bringing it to Comic-Con.
Right.
Yeah. They made a small impression, I guess.
Yeah, a little.
Last night you mentioned a restaurant that had just opened up here that you had dinner. It was really good. What is the best meal you've had at Comic-Con this year?
I was going to ask that. You beat me. You beat me.
The restaurant I was talking about last night is called Sovereign Kitchen. It's like right up here on 5th. It's by Chef Michael Bao Hyun. Just got back from Vietnam. Wonderful. Just really, really modern take on Korean food, but also, on Vietnamese food, but they also got classics too, like banh mi, and you know, I was really blown away by the quality of the food. And then tacos, of course. It's the one thing we really can't get good in New York. You get good tacos, but fish tacos are always hard to find.
You cannot get a good fish taco.
And here it's like,
Yeah,
from the
whatever.
little places.
This is the place. We're right by the border too, which is awesome.
I had fish tacos, I had shrimp tacos, I had lobster tacos. It's like, wow, I want this in New York.
You also did a video series for us where you cooked some comic book inspired foods.
Yep, 3-course comics.
And what would you like to cook for Comic-Con if you were going to make a Comic-Con cuisine?
Oh, you know, Comic-Con, if I was going to do a Comic-Con meal, I would do like a smorgasbord, like put all kinds of different food from all different places on the table.
So you'd be inundated just like at Comic-Con.
And you'd have unlimited choices no matter what you'd like. There'd be something there for you, because that's really what Comic-Con is, you know? There's something here for everybody.
Oh, I love that. And it's so true. And if you guys want to interact with us online, you can tweet at us and hashtag Marvel SDCC, and we'll read it here live on the show.
We've got some stuff coming in.
Excellent.
Gavin Perkins asks, CV, what is the most rewarding part of your job?
Oh, the most rewarding part of the job. I don't know. You know, there's a lot of different stuff. It's from the comic book side. It's when you discover an artist and you see something with them and you look through their artwork and you guide them and help them grow as an artist. And the first time you open the book and you see their name there, you're like, wow, I was able to, you know, take some young talent and help them actually produce a Marvel comic. Because when I was younger, I always wanted to work at Marvel. That was my goal, you know? And now it's like being able to do that and help people, give them the information they need, and help them get their foot in the door is something that's truly rewarding for me.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Renee Laufeyson asks, what color reminds you of Comic-Con?
What color reminds me of Comic-Con? Red. Always, of course.
Marvel red block.
We have the red carpet, the red block. I mean, it does work.
Ant-Man's costume is red.
Yeah. Sophia, who's watching in Spain, asks, do you have free time? Because it seems like an interesting job, but you must be so busy. What's your favorite part of all that?
My free time comes when I'm on planes.
Jeez.
Turn out, you know, you can't use the internet usually. That's where I'm able to bring all my comics, you know, bring my iPad with some movies, catch up on everything. So, but, you know, what was the second part of the question?
What's your favorite part of your job?
My favorite part of my job, you know, it's really being to be able to see the world and see how Marvel has grown and it's been accepted in other places, and all the interesting products that are coming out in foreign countries, and just knowing that in some small way I can maybe help shape that going forward.
That's awesome.
So cool.
Yankee Doodle Dandy is asking, do you think there's potential to see the Marvel brand in Africa, specifically South Africa?
Yeah, you know, I think there is. You know, like I said, I'm focusing a lot on Asia,
Right,
working a lot
sure.
in Korea, in China, and in Japan. And, you know, there's some of my counterparts from Disney offices in Latin America and Africa are doing the same thing. So I'm sure that there's some interesting stuff coming out there. I know the Marvel brand is growing tremendously. And, you know, soon I think maybe you'll be able to see some cool stuff hitting down there.
Love that. And now, remind me, there was some cool crossover stuff that was happening in Asia.
Yep.
With Attack on
Titan. Yep.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, so, you know, we were approached to do a short story with Attack on Titan teams up, meets the Avengers, and it really went well for us. Isayama Sensei, who was the creator of Attack on Titan, had a story idea. We took it, we fleshed it out. Gerardo Sandoval was the artist, really brought it to life in kind of that Marvel meets manga style.
So cool.
And it was available on Free Comic Book Day. I'm sure you can still find copies out there.
Yeah.
It's available digitally too on the Marvel app, I believe.
Yep, exactly.
That would be cool if, like, I would just like to see, like, maybe an animated version of that. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Just
phenomenal.
So bonkers.
And
So
it's a
scary.
cool time for both properties, because it hit perfectly, like right when the Avengers was coming out in Japan just now, and Attack on Titan, the live action movie, comes out in Japan in a couple weeks too. So it's like the comics, the film, everything kind of coming together almost as if we planned it.
Oh my
Weird.
goodness. Raph
How'd that
AB, who's in
happen?
France, wants you,
Bonjour.
CB, to write a Marvel cuisine book.
Oh, I would love to. You know, we've always
We've
talked
been
about.
talking about that for how many
I
years
know,
at this
exactly.
point?
There is an old Marvel cookbook from like 1976, which is hilarious because it's like how to make Spider-Man pancakes. Go to the store, buy pancake mix, make the pancakes according to the recipe on the box, and then take chocolate syrup and draw a web.
It's pretty great.
It's pretty awesome. You can find it out there in some places like used bookstores and whatnot.
Well, I think it's time to start one.
I know you did that cool thing where, what was it, where you had all the chefs come on and do recipes?
Yeah, we did a series of recipes tied to, I believe it was Captain America, the Winter Soldier for the Super Bowl.
Mhm, yeah.
Like some Super Bowl recipes for your party and all that stuff. And we had great chefs that Stevie is friends with and introduced us to. And we did some really cool recipes. They're still available on Marvel.com.
Check that out. And we're about to wrap up, but where can people find you online?
On Twitter, I'm at CB Sobolski, was just my name without the periods. And on Instagram, same thing. So it's just at CB Sobolski for any kind of social media platform. I'm available out there and happy to talk to fans, talk to young budding artists, talk to, you know, anyone who's really looking for advice about comics, or, you know, just share our love of Marvel.
Oh, I love that so much. You guys, coming up very soon, we're going to be showing you an interview with Corey Stoll, who plays Yellow Jacket, aka Darren Cross, in Marvel's Ant-Man, so stick around.
We are at San Diego Comic-Con 2015 with the man of the hour. You're here for The Strain, but there's look, I should have said that, a little movie coming out next week.
Yeah.
What's the experience like so far with Ant-Man?
It's been great. I mean, you know, finally got to see it a couple weeks ago, and it's incredible what Peyton and everybody at Marvel did. It's so much fun. And it was so much fun to shoot. It was the most fun I'd ever had on a movie, really.
And the reviews are amazing.
They should be. It's a great movie.
And we also brought you some gifts. We brought tiny
Oh my God.
bobblehead you.
That'll go with my shoes.
You planned this, didn't you? We brought a tiny Hasbro you, and then tiny Ant-Man.
Oh my God. Wow.
I'll hold on to them for a second. But so tell me, you're here actually for The Strain. So for fans who missed the panel or missing the footage that you're showing, just dropped Ant-Man. What can they expect from season 2 of the show?
Well, you know, the first season was all about taking New York from regular new pre-Vampire Apocalypse New York to Vampire Apocalypse New York. And so now in season 2, we're starting off and you know, society has broken down. And my character, who was skeptical all through season 1, has seen enough to know that vampires do exist, and the master exists, and so it's sort of it's a great launching point where we can just sort of really get into the story, really get into vampire slaying, and in full, in a full way.
You're kind of becoming the star of the nerds basically now. Like last year, you were with us at our booth for a little bit doing a signing. You're here with the Strain as well. How do you like San Diego? Is this your second year in a row?
Yeah. Well, this is San Diego, inside a
press room.
Yeah. I mean, I spent a summer up in La Jolla a few years ago, and it's gorgeous. It's a wonderful place. I wish I could see more of it.
Well, thanks for taking the time. Really appreciate it. And we're looking forward to Ant-Man, so thank you.
Oh, hey, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back to Marvel Live from
Hi.
San Diego Comic-Con 2015. I stole it from you. Brought to you by Marvel Future Mind from Netmarble. Just shaking those mints with anger, aggression, but we don't care because we're in the final day of San Diego Comic-Con. I'm Lorraine St. co writer of Marvel's The Watcher, joined by
Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Legion. I'm joined by
Frank Thierry, the one and only.
the one and the only.
Mr. Thierry.
Yes.
We were promised at ACBC when you came on and you got us high rating numbers that we would get ice cream.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Stop the interview here. I promised these people that I would achieve ratings for my broadcast at ACBC. I achieved those ratings, and there was on ice cream that was promised.
Yes.
Am I not correct?
We were promised ice
We
cream.
were promised ice cream. Have you achieved that ice cream yet?
No.
Ice cream has not been
It
achieved.
has not been given to us.
Okay. So who was responsible for said ice cream?
John Cirilli.
John Cirilli. Okay, the head of this Mickey Mouse outfit over here. He was supposed to get you ice cream, and he has reneged on the ice cream. To that, my understanding.
No
Okay.
ice cream. Nothing.
What?
Usually I got Frank ice cream now.
You never got me ice cream. Are we lying and say you got me ice cream? When did this ice cream come? No, I'm not letting you off the ice cream hook. And now, how about this? I don't want no cheap ass ice cream either. I want these people to have good ice cream. What?
You don't get ice cream.
I know you never got me ice cream. Not once, not a push a pop, not a fudgesicle, nothing.
All he offered were potato chips and water.
Yeah, he gave me. I asked for water before, people. Okay, he gave me potato chips. Yeah, because you know the opposite. You know, yeah, that's like close. You know, a water bottle. Oh no, yeah, here's a rock. Yeah. Oh, you want? Here's a water. No, here's a bicycle tire. No, I wanted water. I was thirsty.
You guys, Frank Thierry is a plant.
All right, wait. I will. The next time I am on this show, I guarantee there will be ice cream involved. Okay.
Frank Thierry's gonna buy us ice cream, you guys.
No, I ain't buying you nothing.
Ice cream.
Wait.
Ice cream.
Wait,
Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream for ice cream.
You know what? I'll buy them ice cream. All right. You
Aw,
cheap creep.
thanks.
Cheap
I will
creep.
buy- all
I love
right.
it.
I'll
Hashtag
be in
it.
the ice cream.
Hashtag it cheap creep.
You
Hashtag
cheap creep.
particles. Hashtag
Exactly.
ice cream.
These people deserve ice cream.
You're right, they do.
Thank you, Frank.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So it feels like this question's a step down, but how's your con been?
Well, this is the end, thankfully. You know, now that we've got rid of Ice Cream Gate off the table here. All right.
Hashtag ice cream gate.
Yeah. Am I like the last guy here?
You're the
You are
last
our
guy
last
here.
official
You
guest.
saved the best for last.
We wanted to Thierry it all down.
Yeah. It's,
Thierry.
it hits the high note right now.
Boom.
You're not getting any higher than me on the show.
Yeah.
So I think you all recognize that. I should be getting paid for this, but I'm not. Not even an ice cream. But yeah, you know, this is the end, and I'm exhausted, and this is actually my last commitment is to you people.
Us people.
Yeah.
We do have some tweets and stuff coming in for you, about you, around you. Raph AB says, Frank Thierry, still sounding like an action movie hero from the 90s.
Okay.
I would love to watch an action movie starring Frank Thierry. It would be the most violent, most awesome movie.
Am I the hero or the villain?
You're
Have
the
we
hero.
established it? All right.
You're the hero.
I walk in, hey, you know.
Hey, take your hands off that lady.
Bang, shoot in the face. Hey, you. Don't go there. Shot in the face. Hey, you.
Can we get Frank to be a voice of somebody on one of the animated series, please? Someone.
Bang, shot in the face. Bang, shot in the
That's it. That's the show. As a matter of fact, that's the name of the movie. Bang, shot in the face.
Oh my
Starring
God.
Frank Thierry. All right? Bang, shot in the face.
Ben Morris says basic math is Marvel Live plus Frank Thierry equals good television.
Yes, obviously.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
yes, obviously.
Yeah.
What's happening?
So Sophia, who's watching from Spain.
Okay, wait, time out for a second here.
Okay.
You know
Are
who
you
keeps
getting a
calling
phone
me
call?
Mike Pasciullo, okay? Who knows I'm on the show, okay?
You wanna answer
Just
it?
to be an idiot. Here, I'm gonna answer it.
Mike Pasciullo
Yeah.
is the Senior Vice President of Marvel
Mike
Studios
Pasciullo,
Marketing.
I am on Marvel Live here right now. What would you like that you keep calling me incessantly? Incessantly calling me that you know I am on the show. What would you like? Mike Pasciullo, supposed head of Marvel Marketing Movies, blah, blah, blah. What would you like? That you're bothering me on the show. What would you like?
He's
right now?
you know he's
Huh?
watching in the room.
He's like right there. He's like right there, this idiot, okay? Can I help you with something? No? What am I up to? I'm on a TV show. What are you doing?
This is the best interview
This is
that
my
I've ever
favorite
been.
thing.
Well, now
a
you know
part
where
of.
I am. All right. Wait. You might hear a click, but it's hang on a second. All right.
Gavin Perkins says, "Can we viewers get ice cream too?"
No, you're not getting no ice cream. Hey, take it easy now with the ice cream, all right?
Yeah. Winstead Mojo says, "I love your voice, but you've lost your voice."
Yeah, no, my voice is shot because you get me at the end of the con where there's been like crazy. This is him again, Mike Pasciullo, folks. Okay, this is a Marvel employee. I want you to know of some sort of importance, allegedly. Yes, Mike Pasciullo, alleged VP of whatever the hell you do. What do you like now? You lost the connection? Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Listen, like I said, you're gonna hear a click, but it's not losing the connection, all right? Just hang on 1 second.
Rap Baby says Frank should be voicing Punisher or Rocket
Right?
Raccoon.
I used to do the voice for Wolverine for you guys.
Yeah, on some Marvel What Those and various things. Let's see. Shazia says, "We want some ice cream, Frank. Love you guys so much. Watching from India."
Nice.
Wow, India.
That's awesome.
Gary's huge in India.
I'm huge in India. Forget about it. India.
Forget about it.
I'm like the mafia in India. You kidding me?
Ginny Balfour asks, "Who is your favorite character and why?"
My favorite character?
Frank Thierry.
Frank Thierry. Yeah, I'm my own favorite character. Yes. I'm as favorite as I could get. Yes.
All right.
That's it.
Great. Raph Rodriguez says, "This is awesome. You got the Marvel spirit, Frank."
I got the Marvel spirit, true believers.
Oh, look at
that was a pretty solid stand.
No, it was terrible. Oh,
that.
God.
Wimstead Mojo wants to hear us scream used hashtag ice cream, hashtag farticle, hashtag cheap creep.
Cheap creep.
Cheap creep.
Do it.
All the hashtags.
Yeah, hashtag all that stuff.
We were really close to
yeah,
freaking.
no.
Yeah,
I got
yeah,
the no
close.
cursing law beforehand statement.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. So the best part of all of this is the lower third says John Cirilli denies staff ice cream.
Yes. Clearly that's what happened here. Look, folks, we're going to get to the bottom of the ice cream gate. There will be, I'm telling you.
Thank you, Allison.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
There
We
will-
wouldn't have
Whoever
seen
is
that.
running the lower thirds right now down in the office, you're a true American hero.
I'll put Mike Pasciullo on speaker here now,
Uh-oh.
okay?
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Here's Mike Pasciullo. Okay.
Get.
Mike Pasciullo, I'm going to put you on speaker, okay now? Hang on 1 second.
While he's doing that,
Okay.
Gavin
Hello?
Perkins says, "I suddenly want a series where."
Wait. Yeah, what do you want to say now? You're on the show. You'll talk to me later? Okay, sweetheart. I'll talk to you later, too. Okay? Bye.
Gavin says he wants a series where Frank Thierry teams up with Howard the Duck.
I would watch that or read that.
Why not? Whatever.
Yeah?
You want to put me up with a duck? Yeah, fine. Whatever works. A duck and ice cream.
A duck and ice cream. Oh my gosh, everybody wants ice cream. We got lots of tweets coming in
About the ice cream.
about ice cream.
Yeah, well, this is what happens when you renege on a promise of ice cream. As Mr. John Cirilli, executive blah, 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 whatever his title is, okay, promises people ice cream and does not deliver on the ice cream. And this is like months ago. When was...
Waiting for the premiere of your new film.
When was-
Shot in the face.
When was HCBC?
Shot
You're
in
the
the
first
face.
person I'm going to shoot in the face for not providing ice cream.
Ginny Balfour asks, what would your weapon of choice be for bang shot in the face?
I don't know, a rubber chicken. What am I going to hit? What am I going to shoot somebody in the face with? How about a gun? I'm crazy like that. I would shoot somebody in the face with a gun.
Wendy Willis wants to see Frank Thierry in Lego Marvel game. I actually would love to have. I think we might be able to talk about making that happen. That would be super fun.
Put me in Lego Marvel?
Yeah.
All right.
Have
Why
you
not?
voice a character? Give him a.
Put a little voice chip in it.
Well, no, he could be one of those speaking part characters. That would be super cool. Oh my gosh. Ben Moore says, obviously Frank Thierry's favorite character is Wolverine. He's closely
Because
associated with the character.
associated with Wolverine. Yes, folks, I am closely associated with Wolverine. You've heard it here first.
Oh, boy.
Idiots.
Frank, you just had a Secret Wars story come out, right?
Yes, let's talk about actual comics. Oh, wait, I'm on a comic book show. Let's talk about comics. Do something crazy like that. What?
What was the story?
I did a Secret Wars story. Yes, let's actually talk about something I do. I did a Secret Wars story in Secret Wars Journal number 3. It was a Wolverine Noir and Punisher Noir have to solve the mystery of who killed Marvel Noir, Tony Stark.
Yes.
And it turns out it's not just a whodunit, it's a where did it, because it's one of the other realities has invaded the Marvel Noir universe.
Yes.
And I won't tell you who did it, but there's a little twist there.
It's good times.
Yeah, great times.
Good times, great oldies.
There's going to be more coming from Frank Thierry.
Yes, I have an upcoming book. That is not announced yet. Be announced shortly. That's all I can really say about that. That's all I can really say about that.
Yes. Where can fans find Frank Thierry on social media?
On the Twitter and the Facebook, you can find me at Fake Frank Thierry. Surprise, surprise, on the Facebook. And
wait a minute.
Frank
Hold
Thierry on the Twitter.
Wait,
Here he
Mike
is.
Pasciullo's here.
Here he is.
I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Oh, okay.
They've
how
been
can I help you? Mike
reunited.
Pasciullo, head of.
I just want to make sure you're all right.
I'm quite all right. Yes. And that's it. That was it.
Aww.
That was the build-up.
Yeah. That was kind of lame.
Oh boy.
that was all that build-up for that. Yeah, take another pic. Wait. Well, I can't give you the finger now because I'm on the thing.
And on that note, you guys, we're going to take a quick break here on Marvel Live, but we're going to be right back with Good Night Comic-Con / Goodbye Comic-Con 2015.
Goodbye, everybody.
We won't see you
We'll have
again
ice
until
cream next
2016,
time.
but we'll be right back with more from Marvel Live. Yeah, we're just getting down. You guys, you know what time it is.
This is it. It feels good. Bye, Comic-Con.
I can't see it out of my peripheral.
At first I was doing the Bee Gees on Saturday Night Live, and then I lost it somewhere in there. Like I'm losing it right now. This is the end.
This is the end.
This is
it's
it.
Goodbye, Comic-Con. Goodbye, San Diego Comic-Con 2015.
Goodbye.
Strom is here. He's dancing.
This
We
is
just
it.
got dance bombed.
This is it.
You guys.
This is it.
I'm still Lorraine Singh, host of The Watcher. I'm still joined by this guy.
Ryan Penagos, Marvel's Agent M, and we have been brought to you by Marvel Future Fight from Netmarble, available right now for free on iOS and Android.
On those places.
Yes.
You guys, we have had such an epic 4 days. We're throwing comic books that are still wrapped in plastic.
Yeah, so they're pretty much perfectly safe.
We're hulking out because we've had an epic 4 days of
been
Comic-Con.
2 weeks.
7
you keep
years.
saying 4 days. It's been 2 weeks.
It's been many hours. But you guys, it's been epic. Wait, Ryan, before you eat anything that's on this table.
Hi. How was your Comic-Con?
How was your Comic-Con?
Terrific. Terrific.
He's quieter than I would have thought. Silent type. Okay.
Yes.
Anyway, what was your Marvel Future Fight win of today?
Of today.
Of just today.
My Marvel Future Fight win of today was going on the stream, talking with La Bamba from Conan, and singing in the year 2000.
That's pretty awesome.
So he sang it, and then I asked him to sing it again, and he asked me and Blake to sing it with him.
What a guy.
That is the moment.
That is so epically awesome. I think my favorite moment was the moment that I realized on the screen today, someone wrote, John Cirilli denies Marvel staff ice cream.
Yeah. Hard to top that.
It just makes me feel too good inside. But we like to, well, we're going to close it down with some questions and comments for you, but we also like to show you everybody who's here helping us out behind the scenes as we thank them for our good night.
Yeah. Let's
That's
bring
our
on
whole
our
thing.
first victim, Mark Strom.
Mark Strom. Mark Strom. Mark Strom.
Stark Storm.
Starp Strom.
Stormscard.
Dark Storm.
Stellan Skarsgård.
Soren Skarsgård. I wish I was as good looking as Soren Skarsgård.
Yeah? How's it going?
Great.
What did you do today? What were you working on?
I live blogged the Spider-Man panel, and I talked with Chris Burnham, and I talked with Scott Porter, and I kind of helped you with Josh Shipley, and by that I mean I stood there and watched you guys do an interview.
Terrific.
And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the entire con?
Of the entire con, does John Cirilli's face when I told him that I forgot my white jacket count?
Was he so happy?
Was somewhat ecstatic, and even though I felt bad that I forgot the white jacket, I felt so happy that I could make Cirilli that happy.
Aw.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you for all your help, Mark.
Okay, am I supposed to go
Yep.
now? Oh, that's my cue?
That's your cue.
Yep.
Take the social cue, Mark.
Give him the hug.
I've always been very bad social.
Goodbye. Anyway, you guys, oh no, he's still here, isn't he? Hey, so guys, next up, behind the scenes, Jason Chung. Jason Chung. Jason Chung. Jason Chung. Jason.
Get out, Mark.
Get
It's
it. No.
not your turn.
No.
Damn it, Mark.
I have four. Oh, okay. Hello, friends.
Jason, what do you do here at Marvel?
I push buttons and stuff pops up on screen.
He works on our video team.
Yeah.
That's what that means. What was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
I think it would definitely have to be Frank Thierry standing up for all the Marvel employees and demanding that we get our proper ice cream from John Cirilli. That was a defining moment of this Comic-Con.
It's true. It's true.
Also, if you guys follow me on Instagram, if you saw a video of Ant-Man dancing really weirdly up here in the booth, it was this guy.
Fantastic.
So now you know.
Yep.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
Yay, Jason.
Yeah, thank you, Jason.
Next
Now,
up.
before we get into more, next up, tons of tweets coming in right now, thanking us for doing the show. We will try to address them as we can. There's one I like in here from Michael WS. Says, "Hey, Ryan and Lorraine, would you be open to broadcasting Marvel Live from Dragon Con or other conventions across the country?" We would love to do that.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
There's a lot of logistics and a lot of costs that go into this, so that's why we do it very rarely. It's got to be these big events, New York Comic Con, San Diego Comic Con, stuff like that. If there are more, we'll let you know.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
More?
Wolfman.
Patrick. This is your moment, buddy. This guy has been trying to get on Marvel Live all weekend long. This is his moment. Patrick the Wolfman.
Is this the microphone?
Well, we got jokes.
No one can hear your jokes because it's not a microphone.
I'm a real prop comic. Big inspiration would be Gallagher and Carrot Top. I believe Thor was actually the original Gallagher.
We have been calling you the Carrot Top of Marvel.
I've been called worse.
So Patrick, what do you do here at Marvel?
What do I do here
tell
at
the folks at
Marvel?
home?
Well, I'm the assistant editor of the website, which means I do everything this guy tells me to, and Mark Strom tells me to, and John Cerulli tells me to. So I get to post all of these great clips and posters and images and tweets. The best tweets sometimes come from me.
Yay! We'll see what Adria has to say about that.
She's not watching this, is she? This is not live, right?
No.
No. What was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
Of the con, I would say I really loved the Lego panel that Ryan and I were on. Not only because Stan Lee dropped by, but just the passion and excitement, especially from Bill Roseman, talking about how much he loves video games and that video games bring his family together. It was very touching.
That sounds very touching. Now go away. We love you. Thank you.
Wait, I gotta say
Go
this.
away.
See?
Alan Wilkinson says, quote, "Is this the microphone? LOL." You got an LOL.
Yeah.
Don't encourage him, you guys.
I'm just goofing around, having fun on the net.
Oh my
you know?
gosh. We should have had Wolfman on. Gavin
what I'm
Perkins says,
saying?
"Great jacket, Wolfman."
This is
Who said
further
that?
evidence that we need to
Thanks,
institute
Gavin.
a Strami and the Wolfman section of Marvel Live.
Yeah. No. All right, guys, we have
Right,
so many more people.
Bye. Thank you.
All right, who
Thank
we
you,
got
bye.
next?
No, thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Get that butt, push him out.
That's what it's there for. Rich Herrera.
Hi.
Rich, what do you do here at Marvel?
I bring the dance moves, and I make sure Ryan's mustache is clean, and I make sure that Lorraine has funny jokes.
There
for
we go.
us.
That's better. That's
You know
good.
what? I have a real concern at all times that my mustache is clean. I'm dead serious because food can get caught in that. Bugs can just start to
Not on my watch.
They could fall in, and
But that's why Richard is here.
Rich is here.
Not on my watch.
Yeah, to make sure clean as a whistle, sharp as a mustache.
Perfect. What do you do for realsies?
Behind the camera, at the editing station.
Yeah.
And I write fun lower thirds.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Winky
Thank
face.
you. And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con? Favorite thing?
Guys, don't deny. I think it's conclusive that Frank Thierry's finale tonight killed it. It was awesome.
Can't be topped.
Can't be topped.
Ain't open.
It was hilarious.
Agree.
Okay.
Agree.
Hopefully we don't collapse.
Yeah, we're getting. We have a limit
love you,
of
Rich.
number of people.
Thank you
Go
guys.
on
Thank
the
you. I hope you have fun. Bye.
Bye. Judy. This is Judy Stevens.
Thank you, Thomas. They do not let you have.
Hi, guys.
Judy, tell them what you do.
I am a photographer and producer. I've been taking photos all around the con floor all weekend.
And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
My Woman of the Marvel panel today that I moderated, it was so much fun. We had such a great group of panelists on the panel, including Tara Butters, Michelle Fazekas, Ann Foley, you, Adri, me, who am I missing? Ann Foley, Marguerite Bennett,
Margaret Stoll.
and Margaret Stoll. I got them all.
Yeah, we had an awesome time. Thank you. Go away before this collapses. Yay! Come on over, Nick. Tell everyone what you do. What do you do?
What do I do? I'm a video editor and shooter,
Like Frank Thierry.
Sharpshooter. Yeah.
And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
My Marvel Future Fight win of the con. I would say the Marvel television panel. I thought that was pretty great. I'm excited.
Very cool.
Awesome. We love it. Thank you so much. Yay, Nick.
Answer some stuff while we wait for our next victim to come up. Omar Shalom says, I dare you to come next year in cosplay. No.
I dare you to.
I don't want to wear pants, let alone wear
We
a
make him wear
costume.
pants.
Yeah, I have to, but I don't want to.
He doesn't wear shoes.
I am not wearing shoes. No way I'm wearing boots and a costume. Not for these 5 days. No, sir. Sophia really likes Judy's photos. Thank you very much. Ben Morse. Let's give a shout out to Ben Morse.
Ben Morse.
Ben Morse
Back in New York.
is our senior editor for Marvel Digital, Marvel.com, what we do. And he has been clipping all of those segments on Marvel Live so that if you miss something on the giant 8-9 hour stream, you can go into the YouTube channel, youtube.com/Marvel, and find all the individual interviews and segments so you don't miss anything.
So Ben, tweet us your Marvel Future Fight win of the con.
Yeah, so we'll get to that as well. But he's been tweeting with us, he's been helping out with live blogs, he's been posting news.
And he's just a general little pumpkin.
Super pumpkin. Like a super pumpkin. Like a super pump.
Like a great pumpkin.
Like a pumpkin.
Like a pumpkin.
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 Hashtag pumpkin.
Yeah. Hashtag that. Nate Hart says, you guys did a great job sharing all the news and all the great interviews. Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Raph AB wants to see Adri.
Yeah, Adri, where's Adri? We need Adri.
Where are you guys? Get some people up here.
Get on that walkie and you tell them to hustle on up the stairs because we're up on a second level.
Allison Sill says her Marvel Future Fight win of the con was the Dub Smash War 2015, where Clark Gregg dressed up like Agent Carter. It was terrific. It was really
so cool.
Really terrific. What else? Wesley Harris been tweeting with us a lot. Says, goodbye Comic-Con. What are your favorite highlights? This year's Marvel Live coverage. That's what our Marvel Future Fight wins of the con are. So keep hearing those. We'll get to those.
We should pick hours of the con though.
Oh, of the
we
con?
have not.
We don't even know anymore. So many things.
This is so hard.
So many things.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say, as of right now, mine is the little tiny Kamala Khan at the Women of Marvel panel, who ran up so enthusiastically and had such an awesome attitude. That's what it's about. It's about the future, but now we're talking about the future of social media. Adri Cowan.
Oh, hi.
Tell the people what you do, what you've been doing.
What I do? Well, I do all the social medias on the internet.
On the internet, all of them. All of them.
Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr. What else? We do all the things.
So what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
Oh, you probably just said this. Was it the Little Ms. Marvel?
Second it. Come on.
All right. It was the Little Ms. Marvel at the Women of Marvel panel today. It was the cutest, most inspiring thing ever.
It's
really.
why we do this.
For sure.
For sure. We love you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I love you. Okay, see you later, guys.
Okay, bye.
We love you.
Okay,
we love
bye.
you.
Okay, bye. TJOC wants to know who on the crew is the coolest Marvel comic tattoo. I think the only one with full Marvel comic tattoos is the Wolfman. He's got some Daredevil action happening on him. So there's that. Raph ABS, did we do a Marvel Superheroes What The this year? Not a specific one for Comic-Con. We've done those in the past, but there's a great one for Secret Wars with Wonder Man, which is super terrific.
Oh, look at this guy. This is Harry Go.
Hello.
Harry,
Hi.
what have you been doing all day?
I have been directing our stream.
Yeah, he has been. He's been directing it, telling us what to do.
That's right. I've been standing over there, right next to the camera.
I like it because I see Harry and he's always smiling and he's so gangsta with his gold tooth and just looking so badass, but he's so smart and so good. Here's a crazy fact is Harry was an intern, then Harry started working for us in digital. Then he left. The son of a gun left us for home box office.
Who? I've never heard of him.
Yeah. Those
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And that 3 years.
He went out for a carton of milk.
He was replaced by Blake Garris. He
Game of
replaced
Thrones
Blake.
is all about Harry's life.
Blake Garris took over. While Harry was creating Game of Thrones, Harry came back to us last year, and we are very happy to have him.
Thank you.
And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
There was one moment, I think it was yesterday, in the Good Morning Comic-Con, when our talented hosts, you two and Tamara, burst out in song and did Marvel Live the Musical, and it was incredible.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The con is almost over.
They're gonna do one more
I
giveaway.
can't do this with you, so I'm behind the camera.
Everything's gotta go.
It's the final giveaway.
It's the final giveaway.
You're
Right,
welcome.
that's good.
You're welcome.
There.
Thank you, Harry.
Boom.
You're the best. We could not have done it without you, really and truly.
Truly, truly.
Has been really important that we had Harry here.
Ben Moore says hashtag Executioner Song Saturday. We will always have that.
We will always have that.
Allison Sill said to me that you said that we would watch you slowly drift into insanity, and I think you delivered. Hashtag Piompkin.
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 Hashtag Piompkin.
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 Hold on a second. Ant-Man's here. Ring, ring. Ant-Man phone.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
How are you?
I don't know where everybody else is.
We
I'm
can't
very-
find anybody else, so we're going to put on John Cirilli.
John Cirilli.
Hello.
I have a controversial
Wow, way
question.
to really explode onto the stream.
So my first question is,
Yeah.
what do you do here and why can't we have ice cream?
Oh my God, with the ice
Ice
cream.
cream. Ice
I will buy you ice cream. I will buy everybody that I owe ice cream.
Well, you're going to buy everyone watching ice cream.
I will not buy everyone that is watching ice cream,
Internationally or otherwise?
internationally or otherwise.
Oh.
John Cirilli, what is your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
Oh my God, I couldn't wait for you to ask me this. I've been thinking about it and thinking about it. When Dwight Howard, center for the Houston Rockets, walked up those stairs that you can't see on the camera toward me in his crazy custom Predator outfit,
Being 6'11".
I almost soiled myself.
I wish you had soiled yourself.
But I didn't.
That's fair.
And Dwight Howard was super cool. If you didn't see the interview, look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was super, super sweet.
Very tall.
Very
Super
tall.
tall.
I hear that's good for you if you play basketball.
Very tall. What
Very
happened
tall.
to Blake?
Where's
No
Belonte?
Blake, no Brian Stevie. Brian, you did a guest appearance on the Frank Thierry segment.
He did. He did a walk-on.
You did a walk on.
We didn't get Mike
Did he play a
DeLessio,
role?
Mike Pasciullo. Kate made a
No,
quick cameo.
Wait, we're getting people. We're getting
there's
people.
somebody coming. There's somebody coming.
Hello?
Gavin-
Oh, it's Brian Stevie, ladies and gentlemen.
Brian Stevie, known
The
for his
one
great
and
acting
only.
work. Sorry, Ryan.
Gavin Perkins says their Marvel Future Fight win of the con has been great live stream and everything Squirrel
Thank you,
Girl
everybody.
related.
Thank
We
you.
agree. And we had Squirrel Girl news. She's coming back. We're excited. More unbeatable Squirrel Girl in the future. Brian Stevie, what do you do here?
Video editor. I push all the buttons, edit videos, shoot videos.
And what was your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
Kind of just the overall con. I don't have like a specific moment. It was just a very fun con. Everything ran really smoothly. Everyone kind of, I don't know, it was one of our better broadcasts, I think.
Super chill, very cash.
Super. You know what? I love your chicken suit.
Chicken fries.
Wait, we got last. Up, coming up, wrapping it up. Blake just dropped
Blake?
a box on the thing that made the entire thing shake.
It's a very heavy box.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
concerning.
I'm going to
Blake.
start shouting out some of our viewers and some of the people who have
Let's
been
do it.
tweeting with us. First up,
Thank you, Brian.
Rocketite. You know, like the Raccoon Addicts, now the Rocketites. Really shouting them out. Raph Rodriguez, Sophia.
Good night.
Oh, wait, Blake.
There's Blake.
This is Blake Garris.
Blake Garris, what is your Marvel Future Fight win of the con?
La Bamba.
Okay.
That's yours too,
It
right?
was.
You already said yours?
For today. It was today. I don't know what my of the con is.
La Bamba. Good night.
Okay. I'll keep shouting out people. Omar Shalom. This computer's really slow. They're telling me to wrap it up, but I'm going. Magano, Wendy Willis, Ginny Balfour, Allison Sill, Colette Barant, Alan Wilkinson, Lucas Ackerman, Brian Woodruff, who else? Wimsad Mojo, A Person, Ben Morse, Agents of Heroes,
And also, big shout out to Mike DeLessio, who makes this booth happen.
Thomas J. So many names in here, it's hard to scroll through because we got a lot of people constantly tweeting, and we thank you for sticking with us this whole time.
You guys, we could never, ever do it without you. You guys are the best fans in the whole world. Thank you for tweeting with us. Thanks for sending us screenshots. Thanks for watching us dance. Thanks for sending us questions. Thank you for the musical that we're going to create for Broadway as soon as we get back to New York.
I wish I had Magneto's girl. I was trying to think of a character name to go with this song. That's one of ours.
Weird.
Who else could have a girl that we'd want? What, it's
not for
weird?
me. What?
I wish I had Quicksilver's girl. The
That's
Scarlet
weird.
Witch, and then it's kind of his sister.
There's
That's super
twins,
weird.
and that's weird. Yeah, I like this song. Woo.
Are we done? Sure, let's wrap it up,
And thanks,
guys.
Cuckoo.
We went crazy. Thank you.
Thank you.
New York Comic Con. We'll be there with this.
More